Dobré ráno, dámy.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome for being here, even in this rainy day. Welcome to the FutureEdu conference. My name is Rozsypal. I'm the host at DVTV, online TV, and I will be your host for today. And in a few moments, I will present Bob Kartous, who will be the host of the panel debates over the whole day. The organizers of today's event is Opero, where we are situated now, Prague Innovation Institute, Prague Education Institute, and Aspen Institute. The main partners are Prague, T-Mobile, Czech Republic, and Česká sporitelná Foundation. And partners are Lenovo, Prague British International School, bakaláři, Smíchovská střední průmyslová škola, gymnázium, high school, and the medium partners are Hospodářské noviny, mediální partnery řízení školy a presloviny. And this conference is also created in cooperation with Užitel naživo, Edu Změna Česko Digital, Red Button Edu, and Global Teacher Prize. As for today's event, if you were with us last year, you may know the concept and the structure of today's event. There are several keynote speakers. Today we will hear video speeches by these speakers. And after these keynote speakers, you will be able to participate in panel debates, which will be hosted by Bob Kartous. So please come to the stage. Hello, good morning. I have two very brief questions to you. First of all, we are now meeting after a year. And if we look back at what we heard last year, how can we compare it to the last year's situation? I just want to say a few words. We want to organize or found a conference relating to education that would take place every year. And last year we wanted to speak about the topical topics such as social inequalities and lifelong learning of teachers and students. Or another topic would be citizenship in the digital era. So we started with very broad topics on education for the future. And today we want to focus on some more specific topics. That's why the title of today's event is the Metaverse, as a transversal cross-topic that has an impact on today's evolution of today's world, so that we can see how the education will react to this. Last year, the participants were very happy with what they could hear. Now we will talk about digital world and the connection between the digital world and education. So what do you want? What are the plans for today? What do you want? What should be the aim of today's event? What I want us to hear today is to have a better, more clear perspective of the next 15 years. The basis for this would be the introductory study by John Moravec. It will show us where they would what impact these new phenomena will have on the education. We will talk about new technology development and the opinion on this topic by the Czech educators. We have prepared an interesting overview of survey among teachers that we organized together with bakaláři educational system. And what we should learn from the debates is what is the opinion of experts on the future of education. What we want to do is to reach out to people who are not practitioners or education experts. And we want to also involve people who have impact on the education system from the outside, because these people are ever more important for its development. Thank you very much. Bob, we will see you in a few moments. And Bob has already said what will be the first part. We will invite the first foreign guest, John Moravec, who will present his own study that was prepared for today's conference. It will sum up the knowledge of experts, and it will be the stepping stone for the future debate on development of education. So first, let's welcome the independent consultant, John Moravec.
It's really nice to be back in Prague. My first time here was 30 years ago. I came as an exchange student and arrived at Ruzyně, and it was a very different airport then. Just a little landing strip, guys with machine guns there to greet me with the big hats, and a lot of things have changed since then. But I wound up in Slovakia. I wound up in Bardejov, no, very eastern part, right? Takže to je konec světu, eh? And it was a very interesting experience because I got to experience the education system in the very old paradigm, but in a moment was starting to transform towards something quite new. And now we're at a period where I think we're seeing many pressures to develop towards something even more future relevant as well. So I'm an education futurist. I do a lot of stuff, and I've been doing a lot of work for organizations, in particular with an organization within the United Nations system. I'm also editor of On the Horizon. It's an academic journal for futures learning. Now I'm going to present phase one of a two-phase study. This first phase is presenting a global perspective, and it's really asking the question, what's going on in the world in terms of disruptive technologies? Just try and make sense of what's going on in the world. In the second phase, we're going to work with you guys to start asking, so what do we do? What does this mean for us locally? What are our next steps? And I think more importantly, what does this mean for policy as we go forward? So I did this work with Maria Cristina Martinez Bravo. She is from Ecuador, and she is a university student at the University of Navarra in Spain. And so this is really a summary of research conducted for the CAP project. And again, this next phase will ask us, so what, local questions. And please bear with me at the presentation of this data, because I normally present in the center of the stage and interact more, but we're presenting academic data here, and I'm going to have to look at my speaker notes quite a bit just to make sure that I remain accurate and stay on track with these things. Takže, bez práce nejsou koláče, right? We know this, right? And especially when it comes to education, we have so much work ahead, and that's why we're here. Right? And these are some really bold conversations. So I'm going to share this analysis. It's going to show some global trends, but our next step is to really discuss the local implications and the possible policy directions in the Prague region. And to help kick it off, I'm going to share 4 scenarios of how things could turn out as well. So this is a little boring, but I do need to share this with you because I want to share the scope of the research. We performed, to get a global sense, we performed a meta-analysis of recent academic literature. So we looked at 1,155 peer-reviewed academic articles, and these were published between January 1st and June 5th, January 1st, 2020 and June 5th, 2022, so almost 2.5 years. We looked in the areas of disruptive technologies and through the academic databases of the World of Science, of Scopus. And then we performed a network analysis to kind of look at, so what are the key trends, using keywords, but also using the key trends between the articles. And then we dove in deeper to really try to get a sense of what's going on. And so when we had this, we wound up with this really large map, right? And what we really wound up with, it's a shows up as graph here as a meatball with spikes, I think. But we had 1,837 keywords from the literature, which revealed over 165,000 connections. And these were all plotted as nodes. So factors such as the frequency of terms are analyzed, but also the impact of each. And this allowed us to really look at the relative strength of each and help identify outliers and modularities or patterns within the network. If you guys want a copy of these slides, I'll show a QR code that's got my contact information. So you just write to me, I'll email these slides over to you. So we have 5 global trends in technology, right? These are the what's going on, right? And the interesting thing is that these are probably all things that we've all heard of, right? So we've got accelerating technological progression among machine systems. Machines are getting smarter. Right? We've got artificial intelligence, which is the development of computer systems that can perform tasks that used to rely on human intelligence to perform in the past. We've got machine learning. Now, these are computer systems employing algorithms or means of statistical analysis to try to make sense of complex sets of data. We've got digital transformation, which is kind of a broader concept of adapting to technologies largely by societies. Now, the second point is we've got transformation in context and reality, right? I think we've all heard of augmented reality and virtual reality, right? Augmented reality is enhancing our perception of the world by adding computational information, perhaps with glasses or something. Virtual reality is really replacing the reality that we experience with a new one through goggles or other means of artificially producing these experiences. And there's a lot of talk about the metaverse, right? The metaverse is sort of the internet of these augmented and virtual realities, but also mixed in with the real reality as well. And then we also have gamification of all of it, right? That's an approach to change the context of an environment by adding game mechanics. And we talk a lot about gamification education as well. The third point is transformations in industrial production. There is a lot of buzz about Industry 4.0, and that is really referring to the interconnectivity of technologies that help provide automation, and this includes artificial intelligence and robotics. We've got additive manufacturing, and this sort of sense of just-in-time manufacturing. We've got 3D printing, where we can have customizable production systems, right? And then we also have smart cities that are trying to leverage the mindset, this 4.0 paradigm. So they're linking in analyses and also the governance of communities with these ideas in mind. The fourth trend is that we have got decentralized data networks. Everything used to be managed centrally, like say through a central server. Now, there's a whole ton of buzz, as we all know, about blockchain, right? And I think that the key thing for education is we have opportunities now for decentralized educational credentials that are stored in open and public networks. We have mobile information systems, right? This allows us to really work anytime, anywhere, and we really rely on mobile technologies more and more. And I don't think I really need to elaborate on this much more because I think we're all carrying a smartphone on us and we all get these points. Now, incidentally, on decentralized networks and blockchain, Bob Hawkins from the World Bank is going to give a talk this afternoon on a very practical example of the use of blockchain within education. Now, diving in a little bit deeper. Now, you remember that meatball? It's composed of these different colors, which really refer to these 4 different clusters of key ideas or key concepts that really emerged. So the first cluster is really about ecosystems. So we've got a technological ecosystem. These are like the global infrastructures of interconnectivity. We've got storage, we've got distribution, we've got new supply chains. We've got political ecosystem, which is about global disruptive technologies that really can't thrive without a long-term sustainable perspective. And so this implies new approaches to developing policies, and especially considering global changes. We've got a global learning ecosystem, right? Where we've got this whole global nature of information and unfortunately also disinformation within systems and powered through technologies really challenge us, and also on a global scale. And then all these ecosystems really don't exist separately, but rather they're quite interconnected. So some of the challenges that we have is that the environment is an educational, we think about the environment as an educational strategy. We've got technological, we've got pedagogical, and we've got these sort of interconnected global dynamics that allow for a much more global educational approach. And the future in policies is organized on social development, right? And this requires us to really think about educational regulations that work within these new social frameworks as well. And then we've got disruptive technologies as well that really need to think about and how they mediate our interactions within these global ecosystems. Now, the second cluster, we've got two spikes that aren't shown because the aspect ratio of this display thing doesn't quite show them. But we've got a blockchain on the top, and then we also have practice on the bottom. And the second cluster is really focused on the transformation aspects. And some key themes that emerge are around technical or educational strategies, like how do we do things such as creating personal learning environments? How do we actually implement gamification? Gonzalo Frasca is going to give a talk later on today to talk about gamification in some very specific ways, right? How do we implement and bring in design thinking within our educational spaces, or cooperative learning, right, in new ways while leveraging these technologies? How do we use these technologies to manage schools? Because very often the way that we manage schools is very much done through the older industrial paradigm. But how can we do it in a way that really reflects this sort of like this Industry 4.0 mode of thinking? Right? How do we leverage artificial intelligence, for example, to really identify patterns in the performance? Or how do we use blockchain to help with records management and certifications? And we've got processes as well, because it's not just about digitalization, because education is at its core a very human-centered enterprise, right? It's about having a process in there for intelligent data systems that allow for strategic improvements in these sense, both in the level of services provided, but also in how we actually implement the technologies. And then also the integration of different stakeholders, including civil society entities, academia, innovation hubs, international cooperation organizations, etc. So some of the challenges that we have then are we need to break free from simple digitalization towards digital transformation, right? It's easy to talk about change, but it's difficult to actually change, right? Challenges include also the training of skills for digital transformation within the educational system. And this includes reskilling and upskilling processes, being agile and systemic in our thinking, about educational organizations, and creating both public and internal policies that really support this transformation in ways that are safe, in ways that are ethical, and ways that also respect the sovereignty of the school system, and also help guarantee this sort of, getting onto the sovereignty part, it's this sort of, there's also need for technological independence and integrity. Because very often schools are consumers of technologies, but they're not very much producers or prosumers in there as well. Schools can lead within these technologies as well. The third cluster is all about mindsets. And this is really about thinking about implications, right? So what if we adopt disruptive technologies? What is the purpose of this, right? What are our pathways forward? And when we're thinking about purpose, social innovations may be fueled by the purposive applications of these new technologies. Now, the word purposive, I think, is really interesting because it doesn't mean that we're using new technologies because that they're there and because everybody else is using them. It's because we know what we want to do with them. We know how this is going to change our educational experiences. We know this is how it's going to change how we manage our schools, right? That purposiveness implies a real intent, which is a real mindset, mindset changer. And we have to have this sort of metacognitive sense to understand our mindset. Because within organizations, the mindset is the heart of the organization, right? What are we thinking on? What are we planning on doing? And if we have a growth mindset, especially in schools, that could be particularly powerful. And this also requires new leadership, or new leadership skills, right? Being able to work with dexterity, and be able to work with chaotic leadership. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with the term chaotia. It is coined by D. Hawk in the 1980s to bridge chaos and order into this sort of strategic management or balance of both of them. So we're always on the tip of our toes, but we're also able to keep stable within the organizations because we're grounded within our own values. So some of these challenges are really on the connection of principles, processes, and the purposes of innovation. And that's really having how do we leverage these to create the mindset to really innovate within the educational model, right? Some of the challenges are we need to clearly identify the ideas behind the innovations that we're presented with through these disruptive technologies. We've got leadership development in the 21st century needs to match the reality that we have in schools. So again, I was talking about flexibility. I was talking about chaotic leadership. We're not teaching that within school leadership programs quite globally. And then really another challenge would be attending to the development of the organizational culture that is compatible with the world in a digital age, right? Can 1.0 schools teach 4.0 kids, right? How compatible are we? Now, the fourth cluster, it's really about structures for change, right? This is about connecting the right people with the right resources for change, while really keeping the realities of the educational paradigm in check. We talk a lot about soft skills, but we also need to think about how we support soft skills development. You know, to be creative, to be critical, to think systematically, possessing ethics and ethical orientations and other ethical aspects, perhaps being pragmatic, being able to identify disinformation, building cultures of innovation, and leading in complex environments, right? It's about building resiliency for future disruptions, that we're not trying to catch up to the present and meet its obligations, but rather we have the mindset, we have the structural pieces in place where we can handle new disruptions and new changes. Because let me tell you, as an education futurist, I can tell you there's a whole lot more stuff coming down the road. This stuff is all pretty basic at the moment. And we need the policy making that really guarantees, these ethical spaces and ethical practices that are secure and that we're able to build sustainable relationships among stakeholders and really across the education system. So the schools don't just operate by themselves, but they can operate more broadly within the communities that they serve. And having the mobility in education. And I think that the pandemic really highlighted this, that mobile technologies became very important, right? I think it also highlighted that we're oftentimes using it wrong, right? We're using new technologies to do the same old stuff rather than finding ways we can use new technologies to support kids in ways that they learn today. And then we've got the whole education industry education in the Industry 4.0 system. And that education by itself cannot remain isolated from all this. So this goes back to the social networking and connectivity and interaction within broader communities too. because what happens within the social and economic spaces should also happen within the educational spaces as well. And there should be more communication and dialogue. So some of the challenges we have are in the development of the lifelong and life-relevant digital skills, right? How do we do this? And if you're a policymaker, this is especially difficult because we are charged with answering questions. How do we know when kids develop these skills? They're hard to measure. You can't sit down and take a test. We can't have these numerical measures quite so easily. This requires, as another challenge, the development of new educational policies within the framework of sustainability, ethics, and security. We need to connect emerging technologies within the broader 4.0 industrial revolution in building resiliency through cyber leadership, right? Technological leadership as a core value, as a core initiative within organizations, and having that adaptability to change, right? It's not just about having an IT help desk. It's about having people that help lead the intellectual direction of the education system, assisted by these disruptive technologies. Now, there are some aspects. I think hear me repeating some things over. These are transversal aspects. These are themes that have been repeating throughout so many of these different clusters. So we call them transversal aspects. And I think that these are really important to mention, right? Ethics. Ethics is becoming an increasingly important topic, increasingly important conversation. We got questions, for example, like how can artificial intelligence and business logic be used within an ethical framework, right? We have ethics of what do we do as a society when our fourth graders' test scores are stolen by hackers. How do we approach these things? We've got sustainability. We've got resource management, conservation, development, and the use of technologies with a sustainable approach for environmental and social well-being. And I think this goes beyond just connecting with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, but it's also talking about organizational sustainability. How do we make sure that we have the resources in place and the mindset in place that an organization that exists today can also thrive in the future? And building resilience. Talked about that a few times. And just being adaptive to disruptive events. Wild cards, right? Now, wild cards are a couple wild cards that have impacted us locally have been COVID, right? That was a huge disruption to the educational system. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, another huge disruption to the educational system. What do we do, right? And so we have to have the tool sets and the mindsets to remain adaptable, but also to remain relevant and also to support kids where they are to be successful. We got security, which includes data protection, risk mitigation, technological sovereignty, which is a term I absolutely love because it means independence within the education system over its own technology. Having real technological capabilities and having policies that really attend to and enable all these aspects. And then law and policy. Because as much as there are rights for how we use technologies, there are also responsibilities as well. And these include the protection of children and adolescents, ensuring digital well-being and health, doing everything we can to prevent violence, ensuring privacy, and doing a good job at data protection as well. So, muy nazor. None of this is new, okay? This is a reflection of the academic literature. When we did, from the scope of the research, we went in, see what are academics writing about? What are the top thinkers in peer-reviewed journals? What are they publishing? None of this is really mind-blowing. Now, it's important to look at it in a different way, though, because we have these changes, we know they're occurring, we know more are coming, but our educational policies do not reflect any of this. And this is where I think we have a huge disconnect. That our educational policies need rapid updating to be relevant within the digital age, within disruptive, with more disruptions coming our way. Because we could talk about blockchain, Industry 4.0, and everybody be really bored because, yeah, you just read it online this morning or sharing memes and stuff, but this is all science fiction for policymakers. So our task today and going forward is to think about how we make this stuff real into actionable policies that help ensure education remains successful. So to close out, I'm going to share 4 scenarios that we put together. Right? So a scenario isn't something that we really pick. It's something that we can work towards, but it's not something we pick that, and that's going to be our future. Scenarios are kind of things that just kind of happen, and these are sort of little vignettes as to how the future might emerge. So the first one is that we don't do anything, right? And so we call it missing the boat. The boat's already gone. And so we wrote that failing to adapt to change creates the risk that schools 1.0 to find relevance in a 4.0 society. I mean, 1.0 schools can't teach 4.0 kids, right? They'll find fewer and fewer opportunities to connect with students, communities, and stakeholders that have adopted to new technological realities, right? If we don't do anything, education is just absolutely irrelevant. The second one we have is late arrival. Right? Where we're always trying to catch up. And in my mind, I think this is kind of where we are now, how things have been, that we're aware of changes, but we're not leading the conversation. We're not leading the adoption. So we wrote that without policies to guide efforts, leadership around adopting, adapting, or leading school transformation in an era dominated by disruptive technological innovation, sustainability of school responses are absent. In effect, schools continuously watch the world change around them and wonder, gosh, what should we do next? Third scenario, just on time, right? We can do it, right? This is about proaction on part of the school systems that helps to set policies that enable engagement with various sectors of society, especially as technological innovators, right? You got schools that are connecting, they're part of the conversation. And while schools are thought of consumers, their outputs, otherwise known as graduates, they're generally well prepared to participate in a technologically advanced society, right? And then we've got the fourth one, right? The last one is about being proactive. The next one's being preactive. Preaction means that we know that kids entering school now won't be able to work at Škoda when they graduate, right? Preactive school systems engage in the purposive development of the digital transformation they desire. And so they take an anticipatory approach. That is, the schools themselves start to act like futurists, right? And really prepare for different mindsets, for being able to adapt to new realities, but also identifying out prospective technologies and trends that will emerge so we know how to adapt our thinking and our training to help also impact the development of a broader socioeconomic system. Tak, co dalej? If I say something in Czech, you guys just laugh. That's kind of funny. I should do that more often. No, co dalej? So this was the very boring academic first part of the study, which was necessary because this frames the global picture. The next part is where it starts to become a whole lot more fun. We enter the second phase of this. So we're going to engage in community conversations together the CAP project, the Prague Innovation Institute, to really answer these 3 questions, right? And these 3 questions are like, so what do we want to do? What should we do? And what do we do right now to make effective policy happen? Right? What are the concrete next steps that we can take? And before I introduce that study, if you guys want to copy these slides, this is my contact information. I got a QR code up there, so if you want to snap that, just write to me. I'll send you a set of the slides, or if you have questions, because I know we have people online too who may have questions as well, or we'll address them during the other conversations as well too. But I just want to give you an opportunity to get in touch with me in case if you have any questions or want these slides. So, to help us, this is the part I'm really afraid of. This is a big test. We're going to invite you to participate in the first part of the phase 2 of the study. And we call it the Nomad Cafe. And so we got another QR code up there. And if you go on there, it's going to lead you to a little web app that invites you to answer those 3 questions that we've identified before. Now, you don't have to give just one answer for each question. You can give as many answers to the questions as you want. What we do ask is that in there, you provide some tags to help us categorize and organize the data in there. And tell us how important you think it is. Is it low importance, medium importance, high importance? Or if you think it's just absolutely mind-blowing, mark it as profound of opportunities in there. If you're like me and you like to draw things out and doodle. You can take a picture, and then upload it through that tool as well. Now, the cool thing is that with the CAP project, we're going to have conversations throughout the region, inviting people in cafe-like environments to have conversations on questions like these that matter. And we're going to bring all these responses together in a qualitative data analysis and present these in a final report to you probably sometime early next year. That's going to have these in there. And if you have any questions on it, you can get in touch with me. We got Martina and we got Peter from the CAP project at the Prague Innovation Institute available to answer any questions. The link doesn't work. It does. All right, it's mixed response. You can go cafe.nomad.org. You're at the back of the... So in the back of the row doesn't work as well? All right, we'll figure it out, but cafe.nomad.org. Otherwise, we'll troubleshoot it with you. We just, this is what I was afraid of because we just developed the software, and this is our very first test of it. So, all right. We'll give it another, I'll troubleshoot with you. All right, thank you, everybody. Yep.
John, thank you very much, and your ideas, your points will be discussed later in panel discussion, so we are looking forward to having you in the panel discussion. Teď se přesuneme.
And now let's move to the teachers' opinions, and we will talk about the results of a survey among teachers that was done precisely for this conference. And I will give the floor to Bob Kartous, who will invite and introduce the guests. First of all, I want to thank John for his work. It was an academic survey, an academic study, which gives us an insight to our view of technologies in education. The second phase depends on all of us who care for education and who participated in both business or personal reasons. You will find the QR codes here at the reception, but also you will receive them via email from the organizers of today's event. So please participate in this survey, and you can reach out to other people who you consider relevant for this study. But we didn't want to stay on the academic level and just views from the outside, from beyond of today. What we wanted to do as well was to look at what are the opinions of the people who create education on a daily basis, what they think about technology, its impact on the future education and on their job in the future. So that's why we decided, in cooperation with the Baccalaureate Information System, which is used by 90% of Czech schools at the moment, to carry out a research, a survey. And now I would like to invite the director of the Baccalaureate System, Ondřej Sedloň. Please come to the stage. Hello, good morning. And our second guest is Ondřej Neumeier, who represents Učitele naživo and National Pedagogical Institute of the Czech Republic, and he has also participated in the preparation of this year's FutureEdu conference. The next debate will be as follows. Ondřej Sedloň will present result of this survey, the number of respondents, its regional distribution, and praxis of respondents. And after that, together with Ondřej Neumeier, we will comment on those results and try to give you a broader context, broader picture of the teachers' and principals' opinion on the impact of technology in education. So, Ondřej, you have the floor. Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, both here and online. First of all, I want to thank the organizers to give us the opportunity to participate actively on today's conference, FutureEdu. And I am honored to be able to share with you the opinions of the teachers. Those are the people who are affected directly by this topic. We talked with them a few months ago, and we found out that it would be very interesting to see what the future could bring. And also due to the fact that many teachers use our systems on a daily basis, we are able to share their opinions, and I hope that this will not be the last opportunity. We value the teachers not only as the users of our systems, but also the participants or the representatives of an important group of society who will have an impact on the future of education. So I'm very happy to be able to support teachers in this manner. And now to our survey. We created the survey, we reached out to more than 1,000 respondents from elementary schools. We asked them around 7 questions. They were multiple choice questions. The teachers could also evaluate the importance of the factor, and at the same time they had the opportunity to add their comments. So they could tell us what they wanted to add to this topic. So it was a combination of these 2 types of questions. There were very few questions because we wanted to ask about the very basic aspects. If the expert public is interested, we can go into more detail in the future. We received more than 500 forms, and more than 200 of them were completed. Due to the delay, due to the deadline that we had with this form, we considered this very representative, because as we all know, teachers now have many more tasks than to fill some forms, so we really appreciate this. The forms were anonymous. We didn't ask from which specific school the teacher comes, so that we wanted to give the teachers the highest freedom of expression as possible. So what did we find out? But first, about the respondents, so that you have an overview of the teachers. More than half of the teachers come from the schools with 100 to 500 students, pupils. The smaller schools were not as represented because they're mode of work is different, so maybe they didn't receive the links because they start only in September and they're not working over the summer. And as for the number of respondents, 84% of them were teachers. Some part of these respondents were the principals, or the directors of the schools, and then we also reached out to other roles in the school, such as IT administrators. And now let's look at the questions and what we found out. The first questions, according to you, what technologies had an impact on Czech education system? We gave them a list of different topics, and then we asked what was the impact of the specific technologies. Now we can see that the data analysis is quite an important category. The respondents said that it had an important impact, just a small impact, and so on, and the representation was quite similar. But the last line relates to the remote communication and the possibility to find information online. So these are topics that were quite used by the teachers. And also one important topic was the possibility to share information with pupils. Now I will give the floor to our colleagues, and then we will look at other topics. Thank you. I want to add one thing. More than half of the teachers that participated in the survey said that they teach for more than 15 years, which is quite an important message for us, because we see that these people have spent a long time in education system. So now if you look at this chart, it is quite clear, at least from my opinion, that the teachers are well aware of the impact of technologies. If we look at remote technology and finding information online, these are the topics that transform our approach to education at schools. And at the same time, as we all know, COVID brought remote education, which only deepened these aspects of online and remote education. So what is your opinion on these results? And just to add more, we received many comments which were quite extensive, where the teachers described the different aspects of and their impact. In my opinion, the topic of searching information online and the fact that we live in a world where information are omnipresent, this could only lead to this response, and we can see it in these trends. This topic was the technology that had the biggest impact on education. But one more pedagogical aspect. It is not difficult to find something. Nowadays we have different search engines. However, knowing what is going on at schools, I noted down that sometimes students or pupils need to find information and then they need to present it at schools. But this is not sufficient, because there are so many activities relating to this, but they are not shown here. The other activities are sorting out information, critical thinking about this information, finding links to other information, coming to conclusions, searching for use of what we have found out, and also critical thinking about the tacit purpose of the author of this pieces of information. So these are skills that are not taught at schools, even though this is very omnipresent. There is still margin for cognitive use in education. At the same time, we can say that some trends are not considered as very important by the teachers, such as visualization of found information. However, this could play a more important role at education. Sorry to interrupt, but as we will be able to see on this further slides, the visualization is seen as a topic that will only have an important role in the future. Here on this slide, you can see the information that we heard. We wanted to ask for the comments by the teachers about the impact of technologies, and the comments by the teachers were both positive and negative. What is clear from this is that the simplification and the speed of information exchange are seen as positive aspects. However, the teachers will have to be able to prepare the teachers so that the students are able to have a critical thinking about what they know. The teachers are also afraid that their brains will go lazy due to this. So teachers see this as an important topic of this in this aspect. So critical thinking is an aspect that echoes through the whole survey. So we can comment on this. What we can see from the comments is that there are two groups of teachers. The optimists, who think that technologies can bring new opportunities, and on the other hand, the pessimists. They highlight the fact, they highlight the whole framework of the technology world, e.g. the concentration problems the pupils have, the problems with seeing the relevance of information, the problem relating in the fact of residing in the fact that the students just pick the first information they see on the internet and they don't search for further information. So these comments were transversal, they were going across. So it would be very interesting to see these. So we saw these two groups of students. Yes, I think that's correct. And it's up to the education policymakers to ensure that this gap between these two groups does not grow. Third question was future-oriented. So not only what were the impacts up until today, but what will impact in the future. And we were aware of the fact that we need to ask the questions in a clear and concise manner. And we weren't quite sure what would be the direction of the teachers. And as you can see from this chart, blockchain and other topics were considered as those topics that teachers didn't want to comment on, or they thought that they wouldn't have any negative impact. In the middle part, this relates to AI and cyborgization, so it was quite far future. But we wanted to know whether the teachers had an opinion on this. Some say that, yes, this aspect will have an important impact on the education, and others said that it will have a negative impact. So we need to see what will this mean for our education. And then you can see virtual reality and the ability to visualize data. These two topics are quite supported by the respondents, and they think that this will have a positive impact on the future. And now back to Rob. Thank you for these results. It is quite clear that the ability to understand the technology plays an essential role. If the teachers or the school directors have a notion on this technology, or maybe they use it in their practice, they have quite positive opinion on it. We can see it in the data visualization, where most of the teachers think that this aspect could help in the education. However, on other technologies, such as AI, which is quite surprising for me, because this is coming to this will turn into cognitive systems. Well, we know that AI will have an impact. However, the teacher's opinion and idea of its impact on education is quite negative. And we can see the division between the two groups. There are some who see it in a positive manner and others who see it in a negative manner. Yes, we can see the two most positive aspects of virtual reality and data visualization. I think we can see the consensus here, and which this is not surprising. However, blockchain and cyborgization are on the opposite end of the spectrum. Maybe this is due to the fact that we don't know who were the teachers and principals who responded in this survey. Maybe if we had more IT teachers who understand these technologies, the results would be much higher. Of course, teachers of other subjects have an humanities education. At the same time, these technologies are quite used, but the teachers don't know that they are there. Some of them heard about blockchain, and maybe the teachers don't know what the cyborgization means. So I'm not surprised by these results. And as John has said, the policymakers usually don't have an idea about these technologies. And you know, this is this case with the teachers as well. It's the role of the people who are active in these topics to explain these technologies. You know, this is maybe the risk that we understand the world we live in that our understanding is ever more weak. Then what are the objectives in education? And when I go back to AI and cyborgization, what we felt from the answers was that the teacher felt that they still need to have an interaction with the pupils. Here you can see that there are some topics that are very controversial. On one hand, we could see that some technologies will be positive, but others say that it will have a negative impact. And what is reflected here is the intrinsic purpose of teachers to be in interaction with the pupils. Then the fourth question is, what will be the role of teachers in the years to come with relation to the ever-changing world? And here we could see a shift in opinion. The teachers see themselves as mediators of knowledge. They want to, for them, the maintaining or the keeping of the old order is not as important as it was in the past. Another important issue is the training, the preparation. The perception of the younger teachers is to be not only teachers who provide the knowledge, but they also see a more broad responsibility as educators. Also, we can expect that the teachers and school principals who participated in the survey will probably be those who are more willing to think about the purpose of their profession, and they want to be more active in the broad sense of the word. So maybe this does not reflect the idea of the academia in the Czech Republic, but this result would be very positive. Yes, I think this only reflects the respondents. What caught my attention is that the first three trends are really pedagogy related. For this reason, the teachers see it as more important. The first one is to fulfill the need of social reproduction and to transfer the idea of cohabitation, of living together. So this is a very more theoric question. So now we see different trends: migration, population aging. So it is not. So there are different generations living in one household. So this idea of fulfilling the needs of social cohesions are one of the challenges of today's world. There are different aspects like nationalism, and racism. So these are omnipresent topics. And maybe these are the reasons why the teachers didn't give priority to these topics. Okay, let's move on. I won't read these comments by the teachers. This is just to give you an overview of the first statistics. We thought that these opinions represent the higher or the broader part of the respondents. What we heard, the teachers think that their role is mostly education and also that they prepare pupils for the future life. And now for the next question. Our question was, what would be the role of the teacher, not only in the educational process, but what would be the role of the teachers themselves? This is the weighted average of the different answers. Yes, maybe, no, etc. So these are just relative figures, not the absolute ones. And this describes what we heard a few moments ago. The most important part is mentoring on the personal level. Also, they want to be guides in critical thinking, and they want to also help children to enter the adult life. So the interaction between teachers and families is an important issue here, and the teachers think that they should be active in this aspect, and they need to help the parents. Sometimes it works fine, sometimes it doesn't work. So they see this as their role. This matches the results of what teachers think about the future of education and priorities in education. We can't see big differences here. We can see that maybe the notion of professional coach received a lower weight than in the past. But we cannot make any conclusions from this. It just confirms that this part of teachers see their role as someone who enables the development of the pupils, or as a guide of the pupils, compared to giving out some behavioral patterns. I am delighted by these results because this reflects our idea of the role of the teacher for the future. So here we can see what the teachers feel, and now it's a time to really implement this. Maybe the last question of our survey was how they feel themselves. Our question was whether they want to be leaders in the society, in the topics, whether they feel that they are leaders in the aspects mentioned. This is quite nice answer because 64% of respondents said that they feel as leaders and that they can imagine taking up the burden and take up the role they mentioned. And just 30% said that they don't feel as leaders and 7% didn't want to comment on this. But the better message is that 2/3 of the teachers can see themselves as leaders. So the question is how to assist them for the future, because the potential is there. Here I want to point out the discrepancy in here. Sometimes teachers say that they lose the authority in society. The more progressive ones and the more optimist ones say that they cannot lean on the authorities that the institution, the profession has. On the other hand, what I find surprising is that so many teachers see themselves as leaders of change in society. If this was the case for all the teachers, this self-confidence could be an important aspect of their activities at school. Can we believe these results? What I think is important here is how the question was asked. I would be very surprised and afraid of the notion of being a leader of change. But then we describe what we meant by this. And the teachers agreed with the description we provided. So now let's go to the finale, and the last point is just thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Taky se na mobil. Tak pánové, díky moc vám všem.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, all three of you, for the interesting data, interesting results, and it's my honor to welcome here the Councillor of the City of Prague for Education, Mr. Rozsypal, who has come to say a few words. Welcome, Councillor, and the floor is yours.
Děkuji, já budu velmi stručný.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief, and I'll do something that speakers should do. Just raise 3 points that I want to mention. And really what I want to do is to thank you all for being here. Thank you for coming. I want to thank the organizers, Bob and his team at the Prague Innovation Institute, Opero, all the other partners who were involved in the organization of this conference. And because we have the brain trust of education in the Czech Republic here, and perhaps for all of Central Europe, the last time we met here, we talked about how the COVID crisis managed to give a boost of energy to the Czech educational system. You can see this in the data. Suddenly, Czech teachers started working with tools that they never really used before. And now it's there. It's something they use every day. So there is an upcoming crisis, and because in the last one the teachers had to explain why they can't come to school, why they have to stay at home, now they'll have to explain why is it so cold here, why can't we heat more? And that's a challenge that concerns not just the use of new technologies, but all the principles of social science. How to explain to children that there's an evil man in the East who made a whole nation go mad, and now they're trying to destroy us all. That's the other thing. And the third thing I want to say, what I noticed, unfortunately, is that in these panels we still have a gender imbalance here, and I want to invite you to another event that takes place today in the Prague Innovation Institute and the Innovation Center in the Institute, which is the next edition of the Prague Innovation Mixer, which is from 5 o'clock, I think, at the Škoda Palace. And there we'll talk about the position of women in the academia. So I want to invite you there. But first of all, most importantly, I want to thank everyone. I want to thank Bob, I thank the organizers, and I am convinced that even though the Innovation Institute, as you know, is now being discussed at the political level and its role may change in the future, I do think that the great ideas that Bob brought to the table will continue to percolate here in the next years, and that we'll see each other again in 2023. Thank you very much and enjoy the conference.
Pane radní, děkujeme za...
Councillor, thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the invitation. Now we'll have an international panel where we'll discuss some of the specific aspects of the impact of technologies in education, not just the opportunities, but also the risks. I'm handing over to Bob, who will invite his guests for this panel. Thank you. Yes, we are slightly delayed compared to the schedule. I apologize, but it's difficult to make things go faster.
I need to jump over all opening words and sentences and invite our guests of the panel, which name is the FutureEdu and Scenarios of Development in the Age Defined by the Change. Please, I would like to invite online Claire Boonstra, our guest from Holland, which is a representative of Operation Education. Please, can you connect us with Claire? Hi, Claire. Hi. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Thanks.
Can you hear me well?
Thanks. Yeah. You are here with us by the voice and picture, so that means that everything is all right. The next online guest is Alexis Katakalidis, who is representing Učitel naživo, a Czech organization which tries to support a progressive approach to training of the teachers. Hi, Alex. Hi. And please, physically with us are here Bořivoj Brdička, expert on the technologies in education and founder of S-Pomocník, which is an online tool supporting the teachers with the concrete and practical guidance how to use technologies in education. Please, Bořivoj, take a seat. It's up to you. Next guest who is with us here is David Lawlor, representing Prague British International School.
That's right.
Hi, David.
Hi.
And last but not least, really not, John Moravec, author of the study presented on the very start of today's conference. So, we are in the age which is defined by rapid change. Metaverse is coming, maybe looming, and it is propelled by giant investment, and this investment expects really soon some returns. That means that we can expect the metaverse will be here very, very quickly. But it's not only about metaverse. There is AI, there is a blockchain, there are some technologies we cannot name in this state of things, because we don't know what will come in near or far future. So John Moravec, at the very start of this conference, presented his research and his view how technologies will influence education globally, locally. What is your personal or academical stance? What do you think about the John study, and what is your opinion about the technologies in education, or education going on forward on technologies? Please, Claire, you are the first who can answer.
Yes, thank you. Yes, and Alexis was so nice to translate a bit of the discussion beforehand to me. And a very important remark that I would like to make is that we should always consider what actually is the purpose of education, because the risk is there that we talk all day about all these technologies, and we start almost to see technology innovation as a purpose, as a goal in itself. But I hope we can reflect, all of us, also here in the audience, and I unfortunately can't see you, but please reflect yourself on what should be the purpose of education. And everything we do, technology, no technology, should be actually fulfilling that purpose. So that's one very important remark I would like to make. Yeah, also when talking about the purpose of education, I have a background in technology myself. I've been working in technology. I had a technology startup in augmented reality already 13 years ago, which was growing very rapidly. So I'm a tech woman, but I transferred to education 10 years ago and trying to transform education systems. And the most important thing I always have in mind is that we have created a system all across the globe where we want to make sure that the outcomes are guaranteed. And then we want to make sure that they have this diploma and that they know exactly this. However, we as humans, you cannot put us into a guaranteed outcome. We are so different from the one to each other. We have an unlimited spectrum of different talents, motivations, capacities, personalities, etc. And we must acknowledge that, because if we do not do that, if we do not acknowledge the nature of things, we will never fulfill the true purpose of education, in my perspective. So I think the biggest transition we need to make is to make sure we step away from looking at people as machines with guaranteed outcomes, which we need to fix along the way to make sure that they have exactly this outcome, and acknowledge that we are living human beings, living creatures, and that we can only thrive if we take good care of our nature, of our own nature, and that we develop our full potential, our full natural potential, and also acknowledge that we are, as humans, part of nature. And we should also be very aware of what we are doing to nature at this moment. And technology is capable of fulfilling that, as long as we do not replace teachers by machines.
Okay, Claire, thanks. It is really about the purpose of education, about how we can fulfilling our role. But in this rapidly changing world, it is really challenge what we can see. Also, when we take in consideration the answers of teachers in our poll, because I am shifting my attention to Alexis. Maybe you know that also among the teachers are individualities, and we can see divisions among them. There is a group of teachers, they are really appreciating technologies as something that can help education, but also those who are pessimists, and they can see mostly the negative influence of technologies on education in their opinions. So what is your stance in this theme?
Right. Well, your question, what you just said, I think I have to agree with. Some teachers will be more, some teacher will take more caution in working with technology. Some people will be more adventurous, absolutely. Well, I think, it's not such a bad thing, to be honest, because learning how to use technologies takes a while. I can't agree more with what Claire was saying just a while ago. The purpose of education, I'd say, mostly we would agree with what Claire said. We want to develop the potential of all children. I don't think I've ever spoken to a teacher who'd say, no, that's not what I want, We all want kids to be more clever. We all want them to be happier, more confident. And the question is, how can technology help us reach that goal. And in some ways, you know, it definitely can, and in some ways, possibly, it could be taking us away from reaching that goal, and it could be just a fashionable tool, you know, to engage children, to make learning more interesting for a moment, funnier perhaps. But that is not the purpose of education, to just have fun. We do need to have fun. We do need to enjoy ourselves to motivate children. But, you know, there's other ways than just using technology. So the question, I think, is how to use technology in a way that will get us closer to the goal, and that is learning, you know, learning to be a smarter person, learning to be a critical thinker, learning to be a happier person. So that'd be my short answer, and I'd love to hear what others.
Okay. How to use technologies which can get us to our education goals? It is also a question to David, because you are representing Prague British International School in Prague. So, can you tell us how in your school try use technologies to bring students to the education goals, and how to prepare them for their future, professional or social or individual?
Yeah, I think it is a challenge. I agree with both speakers so far. I think the goal of technology is not to get in the way of the education. And a big part of that is encouraging teachers to understand that the technology must enhance what we do, not replace what we do. A lot of what we found when we, as a school, when we reached a plateau with COVID, we obviously had early adopted teachers which responded to technology very well. What we actually found, though, was COVID gave us an opportunity to also see those children we could reach virtually, not just in the classroom. Kids who were more confident to engage online, kids that were more confident to come out of their comfort zones and be able to approach challenges that they would face in a classroom that would ordinarily not be accessible to them. In terms of a school, we look at a very integrated approach to technology, looking at the advantages of our STEAM education system, where we can actually show the relevance of where technology helps move us forward. I think a big challenge for us is to look at how technology is not the answer to content. It's the answer to a vehicle of enriching what we do. A lot of students now find their attention spans have reduced since we come back from online learning. We've found that children and teachers know that knowledge is accessible to them at the reach of a button. But the bigger challenge for us is society, the society around them, the relevance of technology. We talk about a lot of technology in the study here today, and I think it will be useful, it will take us forward as a society. However, it's got to be relevant, it's got to be tangible to the children. The concepts are very abstract whenever we look at a lot of the technological developments. A lot of the stuff we talk about today, I've been in computer science for 20 years, and a lot of the concepts today would be lost on my teachers, they would be lost on the students. So it's about harnessing evolution, but also maintaining it in a way that we can actually bring our teachers with us. And I think a lot of what we need to do going forward as a society is bring education to that policy standard where we're allowed to make risks, we're allowed to take those risks. And currently I find teachers are challenged with augmented reality. They're challenged with the concept of the metaverse, which is just around the corner. But also, I think as a school, what we're trying to do is harness education from many different contexts in different countries. Having students that come and join us from all over the world, but different cultural, different local and different global access to technology. Students and teachers who join us who come with new ideas, new concepts. It can easily disintegrate an educational system and leave early adopters in the front, but those late adopters behind. It was interesting when we talk about those 4 stages. I actually think there's a 5th stage, and the 5th stage is somewhere in between all 4. It's the schools who are adapting in some areas, who hold back in some areas because they're unsure of the concept. And obviously the core value of every school, like our school, is the pastoral care, the well-being of the students. It's controlling that development of technology where we don't compromise the safety and well-being of our children. Is there a short fix? Is there a long-term fix? I think it goes right back to how we trust teachers, we educate our educational systems. We have to acknowledge that education is not just about bringing teachers to the front with knowledge, it's about bringing teachers that actually can learn how to use technology effectively.
Okay, thank you. Bořivoj, you deserve a lot of your work to attempt to enhance the teachers' adaptation towards the technologies, the use of the technologies. You spent decades with this work.
Yeah. 3 decades.
3 decades. 3 decades. Okay, it's a lot of time. Yeah, and it is somehow you can be a witness of the more than 20 years of the technological disruption which came to us with the internet. So tell us about your experience, and you can also react to the previous speeches.
And we still doesn't see any disruption. Yes.
Okay. Do you mean among the teachers?
We ask for transformation, but there is no disruption finally still, and it's not expected by me. Let me simplify it. I think that the highest problem we speak about is that we need something, I call it digital pedagogy. Pedagogy is the key for the future. Usage of technology and education. Yes, this is what we have to stress. And somebody told that teachers need to learn how to use technology. There is a big problem because they have to teach different than before. It's not the same teaching with technology as the traditional teaching. Yes, and I'm afraid that most of teachers doesn't know it still. John, I wanted to interrupt you in your lecture on the beginning. Sorry.
I don't allow that.
I wanted to ask. You mentioned there more than 1,000 scientific academic articles.
Yeah.
You make a meta-analysis from them. How many of them was the Czech origin?
There were actually a few from the Czech origin. There were a few, not many. And this, I think, it reflects one of the problems in the Czech Republic, that there is not terribly much academic scholarship, at least in peer-reviewed journals, in the international scene.
This is maybe some addition, yes, because we need also some research in this area, and I'm afraid we are not good developed in this. The second I want to mention, there was research by Baccalaureate information system, which use almost 90% of schools, you mentioned?
Yeah, that's right. Together with online school
and
online.
we get 200 answers from the teachers, which are probably interested in this area, which is not so big amount. Yes, and what the rest? The rest are not interested. I have to say, majority of the teachers in these schools have to use Baccalaureate because it's compulsory. Yes, they get this. And how to reach them? If you have some idea, this is, you mentioned finally this question, yes? How to develop, how to make the future. Yes, we speak about it. I'm still very skeptic in this. Maybe you have some
tips. So
tips, yes. In Prague, we will have in 2 weeks elections. Yes. Maybe this could be also a good indication who will be in the leading here, and I hope.
Do you think that political leadership is important for changing education?
We just now do the revision of, we call it framework, curriculum for schools. And these questions we discuss here must somewhere be there implemented.
Okay.
I'm afraid I don't see it. I'm involved, but my possibility to involve this is very, very low.
Yeah, it's a good link. Yeah, so we are in the process of transforming a curriculum in Czech schools. How you can wrap up in your reaction more things, but please, John, can you tell us how to get this enhanced approach, how to get those teachers who are passive into the game, how to get them more involved, how to get them more engaged?
No, jasné. Bořiva má pravdu. I mean, absolutely correct. I mean, I think the biggest problem that we have when it comes to technologies and education, and I'm not going to say teachers, but I'll say more broadly, or the entire education system takes the best technologies and absolutely ruins them, misuses them. And this relates to what Claire was talking about. Hi, Claire, it's nice to see you again. This relates to what Claire was talking about. We need to have this purposive sense of what we want to do in education and how technologies relate to them. A conference participant asked me about why he wasn't seeing game companies represented at BET, at the British Education Convention. And it is because even with games like games with the educational purpose, like Minecraft, the instant we bring them into schools and we tell kids what to do with them step by step by step, we're ruining it. It's not even a game anymore. And so kids learn best with Minecraft, for example, as a technology, when they take it outside of the school. So I think we need to look at technologies together, not just within formal education. I mean, formal education is what we're here talking about. And I know there's elections in a couple weeks. There's been talk about control. It's all about controlling the educational experience. If we can start to talk more broadly of how we use these technologies in formal education, okay. Informal education, non-formal education, serendipitously, find ways to weave smart learning, well, that sounds dumb, but find ways to weave learning through the use of technologies throughout society and have a much more broader social conversation. I think we're going to start to see results. And so I'm not going to blame the teachers specifically. The teachers are doing what they're told to do. But I think that, when we talk about even games in education, everybody knows what a game is. Everybody loves games. But still, we talk about games in education, that's still science fiction for the people running the schools, for policymakers. What do we do? How do we make this reality? So it's a tough question. But again, I think we just need to broaden this thing throughout society.
But if you don't want to blame teacher, I can understand it, but those teachers are the key element in education. What we know from the research, the quality of education depends on the quality of teachers. Yeah? So if we cannot change the mindset of the teachers, if we cannot bring them more forward, how we can change anything in education, because we can reshape the curriculum, but put it on the paper, it's not enough. Yeah, so Claire, Alexis, please tell us what we need to do. What is the to-do list in education nowadays? Claire.
Yes, thank you. Now, this is, of course, the most important question, but we must first of all acknowledge that we have all been brought up, we've been conditioned by, we've gotten to know this system. And this system is completely focused on getting results and preferably higher results. It's all about higher. And also, we have to make sure that this discussion about technology doesn't end up in how can technology enable us to go higher. But we are conditioned in the system. And this is the hardest part, to decondition ourselves, to look at ourselves, look at our system and ask ourselves this question, like, why is education this way? Is there a good reason? Why do we have school buildings? Why do we have classrooms? Why do we group children into year groups? Why do we use standardized tests? Why standardized methods? Why homework? Why giving grades, etc.? For us, for all of us, these are just normal because, yeah, that's simply how education is. But did we ever ask ourselves the question, but why? Is it logical? And if we first ask the question, what actually is the purpose of education? For sure, the answers will sound something like to learn to understand who you are, what you stand for, where you're heading in life, to unleash your own and full potential, and to learn life together and learn how to live together, to learn to take responsibility for your own life and for the world we strive for, peaceful, happy, healthy, sustainable. Well, if these are the answers to the purpose question, then we definitely have to ask ourselves, but why then do we put children in a classroom where they're completely separated from life? Why do we give standardized methods, standardized tests, standardized everything? Why do we group in higher versus lower if we say, well, we all are important for a thriving society, etc.? So the most important thing, and that's the hardest part, is to look at our own conditioning and really, truly ask ourselves, but why is it this way? Is it logical? And if not, try to find a bit of space. As a teacher, there is probably a bit of space you can take, and try to have that conversation with the people around you. See yourself, see your school as a living ecosystem. It takes a village to raise a child. So slowly, 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 step by step, but not too slow, please. Make sure you openly have the discussion, the dialogue about the purpose, and then what are the consequences of that, of acknowledging that purpose.
What we can see in the Czech Republic is really the battle over the room for the teachers and directors to fulfill the purpose of education for some of them. But I'm not sure if this itself will resolve the problems we are talking about. Alexis, you are involved in the project which tries to prepare teachers and principals in school to fulfill better their role of educators. What you can see as key problems or obstacles and also opportunities, how to get more forward in the conversion of the technologies and education.
Well, thank you. I think I first have to comment on what's been said before.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think it's been said that we have to teach differently. We have to teach differently now with technologies. I wonder whether that's really the case. I have been using technologies and I'm not saying I'm the best teacher. I'm doing my best there. I haven't been using technologies to teach differently. I've been using technologies to enhance what I've been doing as a languages teacher. I've been using technologies to record my kids. And for the kids to record themselves, to be able to listen to how they speak, how they write, for them to be able to give feedback to each other. And I've been teaching my students to take responsibility for their own work. I've been teaching my students to help each other, to learn how to provide feedback. I think this is what we call the 21st century skills sometimes, to be able to help each other, to take responsibility for your work, to use technology in a way that, where you can collaboration. Some of these things we call 21st century skills. And I haven't had to teach differently from how I was teaching 8 years ago, before I was using those technologies. So I wonder whether that's really the case. And I think, the technologies as I've used them have served the purpose of enhancing, learning of my students. So I wonder whether I can, agree with this sweeping statement that we have to change everything about our learning. John was saying, if I may allow to use your first name, John. John was saying, we haven't been using games. Somebody said, why have we used no games? and perhaps rightly, you know, sometimes it doesn't work in schools in the context we've been using it. There's games that we can use that don't involve technology. And I'm not trying to, you know, I'm not trying to be anti-tech. I'm just trying to say, you know, the purpose of technology is to learn those skills that were mentioned in the study, and we can do that without sometimes using them. And when we do use them, it should be, in my view, to enhance what we've been, you know, to enhance the technology. The pedagogy. And in that, I agree with Mr. Brdička, with Bořivoj, that, you know, first comes pedagogy, then comes technology. To get back to your question, sorry about this diversion. You know, one thing that we've been looking at in our principal or head program, one key thing I believe is measuring the impact on what you've been doing as a teacher and as a headmaster. So what impact have your steps, the steps that you've taken in the classroom and in school had? Obviously, this is an extremely difficult thing to do. We know that measuring the impact of teaching is extremely hard. It depends on a huge deal of factors. So it's very, very difficult to say you know, who a good teacher is based on only, you know, test criteria or even, you know, a more sophisticated measures. So, I think that the most important thing to instill in our students and in principals is the drive to want to teach our kids better all the time, to seek constantly for ways of teaching better, of providing better education, because as we know, teaching, you know, is one of the best jobs in the world, because you can never do it very well. You can never be the best at it, because there'll always be somebody in your classroom who's not learning as much as they can. So that's why, you know, something I believe that we are trying to instill in our students is, you know, the first important thing is you have to like your children, you have to care about those people that you have in front of you in the classroom, and seek constantly for ways, you know, whichever they may be, to develop their learning. And learning in line with, you know, what we said was the purpose of education, which I believe hasn't changed so much, you know, in the past many years, really. And as a teacher, you know, I can say that many schools have been doing what Claire said, you know, mixing year groups, all those things. I don't, you know, and I'm not sure this is the most important thing. For me, the most important thing is help children learn. And whatever that, you know, whatever does that, I'm willing to do. So sorry again.
Thank you. No. That's great. But because I'm deeply convinced that it's about the trust in the future, and about the trust about love to the children and students. Because without the belief and trust in the future, we cannot prepare new generation to take over the responsibility. If we, as adults, as a generation, keep in the power, messaging new generation that it doesn't matter what will be in the future, because the golden age was in the past. We cannot expect that new generation will able to take over the responsibility for what? Please, David, tell us. Alexis told us about necessity of the impact measuring, and also about something what we can describe as a good pickup of the teachers, because you need the teachers. They deserve themselves to their role a bit. How you recruit your teachers and how you measure impact of the teaching in the classrooms.
Yeah, I just want to touch on it. I think measuring impact is it's a challenging thing. Standardized tests, as Claire was saying there, standardized tests have been around. It's what we know. It's political systems. It's the legislation that comes from governments. I think it takes bold leadership by a school. We all know we have confines that we work within. It takes bold leadership to trust the staff, to empower them to use the technology that they feel they can access, but also not hold everyone accountable to that final outcome. The final outcome is not a set point in time. Okay. I don't see education as a PBS. Our school it's an endpoint when they leave us. It's an endpoint whenever that person has reached the goal that they want to reach in life. If I use an analogy, it's a bit like Lego's journey over the years. Lego started out as an experience. Gradually, Lego started to become confined to, here's the manual, follow the manual, this is how you play with Lego, this is what you will achieve as your outcome. But when the outcome is achieved by a child, and I've got this with my own daughters, it immediately needs to be broken up and then replayed with. And I think we've seen the journey of Lego themselves come back to the point of entry. And that's where I say technology is. Technology needs to be within a certain confine, but we need to allow children to experiment with it. We need to provide teachers with that ability to experiment with it. One of the things we look at with recruitment is that enrichment part. It's not just about what a teacher brings with their qualification for a biology teacher or a chemistry teacher, an English teacher. It's about that enrichment. To give you an example, we looked at our chemistry teaching at school and the relevance of chemistry, a very abstract concept through what we can explore at school, but bringing in forensics and using technology as a forensic tool in our enrichment clubs program allows us to take the learning outside of the classroom and allows students to take the learning that's in the textbook and apply it and how they can actually see it in real life. I wouldn't say there's one answer to anything. I think good teachers are out there. Good teachers are the ones where heads of schools will trust them. They'll trust them to break free from the confines. Curriculum themselves and those standardized tests. And I know at our school we're very empowered with our teachers to trust that the outcome is there. We know what the outcome is. Every individual must make that progress that is relevant to them at this moment in time. And I think it's trying to loosen the shackles of where technology can facilitate, but not allow technology to be the dictator of one size fits all, because it really doesn't.
Okay, thanks. Really, we can expect that Prague British International School has a potential to pick up good teachers, but what about the public schools? What about the public school system, which we can see as 150,000 teachers in Czech Republic? What about them?
That's what I mentioned before. Yes, we need to involve some way how they are prepared, and it's very difficult to change it very quickly. But in reality, there are everywhere some very good teachers, not only.
No, they're everywhere.
Yes. If I see, for example, Alexis, I'm very glad that he is really the teacher who can use digital technology. I can say that he is very experienced in digital pedagogy. I remember one bonmot which explained very well what is behind. Yes. The teachers who could be exchanged by technology will be exchanged. Yes, that's the future. Yes, then it is not today in sending files with homework to the teacher. It's not enough. Yes, you mentioned maybe that Alexis used technology to develop cooperation among students, yes, exchanges of their opinions. Yes, that's different level. Yes, there is something we can see the transition in it and transformation. Yes. And I have to say again, the majority of teachers need to teach differently with technology than before. During the pandemic, we seen it. Yes, some teachers use only video conference, Teams in our case. Microsoft is very often use here in our country. And they do the same as in the real classroom. Yes. It's not possible. Yes. The technology we call it today hybrid school, is used differently. There are combinations, present actions and online actions and synchronous and asynchronous activities. That's all need to be learned by teachers. And I'm very, very glad that we have such teachers which already are able to understand this and spread this knowledge to the colleagues. That's your task.
I also feel a pleasure that we have teachers like Alexis, but I cannot see the way how to replicate them or duplicate. So that's the problem, maybe, when it comes to 50,000 teachers in public schools in Czech Republic. But also mention it, pandemic. Do you think, John, that there is really no incremental shift when it comes to the how teachers use the technologies? Because Bořivoj said they use the technology in the same way how they teach in the classroom. So is there any visible incremental shift or not?
I don't think that we've really seen that, and there's a lot of data still yet to come in. Globally, there's been a loss in literacy performance and gains among kids. And so I think that quite clearly that using new technologies to do the same old stuff just doesn't work. But it also doesn't mean that during the pandemic that kids weren't learning, because I think that the only thing that kids do is they've learned. So what else have they been learning? They've been learning some social skills. Have they been learning, some of these soft skills? They've been learning to take care of other people, for example. I think we have to go and measure that stuff. But I think also most importantly what we have to measure, though, is did we kill kids' curiosity by misapplying technology? Because I think that as long as kids are curious, they're going to keep on learning in very productive ways. I think that as long as teachers are curious, teachers will perform as great teachers as well. And so I think that bringing this curiosity into this equation, I think is very important, because then once you're curious, you start looking at technology differently. Maybe you're a chemistry teacher, you want to do a CSI, Prague kind of approach, right? You could do that, you could bring that stuff in. And you start to think of how you use technologies and apply them in very purposive ways. So I think that we just have to be very careful not to kill curiosity.
Okay, last round, because we are a bit late. Claire, besides your closing remarks, you mentioned the important role of exams, which I think is deeply inside the problem of education. If we can change the exams, we can change also the demand for the teachers, for the schools. We can ease the shackles, how David mentioned it. Am I right? And what is your closing remark after that?
Yes, well, the exams are what we as a system, as a society, collectively guide everybody towards. And we have somehow decided that the exam is extremely important because that gives a guaranteed outcome. But we have to ask ourselves, what is the purpose of the exam and of this exam? And is it just how it historically ended up? Or does it still serve the purpose of education? And I see in my country, in the Netherlands, that the exam is in one sense a sorting machine, trying to sort the children into higher versus lower. In the other sense, it's also it doesn't really serve the purpose anymore. You're completely right that every teacher says, well, we want to unleash potential, etc. But that's not how we collectively demand the teachers to, what they should achieve. And there is a big mismatch in these, two worlds, basically. So, and it's not easy to change because it grew historically. Everybody is used to it. We somehow intuitively or subconsciously think that there must be a reason why we teach and examine these subjects. But in my experience, they are not in line anymore with what we actually feel and have publicly voice what is the purpose of education. So we have to make sure we align these two. What do we feel should be the purpose of education and what do we do? What do we put in practice? And there is usually a mismatch. So let us collectively make sure we close the gap between our wish and reality.
Thanks. Alexis, how to resolve this mismatch, and what is your closing remark in this panel debate?
It's a horribly complicated question, really, but my belief is that people change systems, and we have to invest in people that are within the systems. And the most important people in in education, I think, apart from children, obviously, who are the receivers, are teachers and school leaders. And in our case, in Učitel naživo, Teach Live, we've been developing a teacher education program that has been criticized for being too expensive. But I ask myself the question: is this not money well spent? On teachers. I was thinking, and we were thinking, where should we make the cuts? What part of pedagogy should we leave out from the teacher education program that we have? What is the unimportant bit? I think, obviously, the finances are limited, but I believe that one important thing is to put money where it's needed in education, and that's into people. We know that the biggest change happens in teachers' mindset during their, education. So that's first where I think we should invest. And secondly, we should expect of our teachers at all schools to want to learn and to want to be better. Since, when you say as a teacher, and those are not my words, those are words of Mr. William, who we all well know, but I cannot agree with it more. When as a teacher you start thinking, this is not my fault, it's the kid's fault, I cannot do anything, so I'm doing a good job already. Now then you're a dead teacher, really, aren't you? Then you cannot be a better teacher. And since we agree that it's difficult to measure the impact of teachers, I think that we have to really make sure that all our teachers want to be better at at their jobs, and that should be the expectation.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Alexis. The investment into education is going to be again questioned and scrutinized during the crisis. What we can see in the government decisions about the budget for the next year. Do you think, David, that we can allow ourselves to decrease, to cut investment into education? Does it make sense?
Not at all. I think it's the complete opposite. I think one of the things that all establishments should be doing is investing in the teachers. If we invest in the teachers and the pedagogy belief system that is there to break boundaries, then education is failing and the system is failing the children if we are not empowering teachers to move forward. We're seeing a younger generation of teachers coming through in our recruitment strategies, and what we're seeing is teachers who are desperate to access technology. If that technology is not available in schools, that's one problem. But remember, this is about teaching. It's about good teachers with good pedagogy. I think we're starting to see a shift in some elements of online exams where some of the examination boards are now moving towards piloting open book exams. That's a shift in mentality. That's a shift in mentality we're starting to see, which allows teachers to take those risks I talked about earlier. But also, we need policies which empower schools to make more rational decisions about the community they have, the society that's built up within the educational system. A lot of technology relevance it comes down to the culture of the community that already exists. And without that policy shift, we are going to see technology thrown at problem solving, technology misused, therefore distrust in technology causes the disruption that we then have to deal with. And we've got to be very careful we don't start trying to re-educate everyone in teaching. The technology is not re-educating the pedagogy. The pedagogy has always been there, but the investment in staff, the investment in taking time for teachers to reflect on what they do and how they use it. Teachers, unfortunately, in all educational systems don't get the headspace to reflect on what they do. Part of learning to become a teacher is you reflect on your teaching and the impact you make. With high teaching loads in some schools in the state system, that doesn't give teachers the time to reflect on what difference they're actually making in the classroom. But yeah, I agree with most of the speakers and things that have been said here. Teachers, first and foremost, must be given the headspace to believe they can change with us. And they've also got to stop having a set curriculum that confines a boundary system that they can't go beyond.
Thanks. Břivo, you are most experienced person in this panel debate when it comes to the teachers training, because a long time academic individual at the pedagogical faculty, Charles University in Prague. Yeah, what you can see as a can you see some palpable changes, and what where you can see the way how to change the training of the teachers towards to be digital teachers, towards to digital pedagogy?
It's possible to see some changes. For example, we have now organization of students called Otevřeno, Open, and they try to some way reform pedagogical faculties, all of them, but I don't want to discuss pedagogical faculties. Sorry, I'm out.
Why? I'm sorry, why?
Well, the reason is very easy. I do 30 years the helper, pomocník you mentioned, and it's not recognized on this academic level because there is no peer-reviewed articles.
Okay.
Yes, it's not indexed, and there is no possibility how to get some reward, some respect of such work.
But your intention was to help teachers in the classrooms, not make academic work, right?
I don't want to discuss it.
Okay.
What I want to finally mention is data-based education, data-based policy, yes, which is very favorite, and it's necessary to see this problem. We have also strategy 2030 for education, in which it's mentioned that our goals are teaching more to competence, and the second, decreased inequalities. This is the main two goals.
It's old song.
Yes. Now it's very important to check if we will do our reform of curriculum this way, because I'm afraid that it could be also measured by checking math and reading competence of children, of pupils, which could be teach very old-fashionedly. But, for example, reading, yes, today is completely different than 30 years before. Yes, reading, we call it lateral reading, lateral thinking. Yes, it's necessary to compare more sources. Ondřej Neumar mentioned it here when we see the results of the research before among teachers. And what is necessary if we measure something and do some tests, yes, to construct this measurement, this test, in this way, to measure mainly competence, not the knowledge. Yes, and that's my last remark. We have to do it this way.
Okay. Okay. We hope so that we will follow your advice. John, you have now the chance to cap our panel debate with something surprising, some astounding. Please tell us something optimistic.
You know, something optimistic. Well, there are elections in 2 weeks. That's not very optimistic now, is that? Yeah. No, I think it's really tough. We've got. I think that the real optimistic thing is that we have a chance to come together as a community and communities to discuss these things and also bring forth ideas and policy ideas that can be practically implemented. How do we empower teachers? How do we adjust funding formulas? Do we want to? How do we want to adjust the maturita? How do we integrate Plan 2030? Do we want to force kids to decide what they want to do for the rest of their lives when they're 13 years old? We could start discussing these things and start pushing forward some policy ideas. I apologize that the link to the app that we created isn't working right now, but we're going to try to have it up by 2 o'clock. So we've got a development team in Brazil, and I'm just waiting for them to wake up so that they can fix it for us. That's pretty much it. So that's the optimism, and that just really we can come together to make this stuff happen. I see people looking at the sandwiches outside, so I'm going to shut up.
We should stay optimistic. Thanks to the Claire, Alexis, Bořivoj, David, and John.
Thank you.
Já předávám slovo znovu Michailovi, který bude další program.
And I'm handing over to Michael. Thank you to all the speakers. Just a bit of housekeeping. You're probably, as mentioned, looking outside. We have the sandwiches. Now we'll have a 10 to 20 minutes break. So we'll reconvene at, well, let's do 24 minutes. 11:40. We'll come back at 11:40. We'll have the Finnish Minister of Education, and then we'll talk about how teachers are trained and how parents are being prepared for technological development in education. So we'll reconvene at 11:40. Thank you very much for now.
Tak, dámy a pánové, doufám, že jste využili coffee break.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the coffee break, you had your refreshment, and that you are ready for the next part of our event. Finland is very often used as an example for a great education system. And I'm very happy that the Finnish Minister of Education, Li Andersson, sent us her message.
I have been asked to speak to you about how we in Finland perceive the future of education over the next 10 years, and about what education policy should address to keep pace with the rapid technological and social change. First, it is good to keep in mind that 10 years is a mere blink of an eye when it comes to education policy. In 2019, we decided to expand compulsory education in Finland by 2 years to the age 18. The reform was implemented rapidly and came into force in 2021, bringing the first 2 years of secondary education within compulsory education. Now, the first signs are very good, as the number of dropouts under the age of 18 has decreased. But the real results will of course be visible only later. The first affected cohorts will turn 18 next year and will have to wait until 2024 to see how many will actually graduate. And it will not be until 2030 that the full effect will be visible in the 20 to 25-year-old age group. We know that any changes in curricula take time to be prepared, and the first signs of their impact usually take some 7 years to be visible in educational outcomes. So if we were to kick off an ambitious curriculum reform today, it would likely be premature to assess the full effects of the policy even in 10 years' time. Thus, Any discussion on the next decade focuses on the immediate policy choices, what we must do here and now. The aims and objectives of the policy are much more distant. Because of the time it takes for anything we do to have an effect, our aims are long-term aims. Thus, today's policy must combine anticipation of change over the long term with an understanding of effective policy in the short term. The future, as we are so often reminded, is uncertain. During the last few years, this has been particularly obvious. The pandemic, war, energy crisis, each of these disruptions is a perfect example of a crisis we could have anticipated. The risk of a pandemic was known beforehand, and we have had some very close calls during the last 20 years. Many in the audience are well aware that geopolitics and the risk of war never went away, even in Europe, despite people sometimes forgetting it. So anticipating the future is often entirely possible. Timing and details are difficult, but the general outline can be perceived. Very often the saying, the more it changes, the more it is the same, applies. And thus, both the future we prepare for and the means we use to ready ourselves heavily draw upon our understanding of the currents of history, typically guided by technological development. For millennia, humankind was caught in a Malthusian subsistence trap, where technological development led to increasing population and the living standards did not rise. But over the last centuries, that trap has finally been broken. It was broken by technology and education. Technological development increased the returns of skills and competences and made human capital more valuable, changed the way families operate and behave. Suddenly, it was no longer wise to have as many children as possible, and instead having fewer and educating them better started to make more sense. The focus shifted from quantity to quality. The slow breaking of this trap still continues on the global level. It is quite far in parts of Asia, less so in Africa. In developed countries around the world, we are now experiencing a phase where the number of retirees and the elderly is increasing quite sharply, and the size of the working age population is shrinking. This change makes it necessary for us to renegotiate the social contract in many countries, where education and care for the elderly have been publicly funded. Our solution is to raise the education level of the population. We know that education level is more significant than fertility in determining how we are able to take care of the aging population. In Finland, projections tell us that if we were able to achieve our objective of giving tertiary education to half of all 25 to 34-year-olds by 2030, we would almost eliminate the deterioration of productivity, weighted old age dependency ratio for several decades. In essence, if we can make more efficient use of our population by giving them the necessary skills for tomorrow, we can afford to take care of everyone. We can manage better when we leave no one behind. This is the very same mechanism that has transformed the world during the last centuries. We have fewer children, but we take care of them better, so that technological development leads to rising living standards. And just as before, this development can also be a force for the good, in that it enables and requires advances in social equality. The more our progress depends on using the individual potential of everyone to the fullest, the less we can afford to let some fall behind due to their gender, their ethnicity, or their social background. Thus, the last centuries have not only been a slow progress away from the subsistence trap, they've also been a slow progress of equality of opportunity for all. Now, we are not in the end yet, but the steps to take are clear. More education, better education, more equal education. So that we do not fall short of the requirements of the future, and so that we do not waste individual talent. The challenge, of course, is that the economic resources available for the public sector have been scarce for a long time, and the situation does not seem to be getting easier. In Finland, we patiently increased our investments in education for a very long time. Between the 1960s and the early 1990s, we rose from international mediocrity to having the young adults with the highest educational achievement in the OECD. But that rising path of investment came to an end during the depression of the 1990s. Since then, the investment in education has been on a slowly declining path, which is partially responsible for the long stagnation of our education level to levels below the OECD average. Now, the mood has changed, and there is increasing national recognition of the growing need for more education. The common challenge in European fiscal policy with our aging populations is that investment expenditures are often disproportionately targeted. Investment is easy to overlook and deprioritize because the harmful effects are only visible in the long term. Thus, the danger is that even if education were the means by which we can achieve sustainable dependency ratios, we end up in an unfruitful competition for resources between education, which is needed for the future, and health and social expenditure, which are needed now by the aging population. So I urge us all to remember this. Education is expensive, but not half as expensive as is ignorance. The third crucial issue I'd like to raise, besides more education and more equal education, is the flexibility of education. Education, which was traditionally reserved for upper social groups, has slowly and progressively become equally available to the whole population. This equalization of access is also related to content of education. In the past, it was thought that only a small part of the population should be generating culture and guiding society, while the great masses could take part in culture but not create it. They could be part of the functioning society, but their role would be more one of execution than deliberation and decision-making. In the 1800s, many asked, why would a farm laborer need to learn to read and write? Later, the question was, why would a blue-collar worker need to learn foreign languages? Even more recently, it wasn't uncommon to hear comments suggesting that general subject matters should be cut from vocational education to focus more on job skills. The need for citizenship education was especially questioned. Why should we spend time and resources on something that does not directly serve the individual in the labor market? Now, when we look at the recent events in Europe, the war in Ukraine, the rise of authoritarianism across the world, it is increasingly clear that we do need to provide strong citizenship education for everyone. It is not an optional extra, a bonus that is nice to have. It is necessary for our survival. New technologies have brought new challenges for democracy, but they also allow us to defend democracy in entirely new ways. And I think this is the guiding principle when we choose the steps to take education ready for the future. We need everyone more than ever. Not only to work or to take care of the old and the young, but also to defend and renew democracy. Democracy cannot be preserved or conserved. It must be relived and reconstructed every day. And for that, we need everyone.
Tak. Děkujeme alespoň takto nadál.
Thank you to the Minister for connecting with her video. Now I'll give the floor to Bob Kartous so that he can comment on what we have heard and what could be the inspiration for the Czech Republic. Is it the funds or the flexibility? What's the most important moment from your point of view? As Ms. Anderson said, education is expensive, but not half as expensive as ignorance. But there were many more messages that show the way of thinking of education in Finland and of future. They see the importance of intensifying the education, and this is reflected in prolonging the obligatory education in Finland for 2 more years. Here we will debate about this for 15 more years, and there will be many people who will say that this is just a way of limiting liberty and wasting money. But I think we will come to this conclusion, but in quite a long time. But we could just start thinking as they do in Finland, to look in the long perspective and in assessing the changes in education policies. This could be a great example of how this could work. And if there are people who challenge that we should draw inspiration from other countries, I think Finland is a great example why it is important to look beyond the borders of the Czech Republic. Unfortunately, this is not quite the case in the Czech education. The new Czech Minister of Education cannot be here, but I hope that this progressivity will go on with him. Thank you. I was hoping for a video by the Finnish Prime Minister, but she didn't send us any video. And now let's move to the next panel. We will talk about how teachers and parents should prepare as guides of children. So now I give you the floor directly, and you may host the next panel.
And let's kick off straight away. The next panel will follow up on what we've just heard, and we'll be happy to evaluate what Mrs. Anderson said in her speech, in her presentation. I want to invite, on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Martin Ulovec, also Radka Kuřilová from the Replug Me project, Libor Klubal from OSU, the University of Ostrava, Marwan Shama, the founder of Flowberry, which is an educational project, and Ondřej Neumeier, who's been here before, the co-organizer on behalf of the National Pedagogical Institute. So please take your seats. I'll shift aside so you can all fit here. And I'll ask you straight away, what did you think about what Li Andersson said, the Finnish Minister of Education? Martin? It's just as you said in the introduction, it's very inspiring things we've heard. Both in terms that education is a long-term priority for the long-term horizon, but also because she's looking at how much money you need to spend, and that this is an investment that absolutely pays off in the long run. This is undoubtedly true. I do hope that in the Czech Republic we'll eventually reach a point where we do see it like this, also among the politicians. And undoubtedly it is also true that this is a time when we all need to be flexible. This doesn't concern just the early stages of education, but also the fact that we need to keep on developing and strengthening education through lifelong learning. We really need to consider lifelong education a priority. And if I'm to put this in context of digital technology is progressing incredibly fast. Digital technology places great demands on us, new demands all the time, and if we want to keep up, we of course need to learn all the time. Which is in fact what Li Andersson also said in her presentation. And she also said that as society, and there's a clear parallel between Finland and the Czech Republic here, we can't afford to just let some people do their own thing and leave them behind. In a just society, everyone should have the opportunity to learn throughout their life, because the times are getting ever faster and we need this. We started with the representative of one institute that's in charge of education, so let's shift to the other one, which is part of this, because the National Institute of Pedagogy is involved in the curriculum reform, is contributing to the training of teachers. It was created by joining together multiple actors that are involved in this whole thing. So, Andrei, what do you think about what Mrs. Anderson said? It was a wonderful speech in terms of the content. I think that in the Ministry of Education you could probably find a person who would tell you the same thing. But it could perhaps be just a declaration, because you know the system. What they say is in Finland often the reality. And we say similar things, which is quite a lot. I mean, that's important. It's important that we have consensus on our education policy throughout the ministry and the non-profit sector and academia and all that. We have a strategy, so that's good. But now we just need to make it real, which is the hard part. So what's the National Pedagogical Institute doing to achieve that, to be really specific? Well, everything. There are a few things that we do not do, in fact, because yes, we have been created by combining together several different actors that do these things. So I don't know what specifically you mean here, but digitalization, which is what I'm in charge of, we've had a revision of our framework programs. Last year for primary schools, we are preparing to do secondary schools, and there's a big offer in terms of the hardware and mainly the change of content and methods and the forms of education, what it could look like. To put it very simply, and this is an estimate, about 25 to 30% of schools really have joined in. They are happy to adopt what we're creating, and the rest of them we need to persuade, which was made very difficult by COVID, because that was a time when most education shifted online. Well, undoubtedly, the Institute is trying to do things, I don't doubt that. The question is whether in the system you can do something. It's fairly slow, whether one institution can achieve much. But of course, this is not just up to you at the NPI. It's also up to the academia, represented here by Mr. Kubal, who is here on behalf of the University of Ostrava. In these discussions on transformations in education, people often talk about the fact that one of the important places are universities, because universities select and train future teachers and people active in the educational sector. So what do you think about the challenges that we've heard outlined from the Finnish Minister of Education in the context of the shifts in academia, for example? I think that what we heard, and if we look at the whole thing, or what we're talking about, well, we're in this bubble here. We like to tell each other these things that we like, but I absolutely agree with what you said, which is that we'll be telling ourselves these things for very long, but it will take a while before it's actually implemented. I joined the academia after my career as a teacher. I still teach on the side, and I went there with the vision to make these changes come faster, to make things progress. Whether we're successful with that, well, Mr. Bradička and I, we were just talking about that, and academia has a huge inertia. Everything takes a long time in academia. And it's not just the academicians, but also the students, surprisingly enough. Quite often, when we have didactics, and I talk about new methods, and they say, but that's not how we did that at school. And they say this, whether I'm right is what I've been telling them. Our teacher did it differently, and so why should we do it any different? Why should we change? So in academia, you can see there are breaks in both sides. The academics and the students are both, well, the academics have more leverage, don't they? They should convince the students that this is better than how it used to be done in the 80s or 90s. Well, yes, and this is where we have huge potential for improvement. We need to get more teachers, experienced teachers, into these schools, because we have just academics, and academics don't visit the schools as much as they probably should, and they're not in close touch with reality, with practice. This is particularly true for didactics, for the practical subjects, but this is changing. because there is a reform going on, but we're just worried that it might take a little too long. Well, we see how long that takes and where it ends up. Then we have, I'm considering what order I should ask. If you don't mind, Mrs. Kuřilová, I'll take you last, because I'm interested in Marwan Shama's motivation to create Flowberry. Because you probably decided you would not wait for the state to do something, because we had a vision, for example, of Finnish education, and you decided to do it yourself, and you established your own school. Is that so? Yes, that's true. And we were inspired by Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Norway, where I studied. And then we had twins, 2 boys, and I was considering which school to send them to, and I just couldn't pick one. There was always something missing. My background, Bob, you know me, I'm not a teacher. I do artificial intelligence, I do startups, I do technology. So I decided to take the step and establish a school as a startup, basically. It hurt a lot. I caused a lot of trouble to the gentleman sitting here, and I want to thank you for all the positive energy. And starting from the 1st September, we've been an accredited primary school with the vision that it's not enough to just say, okay, universities, you do something. We all need to do something. And I decided to make my own small contribution from the bottom up. As someone who never did a school, and every morning is a huge surprise for me when the teachers come up to me saying that we don't have this or that. Okay, but we do need this. So my idea here is quite simple. I want to help. Okay, but you're doing it for your own children. Well, yes, they were the primary motivation, but ultimately I realized that there are thousands of children out there who see things in the exact same way. So basically our curriculum, it's a project-oriented school. So that's the first thing I like about the Nordic countries. We don't have subjects, you have contexts. And you can see that at home. You tell your children, do something, they don't do it just so that it's done. You need to have a reason, so we need to try to create our own projects. And I'll be very happy if there are more of us that do this kind of thing. We have a project supporting teachers, and the vision is greater than that. And I started drawing this on a piece of paper, and I realized that establishing an educational platform is like 20% of what you actually have to do to implement systemic change. So now considering creating an institute where we would train our teachers, a technology platform, which would involve AI and technology in education. So there are more things that could be done, but I'm having fun. It's great. It hurts, but it's great. Okay, so I hope you transfer your knowledge and your know-how to the system, because that's one of the things that the Czech education system has been struggling with. Yes, Bob, sorry to interrupt, but I want to contribute because I'm not a teacher. So I want to bring in the ideas that I think could be useful. And that's great. And we'll definitely talk about that throughout the discussion. Mrs. Kuřilová, what is Replug Me? It's quite difficult to explain, but basically you unplug and replug to yourself. Reconnect with yourselves. Carolina founded this in Indonesia. When she saw that people were really disconnected from themselves, from their loved ones, people spend their time on their screens, and she wanted us to learn how to live with those screens and also to live with ourselves and to reconnect with ourselves and learn to refocus our attention back to ourselves, and then look at your screen with the knowledge that you understand yourself and you know why you're using that screen, because then it's healthier, more beneficial. And do you see a compatibility between the meaning and purpose of your project and what we've been talking about in the previous discussion and what the Finnish Minister of Education said? What do you think this compatibility should look like? To rephrase, we will be using technology in a non-harmful, informed way, including at schools. We focus a lot on the psychological impact of these devices, on your well-being, your digital well-being. And I know that many people I can see here, I've met them in various debates. Digital well-being is part of well-being in general, and well-being should be part of education and the school programs, so it certainly is a part of that. What we do fits into this framework, and it's part of that framework, even if it's just one part. But if we train teachers and we have some sort of long-term education plan, you also have to involve empathy and critical thinking and to forge relationships in the class so it works together. And that also is related to technology and our life with technology. So this is very broad, and it's not just, here's a tablet, here's your social network, and what does it do to us and how do we use it in a healthy manner? Yes, and it's not just about schools and teachers, it's about the approach of our whole society to the situation, to how technology is impacting our lives. Because I always remind myself of the most important role in education, which is the role played by parents. That's true for any young generation. Yes, teachers are important, but in many cases they are secondary to parents, which can be a good thing, but can also be a bad thing. So we need to talk about this, and this is the topic of this discussion here. So how to cooperate in education, because we can't clearly just talk about schools. Martin, when you look at this as a member of the cabinet of the Minister of Education, what do you think is the future in the curricular reforms? What's the opportunity for connecting the stakeholders in education? Because this is something that we probably should do. Well, it's about how you create the framework that the schools operate in. You need to give them enough space to establish contacts with other partners, with other stakeholders, which is one of the primary objectives. We need to keep this up because the schools need to have the room to maneuver, so to speak, to take into account their specificities. But we also need the opportunity to establish collaboration with memory institutions in vocational education, and there's collaboration with employers concerning how quickly are the trends developing in the industry, for example, so that we can keep up with the times. So it's about defining the space and creating the space for them. You've said it's important for other institutions to join in the education process. I think it's very important. At the last conference, we talked about, for example, about the involvement of libraries, which is one of the many institutions that could and should be involved in the formal education process, because it's a perfectly natural partner and can be done in a very natural manner. It's not just that children go with their parents or with their school to a library from time to time because that's an event, but it becomes a normal part of your lifelong learning. Andrzej, what do you think as someone who's in charge of the development of digital education? Because we're talking about informal education, but this has to include all of the internet and the enormous potential space for education that exists there. Well, I think one of the key issues of our academic institutions that are training future teachers is that they are very academic, which I know it's silly to criticize them for that, but we do a very good job in preparing future PhD students and researchers. The master's programs are good at that, but not so good at training people who then go in front of a classroom and help children. Which was what you talked about at the start, that you're not a guide, a coach, a mentor. None of that is quite right, but you can't really expect the faculties of education to be able to do that, given how they're set up, because they're set up as research institutions. So in the pre-graduate training, as it's being implemented by the ministry right now, what we need to do is get the students into practice, to strengthen the role of the teacher as a guide, to increase the share of pedagogical practice when they are confronted with the actual life of the children and, by extension, the parents. So it's not just teaching, but also that they come to the meetings with parents, they meet real parents and can talk to them. That's not the only way forward, but one of the most important ways, and the ministry wants this, in fact, and we talk to deans of the individual faculties, they also want this. But you said, and I wrote this down, so that pre-graduate preparation doesn't take too long. I also hope it doesn't go by too fast, because you need to find a balance. And if we find out that we've done it, but there have been no changes, we need to come back to it and think why. Yes, but I think we have examples. There was the pre-graduate project. We had students coming to schools for 2 years. The schools finally started getting used to it, that they can use students as regular teachers, because usually what you had was, it was quite isolated. The student came in, spent a month at the school, and after 2 weeks they asked if they should stay for the meeting of the teachers, which clearly shows the system doesn't work. But now we had 2 years, they came in at defined days of the week, and they became part of the school as an organism. So there are experiences we can draw from. And I completely agree with you. We have had so many great projects that we finished, finalized, and did not change anything. And it's not the fault of the projects, or maybe partially, but we're unable to spread, to disseminate the innovation. Because we have people, and these are teachers at primary or secondary schools, they tend to be closed in their shell and doing the usual thing, and once the project ends, the source of financing dries out, and it's no longer continuous. Yes, but the two of us should not turn here, because we need the legislative framework. For me to be able to send our students to schools for 2 days, 2 years, I need to change the accreditation, and the school needs to receive money for that kind of thing, and that's your role. You are undoubtedly right. You said no at the start. Well, no meaning yes. Okay, you're right. You are right in the sense that the reform of pre-graduate training, we understand that we need to create the environment to ensure that we have people training who are actual teachers, who are experienced teachers. So we strengthen the collaboration and the coordination with faculties, with the faculty schools or clinical schools, what do you want to call them, which requires legislative changes. First of all, it also requires funding, as always, as everything does. But also what we need is that the ministry sets up a mechanism for supporting the facilitation of good example, good practice from abroad, which is what you mentioned, Bob, at the start. In many ways, and this is not just the Czech educational system, we live in this bubble where we don't quite follow what's going on abroad, even though there are so many good examples that we could learn from, examples of things that work, that we could be inspired by, and set the direction of our future educational policy and other policies. So, well, that's what I want to know. I'm not reading the news here. What I'm looking at is whether someone submitted a question over Slido. I want to remind you that you can send your questions over Slido at FutureEdu, and there will be time for your questions in this panel. This panel has slightly more time. We have more time for it. So if you have a question, you can raise your hand, but you can also send a question over Slido. But I wanted to ask you, gentlemen, as usual in these debates, we have total consensus here that the ministry sets the tone through an institution where you have universities and something's going to happen, but the problem seems to be that the universities are not doing very much. And the progress is very slow, at least from my point of view. And the Ministry of Education can't actually force the universities to do something, because the universities are completely autonomous. Well, if I may, I would not quite say that there is no progress. If you talk about, for example, the training of teachers, what's crucial there is a good combination of practical and theoretical training, which we've been talking about. But in terms of strengthening practical training, the practical parts of training, I think that in recent years, our faculties of education have done a lot in the context of the framework requirements that we set at the ministry, and one of them was to increase the volume of practical experience for the students. Many of the faculties in their new accreditations really did listen and did that. Even though, obviously, even though there was an increase, if you look at an international comparison, the minimum is still at the bottom end of the best European systems, I mean education systems, and the systems of training future teachers. If you look at Scandinavian countries like Sweden or Denmark. So undoubtedly, there is a lot that we could work on, but I think that there has been some progress, at least in these areas.
Andrzej? No, I can wait. What is your point of view as a practitioner? Yeah, I see that the progress is quite small. And also the accreditation system plays an important role. Yeah, some old accreditations and new ones. And in my opinion, this is very inflexible. And I don't like this education environment. I'm very happy to see organizations who try to do this and change it. But these organizations cannot have a great outreach. Teachers are not only trained at pedagogy faculties, they are also trained at natural sciences faculties. So this progress is quite small and it really needs to go faster. Andrzej, you wanted to react on that? I want to say a few words about the positive impact, positive aspects. I think this reform of pre-graduate training is set up in a right way. There are some key aspects that have been identified. But what I feel is that the university teachers should participate in the vision. And this vision should be implemented by the competence profile of the graduates. And we see this is a framework of the whole training. And if both teachers and students are involved in setting up this vision, this helps everything and everyone. However, it is very ambitious to try to involve the teachers from all the faculties of education in the Czech Republic, and it would be very difficult. They would be able to find a common solution, common grounds. However, it would be very difficult for them to internalize this and to reflect this in the education programs and universities. The things are well prepared and they need to be implemented. What I'm wondering about is that if teachers or students have more practice, they teach at schools during their university, maybe the purpose of training will not be fulfilled. Marwan, how do you recruit new teachers who work at your school? That's a great question. Just to give you an overview, in September last year, I decided to launch school with an accreditation this September, and I managed to do this. I don't know how I achieved that. There were some obstacles on the way. I had interviews with more than 40 teachers. 10 of them left after 10 minutes when I presented them with my vision. They told me, well, this is not going to work. And from these 40 people, we chose just one teacher who presented her notice on the 3rd of September. So the situation is really, really bad. I'm joking about it now, but it's very difficult. We are very lucky to have a methodologist. We have 3 classes, and she started to work. She dove in. She's a great teacher, a great methodologist. She has great knowledge of the theory and practice. She's got several years of practice as a teacher. What I decided to do is to reach out to all universities, except for Ostrava. I didn't have the time to visit Ostrava's university, but I have great relationships with people from Charles University. They visited our school. There were 28 students of the 4th and the 5th year of a university program, and our doors are open to these people. And now the problem is that the teachers don't know whether they can combine it with their work. So everyone wants to participate, we want to participate, the teachers want to participate. But now the problem is that the university students who want to teach us at our school don't know whether they will be able to combine this with their university studies. But I don't think that the problem is the schedule at universities. It's just, the schedule can and should be discussed with the teacher. It's all about people. But, it's very difficult to find the right person to your team. And it's even more difficult if you want to have a new methodology, if you want to teach in a different way. We have a bilingual American teacher. So we face a lot of challenges. And that's why we chose only one teacher from the 40 that we interviewed, and she left. So now, how to achieve that digital well-being becomes a part of education? I just mentioned that we will need parents to achieve this. They set out the relationship between children and technologies. They can be the source of inspiration for a new approach to education. With your experience, the Replug Me project has been on for several years. What is your opinion? How to combine all these aspects? What we try to do is to reach out to schools and try to do it there. We started with preventive programs, then we created the role of ambassadors. We prepare seminars for parents, which are an important part. They're the most important part. But at the same time, the teachers can provide a corrective experience. They can show what the parents don't experience at home, but they don't have the capacity. So what the children don't receive from their parents, they can receive it from the teacher. But what we perceive in schools is that the climate, the environment at schools is important. How the children feel and what the teachers feel like at schools. And it's about the setting at schools. Very often the headmasters used to be teachers. So this could play a role. And now we can see the difference with the new training of teachers. The leadership, the management is very important. If the management goes well, everything goes well. Another important aspect is the location of the school. If the school is located in a big city, they have the freedom to choose whoever they want. If they're in a small city, they don't have such opportunities. Yes, this is true. And By the way, this is the reason why they try to create an environment in Finland for the schools to be able to fulfill the highest standards of quality, no matter where they are. And from my own experience, I visited school 300 kilometers above the polar circle, and the school there was great. The teachers provided the students with the same opportunities as in bigger cities in Finland. So, you know, from the financial perspective, it was not cheap to achieve this. Teachers need to be remunerated for living in a region with only 3,000 people, but with the surface of half of the Czech Republic. But Marvin, you wanted to react on this. Yes, I wanted to say a few words on the well-being. I know that it's very topical nowadays. I don't know what the practical situation is, but this is one of the pillars that we need to build up on. If we instill fear in children, the teachers could do whatever they can, but they won't be able to transfer the education or the knowledge they want. So one of the main parts for us is that now we have 16 pupils and we have our own psychologist. For me, this was one of the main pillars of education. Apart from a teacher, we have an external psychologist. She spent the whole afternoon with the children. We draw up reports and we send them to the parents. And I'm very happy to be able to have this opportunity from the financial point of view, because if we relied only on public funding, we would never be able to have such opportunities. So well-being is a question for itself. Many people, many experts and pedagogists tell that your mood or one's mood is the main factor for the willingness to educate. If children see education as a threat, they won't be willing to able to learn. If we only have negative motivation, this sounds very banal. So this this situation is very difficult to change because we are very rooted in tradition. I wanted to highlight the importance of well-being. 1 or 2 years ago, there was a survey where more than 60% of headmasters didn't know what well-being meant. So it's very important to talk about this. Well-being is there are different types of well-being: physical, social, digital well-being. And now we are talking about technologies, trends in technology. But we need to come back to talking about other aspects. You heard that COVID brought this topic to the focus of our debates. The main topic of this conference was supposed to be metaverse. From this, we can see that the new technologies will change the way people live their lives. They will live it more in the virtual life, virtual part. I want to follow up on that. What I say may be controversial. 2 years ago, there was a survey in the UK, and 47 children between 1 and 5 years fear leaving their mobile phone or ending up in a place with no mobile coverage. So they felt anxiety. If we do this, if we ask the children to leave their phones, we lead them to a situation of anxiety. So this is a question that needs to be addressed. Now we are talking about well-being, so that's why I'm bringing this question up. Yes, this comment is very pertinent, it's very relevant. Also, the motto is the shift towards metaverse. And what we are talking about now may be even worse in 10 years' time. The technology development in hands of big tech companies will probably not consider ethical questions. Maybe in 10 years' time there will be 20 or 30% that live only in virtual reality because they will find a way out of their frustrations in the real life. I recommend Black Mirror, a TV series. I don't know if you were able to see all the episodes, but I really could only recommend it. I want to follow up on what we heard about the usage of technology. We need to strike the right balance. We need to find the right measure on meaningful use of these technologies. Because by finding this, we can avoid what we said here. Digital technologies permeate our personal life and all the aspects of our lives, our professional life, our personal lives. And we run the risk of becoming slaves to these technologies. We may get alienated from the reality. And coming back to the impact on education, these technologies bring us new opportunities, such as more effectiveness of education systems. Also opportunities to open the education system to everyone, if some preconditions are met. For example, some technical background. But also this could bring some negative externalities, which will have an overlap in the development of social or communication skills. Now we have questions. Michal Šebek has a question, or he says that we are complaining of school qualities, but still we send pedagogy teachers to the schools. So the question is whether we shouldn't send them to abroad. I need to know that the pedagogy faculty send only very few students to abroad for their Erasmus. The teachers or the students of pedagogy don't want to spend time abroad. Speaking for our ministry, we want to say that internationalization is one of the priorities for our ministry. I always use the example of English teachers. They don't have any problems with innovation because they know this innovation from abroad. So what they do is to find how to implement this. In other subjects, they are finding reasons why not to do that. Another note I have taken is that one of the objectives of the reform is to improve the quality of universities. And this should be the role of the teacher as a guide. The teacher should be willing to accept a number of students, and he or she should be able to work with them. In my opinion, this is the question of the universities. This should be an obligatory part of their of the study program. That the students should go abroad, and if they don't go abroad, maybe they shouldn't be able to graduate. But yes, in the new accreditation, this international aspect is very important. So this is a change compared to the accreditations from the past. If the university takes this seriously, they know where they can send the students to which teachers. Other aspect is part-times or schedule flexibility. I worked in the management of a school where I had to deal with these questions, and I know that it's quite problematic. And I'm very happy to see this aspect reflected in new accreditations. But when you said that you were inspired by schools abroad because you studied abroad, what is your opinion on this requirement, on the obligation for the teachers to have experience from abroad? I wouldn't call it an obligation, because if there is will, there is a way. I'm not quite sure about the workings of universities. I spent a year abroad for my Erasmus, but I studied at technical-oriented university, and 10 or 15 years ago. If I look at it from our point of view, we are elementary school with accreditation, our doors are open to new teachers, I've got a yearly budget on teachers' education so they can spend some time abroad. With all due respect, I don't want to say that I don't believe in the system. But what I did is that I found funds so that I could send my teachers abroad for their education. I need to act fast. I couldn't wait for the state support in this aspect. In my opinion, it's the responsibility of the schools. I don't know what's the mindset of other teachers or other founders of the schools, the managing authorities of schools, if they have the finance or not. You know, it's not about university students, and also the teachers that already teach want to spend some time abroad. I would be very happy to see them go out abroad, but I don't know if this should be an obligation.
Let me turn this around. My question for Mrs. Kuřilová, because you're a project that focuses on digital well-being or well-being in the digital age. Are you inspired by what's going on abroad? Are you following the trends? Is it systematic, perhaps? More in educational or other subsystems of countries? Is there an inspiring example, perhaps? Yes, we're also inspired by the Nordic countries, obviously. But the issue is implementing it in the Czech environment, which is what I'm thinking about when you have a student who goes to the best school as part of their training, and then they end up at a regular school. They won't know how to adapt. So we're trying to change some things, and they'll face an obstacle which they would otherwise encounter during their practical experience at school. I think it should be varied. It should not just be at the very best schools. And also speaking on behalf of myself, because we used to work as a school psychologist, so I have some experience with this. Because I saw the teachers coming in, and those who wanted to change things often found it quite difficult. And not just from the perspective of the school, but also the public, for example. Because then we had the parents coming in and they said, but we're used to this, like you said with the students earlier. The parents say, we want them to have grades and we want them to learn and by drilling. And we had the teacher who was wonderful and developed the relationship in the classroom, but she found it difficult to convince the parents over 3 months that what she's doing actually will help the children. It complies with the framework education program, but they prefer a more traditional approach to school. So, you know, it's all connected. Yes, of course, you can't take the inspiration and just copy it exactly, duplicate it at your school. But often we lack the foundations. And actually, I have a question, mainly for Martin. Jitka Kunčerová asks, why does the ministry not have a mechanism where the outputs of innovative projects would be disseminated among schools? Then the technical details not terribly relevant right now, but in Robert Plager's time as minister, what I said was that we need to systematize the inspiration from good examples of schools, other educational facilities. We need to be able to transfer this, so there's a clear path forward. So what's the situation now? Okay, it's true that there is room for improvement, and I think that these barriers need to be destroyed. Also because the Czech educational system is very decentralized. Also in the international comparison, we have And you can see it in the results of international surveys of PISA, that the results of students are very different among different types of schools, but also among schools of the same type. So this transfer of good practice examples and networking among schools, this could really help improve the quality of the processes at schools. Because it's often not that the schools don't want to do it, but they don't have the know-how, perhaps. They don't know how to start. So the coordination from the bottom up, I think, is very meaningful, important, and we saw that during the COVID pandemic, when it turned out that in the first stage, when schools started converting to distance education, they suddenly started talking to each other and helping each other. The schools were really communicating and helping each other how to set up the parameters, what types of tools to use, and all this was very valuable. So I agree that networking and the dissemination of good practice and innovations, that's crucial. Andrei, you wanted to say something? Yes, we're not very good at this. And I don't think it's the ministry's fault. Because there are three key tools of information policy: information, finance, and regulatory. And perhaps we don't use them as often as we should. When we do a pilot project and we need to have measured impacts on the students, we need to be sure that it really works. It's not just a fake facade. We need to really utilize our tools to use marketing to tell the schools, yes, we have this model, it works. We need to provide financial support because pre-graduate support has received some money for those things that are there. And regulatory, you need to enshrine this in law or some sub-legal standard, doesn't matter. That's what we have to do. There's no other option. We need to do it thoroughly. Yes, and also this touches upon how teachers are perceived by the general public. One of the key objectives should be to make teaching as a job more attractive, so we get in more better, talented people, and always have the presence of teachers in the media, because if you look at the media, what you see there, a depiction of a teacher, it's usually the more negative aspects. There you have the negative experiences, failures of individual teachers, or perhaps school management. And yet, many of those schools are really doing good things. Good things that we can use as examples of good practice that are innovative in many ways, while developing the media image of a teacher. I think that's important, and many schools have a lot to offer here. If I may, just one sentence, and it's not mine, and it's good. By Michael Fullen on education, not Czech education, on system-wide reforms. What he says there is that because low prestige of teachers is common, if you want to break the cycle of mistrust, you must respect others even before they earn the right to be respected. And then you need to do things that over time lead to gaining skills and confidence, because that's important. A teacher must be a prestigious job, and if it's not, it's going to be difficult. Yes, indeed. I have a few more questions here. Unfortunately, I won't have time for questions from the room, because we're in the lunch break already. I don't want to postpone your lunch too much. We have questions. One of them will probably say for the next panel, which is on teachers, but one specifically for Martin. Given what we heard, what do you think should be the three priorities of the Ministry of Education in the training of teachers by the end of the election period? So what three priorities are there, do you think, of the office that you represent? We're talking about pre-graduate studies. It doesn't specify. If someone's here and wanted to specify. Well, one thing is what we talked about. So it's pre-graduate training of teachers. So that's the practical aspect of it, combined with the theoretical learning. And of course, there's the issue of quality of preparation, where you need to get involved experienced teachers and experts. So that's one thing. Another thing is education and professional development of teachers, where in DVPP my idea is that the system should be modular, that we have interconnected educational systems, that we use diagnostic tools that we have. And if you look at digital education, for example, we had Profile 21, which used diagnostics, and in this diagnostics you could see, for the user could see, where there are opportunities for improvement, so you could focus on that and develop further. So I think that's quite important. And then there are so many other things joining in the process. There's the administrative burden, which needs to be reduced on the level of schools, so we have the opportunity for future development. So these three things, I think, and it's not a revolutionary idea, these are things that we've been talking about for a long time, but it's important to continue doing this in a meaningful manner. So we've reached the end, but I have one more question. Kartous Seminado is asking, how many competent public officers should be in charge of the 150,000 teachers and 5,000 headmasters, compared to how many we have? I don't know if we can answer this. That's a very tricky question. I can try. I won't give you the figure. You know the figure. Well, no. I know someone who knows. The mysterious man with the data. No, Vláďa Srb crunch the numbers and try to find out how many people in the Czech Republic deal with education in general on various levels in the Czech Republic, on the regional and municipal level, and found out that in total it's not much less than in more advanced countries. So generally it's not that we don't have enough people, but we can't, well, perhaps manage them, lead them, organize them. So you're implying that there was criticism in this question. I don't think the question was critical necessarily, but you know, the state has a budget. The budget is tight. Everyone wants more people and more money. So, but it's probably not the main problem here. Well, it's definitely not the only one, but yes, that's part of the management of progression in education. We've reached the end. We've reached the end. I want to thank all the panelists for dealing with this difficult task, which was to answer the question, how should teachers and parents prepare as guides of children on their journey to a world of technology? And I'm again handing over to Michael, who will tell us more about the program. I have the pleasant duty to tell you that this is the lunch break, and we'll reconvene at 13:30 at 1:30. Enjoy your lunch.
Tak, dámy a pánové.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Vydrželi I do odpolední.
I'm glad that you stayed here for the afternoon part. For now, who had the dal for lunch? Thank you. Who had the gnocchi? Thank you. Who had both? Thank you. You're on record for Opero, so they'll know who will have both next time. No, that was actually a joke. I hope you've refreshed yourself and that you've recharged your batteries and we can continue with the afternoon part. Now, what we have is the next keynote speaker. Again, in this hybrid form, he won't be here online. He's recorded a video message. He's a game designer and an academic researcher, Gonzalo Frasca. So, the video, please.
It's Gonzalo Frasca, and I'm really happy to be talking to you today. Many things, I do many things, but overall say I'm a designer. Many times I'm a game designer, and I currently work for Kahoot and also for Dragonbox, because Dragonbox became a part of Kahoot a few years ago. Dragonbox is a pedagogical studio. Originally, we call ourselves a game or video game studio, but then we realized we were doing many things beyond games. And today I wanted to tell you a little bit of the relationship between the design of educational technology and pedagogy itself, centered around our own experience, my own experience as a designer. I'm going to be telling you about the work we're currently doing, but also what we've been doing for children, mainly to learn mathematics, and also not only at home but also in schools and institutions. And overall, I mean, just to sum it up, I mean, this is a struggle of power in the broadest sense. Because when you're creating tools for helping people to learn, you're not just doing that, because there's many actors involved, and that's the first thing as a designer we need to work on. Everybody says their focus is on the children. Well, if we're talking about education for children, but and I don't doubt that on an emotional level, but then on a more political level, things become complicated, because are you making a game for young kids? Well, kids probably will never even hear of that game by themselves. So this is something that maybe their parents will give to them. So that's another actor. Or if it's in a school setting, is it the teacher who's giving access to the students? Or is the teacher being forced to by the institution, or strongly suggested by the institution to do this? Is the government encouraging schools to use these tools? So that makes EdTech a very, very complicated field, and probably also while EdTech and innovation, well, it's trickier than in other industries. So. But let me actually tell you a little bit. Let's start with Dragonbox. Dragonbox 10 years ago launched a game that was hailed as revolutionary. I still think it's a magnificent game. I was not involved with it. I joined the team later. But it's called Dragonbox Algebra. And the interesting thing is this is a game that you can still buy and play on tablets. It's a 10-year-old app. Usually in the world of app and app stores, games don't last that much. They only, if they're successful, they become hits for 1, 2, 3 years tops. But 10 years is kind of a record. And the interesting thing is that this game teaches children as young as 4 or 5 years old the procedure on how to solve linear equations, which is something that most adults don't know how to do and perceive as very hard. And well, to make a very long story short, the game got a lot of attention on the press. There were independent studies done with thousands of children that show that 96% of the children who played more than 90 minutes of the game without previous knowledge of algebra learned how to solve a linear equation. And it's kind of a shocking thing, because my experience when I show this to teachers, at first they don't believe it, okay, that a young kid could learn this procedure. Then they embrace it, and then they don't use it anymore. I mean, I'm generalizing, but a lot of teachers I've seen, they feel replaced or may feel threatened by a tool, and that is teaching a procedure, right? And why is that? Well, because unfortunately a lot of teachers are teaching procedures, right, rather than being coaches. And the vision we have when creating tools is like, okay, let's try to have the technology to help the autonomous part of the learning, and hopefully that will liberate time for teachers to become coaches, to become to give advice, to be able to support each student on their own unique qualities and challenges. And so after that series of apps that became quite successful, and as I said, and still are, at Dragonbox we decided, okay, let's get into schools, because we're seeing that even though we kind of found the cure against algebra, which is a very thing that generates a lot of anxiety, it did not become mainstream, and which is surprising. I mean, a lot of people still play it, but it didn't become mainstream, and we were shocked at that. And so, well, let's get into schools. So we started 6 years ago. By that time, I was part of the team, and I was involved with the team on the creation of what became Dragonbox School. What is Dragonbox School? Dragonbox School is a full curriculum solution for learning math that is currently being used in Norway, in Finland, and in France. And it covers the full curriculum of math for children ages 6 to 10 approximately. And it's composed by textbooks, like that's a more traditional technology. Even though we really we use all our expertise as game designers to make something that was really challenging for children. I mean, we're not making it with funny characters because we want to, and that's a big common thing in textbooks. We don't want to sugarcoat it to pretend it's for kids. We want to have actual challenges to treat children as John Moravec likes to say, children are humans too, right? And so we should respect them like that. So what did we do? We actually created like complex challenges in comic book form for mathematical thinking. And even though we respected the curriculum of each country, we put the focus on mathematical thinking and not on solving like arithmetical problems. For example, take a look at this. I mean, here what we have is a situation. It's a time travel. The teacher becomes a time traveler, and she has to rescue her students who are all over the space and time. And the first one to be rescued is with dinosaurs, right? And so one of the questions is like, if a dinosaur lays 10 eggs per year, how many dinosaurs will we have next year? And of course, the calculation is 3 times 10. But we want to go beyond that, because mathematics is not just an operations machine. It's a framework for understanding the universe. So when we ask them that, kids see that there's 3 green dinosaurs. Okay, they lay 10 eggs each. Okay, 30. And all the answers are at the back of the textbook. But the interesting thing, the innovation we added, is that the answer section also has more questions. And the questions include, how do you know if all the dinosaurs are not male, for example? Or are you sure each egg will hatch 1, 0, or more dinosaurs? Well, we don't know. So math can help us it has the potential for dealing with all these situations. And that's exactly the kind of fuzzy environments we wanted kids to thrive. And teachers tell us that they engage in very interesting conversations because of that. And if you think about it, we're combining many disciplines also. You cannot learn math in abstract. So here we have history, but we also have biology. And many situations like this. Also, another adventure we have, which is technically about multiplication, but it's actually involves a lot of ethical discussions for 8 years old, and it's about this sanctuary for endangered species, for birds. And what the students are told is that there's somebody in this environment who's stealing these endangered species eggs and selling them online illegally. So the challenge is to find out who's the culprit. But the interesting thing is that they find out that it's actually one of the scientists that got his funding from the state cut. And in order to be able to save these birds, he needs to make this crime by selling the eggs so he can protect the rest of the. And that's a very interesting ethical challenge, and children get engaged with that and have very profound discussions. And again, we're really trying. The word here, the key word here is challenge, right? I mean, a challenge, just like in a video game, if it's too easy, it's not a challenge. It's boring. If it's too hard, it's not a challenge. It's impossible. So you need to find a balance between all the students, and all the students are not the same. And what we try to do is to do individual activities, but also group activities where we can complement each other, right? In the real world, we call experts, and it's my boss will never be against me calling an expert. But in school, supposedly everybody has to do their own thing. Well, we want to challenge that. So again, in this and for this solution, there's many people involved. There's the teachers, there's the administrations, there's the parents, and the students, and of course we have to make sure everybody is somehow satisfied, but of course we try with all our technical knowledge to be able to give well, more profound and useful challenges for children. And we were doing this solution in schools with tens of thousands of children. That was very exciting. And suddenly, as you probably heard, the pandemic arrived, and suddenly we had a school solution that was designed for the classroom that didn't work online, and we had to, like everybody else in education, try to figure out what we were going to do. And out of that crisis emerged our new project, which is called Storm, which is a very ambitious project, which we conceived along Jean-Baptiste Wynne, the co-founder of DragonBox, and myself during the first day of the pandemic. And the idea, we're asking ourselves, how could we really get to the students, the children or people? And we said, okay, we want to use the same expertise, the same methodology, which allowed us, for example, to teach algebra to young kids. And that methodology is what in video games you call tutorials, which is giving you step by step everything you need, one element at a time, and always checking. Games always have this constant feedback loop. In a game, you always know if you're doing something right or wrong. In school, not really. In school, you may have a test, and then you get the answer the next day or probably the next week, and in a different context. So you don't get it. You cannot improve as far as you go. But in video games, you can do that. And I said, okay, can we use this methodology and create a platform so people can create their own lessons and share them with anybody? And we from the ground up, we said, okay, this should work with a single link, like on any smartphone or as many smartphones as possible, without logging in. Like if I have a lesson that it's a minute, 2 minutes long, I should be able to share it with everybody. So I'm going to do that right now. So this is a QR code that you can scan yourself. So if you have your phones handy, please do it. And so you can try by yourself a very simple lesson about vectors. We have many more at hellostorm.com, and you'll be able to check that out later if you want. But this is created through a platform. Okay, it's a drag and drop environment that allows quite easly to create these short lessons, and it includes a lot of manipulatives because you learn by doing. I mean, you're not just being told what to do, but also it has these slides. It has the same structure as as regular social media, something you see, it's similar to like an Instagram story or a Snapchat story. And on each slide, we try to have very little and focused information, just like a meme or a tweet. Okay, it's not an accident that all these media that are popular with younger people today, it's not an accident that they're so straightforward and have these characteristics. Some people may say, okay, it's because humans are getting more stupid. No, I mean, there's no evidence. It's quite evidence actually to the contrary. But we believe and we know to a lot of degree that this is how our brain works. I mean, we cannot handle too much information at the same time, and but step by step we can go really far. So you probably are still playing this Nano. I can show you. Well, as you can see on the screen, this is just a very simple definition. But it only takes a couple of minutes to get by, and we have many lessons that explain the notation of a vector, how to add vectors, how to subtract vectors, how to multiply vectors, one at a time. And that's something that we also wanted to do. Is like you can stop at any time, and unlike videos, this has constant feedback. Okay, the problem with a video or a textbook is that when you're reading a textbook or watching a video, you're following, right? You're understanding, or at least you think you're understanding. But later on, when you're confronted with an actual exercise, then you're like, oh my God, no, I didn't understand fully as I thought. And so the methodology that we use here is, we may tell you a fact, for example, that a vector has a length, okay? It's not the only characteristic of a vector, but I'm teaching you that one step at a time. And immediately, it's not a test, it's just to see if you understood. Well, you get to choose different, the longest or the shortest, or match a vector that has a certain length. And so this allows us, like in a game, you cannot move forward if you don't understand it. And these games or tests, or you want to call it, are very simple. And if you look at video games also, the challenges are very simple at the beginning also, because they're supposed to be understood by anybody. And that's something interesting about the process of making traditional commercial video games, is that, especially for apps, I mean, the competition is in the entertainment video game world is gigantic. So you need to grab the attention, to engage a player in the first few minutes. In the first few minutes, you have to provide with graphics and a world that's engaging, that's promising, that shows you some mystery. And at the same time, you need to effectively teach in just a few minutes to do stuff that has to be cool. I mean, it's a lot of stuff. And if the players don't get engaged in the first few minutes, they just download another game. So there is, in a Darwinian sense, game designers are de facto pedagogues. If game designers cannot effectively teach how to play their games and cannot emotionally engage the players, they don't get paid. They don't work. They don't have a business. So, of course, this is not to say that we should do everything by intuition without looking at the research and applying the research on our creations. But I think it's very important, because unfortunately, in many other learning environments, you don't have that pressure. And you don't see the consequences of your good teaching or bad teaching or mediocre teaching. So there's a lot to be learned, and that's something that we're very proud at Dragonbox and at Kahoot, is the number not only of technology experts, but actually the number of teachers and active teachers who don't just advise but work together with the team. There's something that when we created Dragonbox School, something that when I talked to teachers, I showed everything, and I didn't show it here, but we have a lot of apps and digital games and challenges for the school solution. And I used to tell teachers, you know what? You don't really need Wi-Fi at the beginning. And they were like, how come? Everything needs Wi-Fi. Well, because we know that in most schools, Wi-Fi sucks. I mean, Wi-Fi doesn't even work in big companies sometimes. It's a technology that can be unreliable when you have hundreds of people connected. So on our first iteration of the solution, you could just put the grades manually, like in a textbook on the tablet, without having to get Wi-Fi. And I think that's an important thing about technology also, is that generally, I was talking about power in edtech companies. In many of them, unfortunately, engineers are king, and say, "Oh, this cannot be done," or "Yes, we do need Wi-Fi." Well, no. I mean, there's other ways to do things. Yes, they might be more expensive or more complicated, but they also can be useful, right? So, well, about these nano lessons in Storm, we're working very hard. We started with math. I mean, we want to move eventually to any kind of learning, I mean, formal or informal. But we're seeing a lot of interesting reactions and feedback on this methodology for learning. And again, what you'll be able to find today at hellostorm.com is very it's quite limited. It's basically theoretical nanos about different math topics, but all practice is very important, and also complex exercises, and well, we're evaluating to bring those in too. And of course, right now the editing tools are not open to the public neither, but we'll begin a beta eventually to give people access to create their own nanos. But it's exciting. I think it's there's a lot that supports us to believe in this format, especially because of our decade-long experience on the products we made, but also on the prototyping. I mean, you cannot make a tech without creating dozens and dozens of prototypes and testing them with the students, and also with the teachers, and also in the environments. So it's a very arduous and expensive process. But well, I'll leave the nano lessons to speak by themselves. You should try them on your phones. They're optimized for phones. And to sum up my talk, I think it's important to understand that to get back to this concept in EdTech, there's a lot of focus on games, and I think for the wrong reasons. I had a professor at Georgia Tech, Amy Brockman, who used to call who coined the expression the chocolate covered broccoli, and learning is about passion. I mean, it's like being in love. You cannot force somebody to fall in love for somebody else. I think the edtech industry sometimes presents games and fun as a way to divert the attention on something that should be that is unpleasant for the students. But that framing is not right, because the opposite of fun, okay, is not being bored, right? It's not boredom. The opposite of fun is not being challenged. And I think, again, to go back to the concept of being challenged, that's what technology can allow us to do. And not just on single-player games, but also, I mean, learning is a social endeavor, and multiplayer games can provide a lot of opportunities for collaboration and competition. Also, we have this taboo against competition. Competition, there's nothing wrong with it as long as it's not just the only thing you do, right? So right now, I've been working for a few years, as you see, on research and development. And I don't know if I have a much better understanding of the industry of educational technology. I think I do a little bit. But again, I think it's the main important thing is to be straightforward and not to kid ourselves about who we're doing this to. I mean, it's fine if there's requirements by the adults, for example, for what needs to be done, but we should not kid ourselves and repeating that we're doing this just for the students. Yeah, that's I guess that's one of the learnings I did during these years. Well, thank you so much for being here, and I invite everybody to check out well, Dragon Box. I mean, I'm not here to sell anything. You don't have to buy anything, but I want you to, if you don't know the tools, I think they're worth looking at it. You can try them out or look at videos on YouTube of our math games, and I strongly encourage you to go to Hello Storm and just give it a try at some of the lessons and share them with people and watch people play them and again, one of the cool things about these lessons is that they're very easy to edit and to update. So when you see the data and how people are performing, that's something that I think it's also a very strong argument, is that in the traditional publishing industry, for example, a textbook is almost designed not to be updated too much because it's bad for business. And videos are very hard to update because they're expensive to edit. But if you have tools that teachers and creators can kind of iterate very much based on what they see, on how people perform, I think that's what actually makes software better. But that's something that's not as common as we think in EdTech, mainly because, well, most teachers don't have time for this. That's another talk. But I think there's a lot of power on that. Thank you so much.
Tak, děkujeme symbolicky na dálku.
Thank you remotely to Gonzalo. We are very happy to receive his video, which brought a new perspective. In the next block, we will talk about hidden threats of technology development in the education environment. Many teachers and parents don't know how to cope with technology's impact on education. Technology development is too fast. It's very difficult to evaluate technology impact. So what are the biggest threats? This will be the topic of the next topic. So Bob, now I give you the floor. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me that I don't have the headset. It's not important to hear me. Our guests are more important. So now I want to invite the guests of the panel, which was influenced by COVID. So 2 of the 3 panelists cannot be here. So now I would like to invite Marie Heřmanová. Hello. Thank you for being here. You represent the Social Logic Institute of the Academy of Sciences of the Czech Republic. Now we've got Daniel Franz. His role is ex-Google, that's what I have here. And now we've got Aneška Miller from Česko Digital. Quite an interesting group of people. Who are the people who use or used to promote technology, and you also try to change something to the better thanks to technology. Maria is a researcher in anthropology, in the virtual and physical environment. We decided to organize this panel because we are aware of the fact that was also mentioned in the past debates that the technology is not only an assistant, it's a factor that changes the reality of our world and creates new threats and menaces. And that should be the topic of today. Some threats are evident. Many people, and not only children, grow ever more dependent on digital world in form of games or social networks. It's one of disorders, one of the dependencies. But some of the threats may be hidden. So my question is, what do you see as threats? More or less visible threats of the interconnection of physical and digital living. And we should put focus on children, because these children were born in this world and they see the digital world as something natural. And adults are sometimes not able to teach the children how to navigate in the digital world. So let's start with ex-Google, Daniel. With Anushka, we had a mini panel in the corridor. And if I speak for myself, we agreed on the fact that threats of technology is the same as talking about the threats of giraffes or cars. Everything could be potentially dangerous and everything could bring us potential opportunities. But I think that cars are even bigger threat to humanity than for example, games. How many people were killed by Fortnite, by this game? This was also my role in Google. I was charged with creating educational communities. I am co-founder of a global educator group. We were a punk team, a non-profit team within corporate. We were a technology group, but what we did is to prevent dehumanization through technology. I think technology can give us the opportunity, the possibility to be human. My kid is great in communicating while playing PUBG or other games. I think he's even better in communicating. But then his GP tells me that his backbone is crooked. So the threat I see here is the dehumanization. Thank you for this. Anushka, what about you? The first thing that comes to my mind is that technologies bring many illusions which in reality are a hidden threat. One of them is anonymity. In internet debates, everybody feels that they are anonymous thanks to their hidden identity. However, this anonymity is illusionary. It's an illusion because we leave some traces. And a lot of people don't see this, don't see through this, that each and every action have an impact in the real world. Second thing is the misunderstanding that we see here. Currently, you are at a stage where technologies are a natural part of children's lives. However, for our generation, these technologies only came about later, and we are unable to understand that these technologies are something very natural for the children, because we are unable to see technologies through the children's eyes. and we are being overprotective. And that's why there is tension and misunderstanding among generations due to this. Yes, we will talk about this later on, but now, Marie, when I told you what was the name of this panel, you said that you wouldn't know what to say in this panel. Yeah, I think it's a great introduction. I wouldn't say that there aren't any threats. I would concur with Aneška. I see this as the biggest threat, and I see it in my research. I don't work with children. I work with people who are 17 or 18 years old. And they themselves express it in a way that sometimes it's hard for them to explain to teachers or parents what they do on the internet. The parents tell them, you are always on the internet, you scroll down, you watch videos. And these young adults keep telling me that they watch educational videos, they are in contact with their friends, they plan their birthday parties. So for these young adults, internet is a natural environment, and I want to support what you have just said. For me, the threat lies in the fact that people with completely different experience decide on what these young adults should or could do on the internet. But the reason why I said that the technology isn't a threat for education, the reason for that was that this question wouldn't lead us anywhere. I think technologies have both positive and negative impacts. And for me, the most useful way of seeing technology is to see them as a tool that can be used in different ways. So we should focus on why we use this technology as a tool that brings negative impacts, and we should focus more on how to use technologies in a positive way. Yes, we are unable to go beyond this world. We can't change the world. There are people who were born earlier, and sometimes they wonder whether our world wouldn't be better without technology. I tell them, well, maybe, but how can you do that? Should we turn off the internet? And once we do that, many other things would stop working. You know, the basic functions offered by the state would stop working, and we would get into an apocalypse. So it's impossible to turn off the internet. But if you talk to teachers, psychologists, psychiatrists, what you hear is that these threats take their toll on the development of these people. These young people are subjected to the influence of the online world, and it has an impact on children's development of brain. It also influences the development of relationships. It's very easy to get a child into thinking of suicide, of committing suicide. When you publish a photo of 14 or 15 years old child, they get into a situation that are unable to deal with. But I will get back to Daniel because he's got the most experience. I think the responsibility of the people that are working on the development, I don't think that this role is not very strong. They don't take into consideration the social impact of their activities. We can talk about Facebook. I think Facebook's impact on society is enormous. It influences politics. So my question is, what is the responsibility of the technology producers? I cannot talk on behalf of Google. I am not part of this community. But truth to be said, I spent 13 years at Google, and I felt that it was in line with the way I see my social responsibility. I saw that in the team I worked with at Google. In one of the morning's panels, and I may say wrong, and I'm sorry for that, what we heard is that we cannot expect ethical conduct from big corporations. This offended me a little. There are two dimensions why I felt that my work was helping to education. We provided technology to schools. Google Educating Group has been and still is a community that helps to implement hardware Chromebooks at schools, along with other technologies. And the most important thing for me was that we are responsible for Chromebooks and other technologies to be used for human purposes. In the Czech Republic, we connect teachers who see that there are different applications, Kahoot Interactive, Whiteboard, and they ask us what we can do with all these applications. And it wasn't us who told them how they should use it. They reached out to us and asked us to connect with other actors. They wanted to invite actors from other companies or other environments, and we only facilitated these meetings. And what I strived for was not to sell myself to the despicable corporation as Google, and I'm saying that it's despicable. But I know Facebook from the inside. I know some people from Apple. And people who work there are the same as we are now, as we are in the room. They're also interested in the ethical dimension. And sometimes you wonder that it's not possible for these people to want to do something evil, because the motto of Google is "Don't do evil." But then there is another side to this. I have worked as a consultant for 2 years, and I work with biggest corporations in the Czech Republic. And these companies have launched big education projects, but at the same time, the main driving force of these companies is the profit. So you want to generate profit. And in case of corporations such big, if you think in long term, it is not useful to think about what evil actions you should do, because it will turn against you. I was responsible for the whole world region, and I really needed to pay much attention to not creating an impression that what we do as a corporation would bring something bad to our clients. Because once we start to hear that Google starts to enslave children in education, or that we provide technologies or offer technologies without regard to its impact on the whole society, well, this would be over the media in the whole world. And it would also influence the consumers' behavior. So from the long-term perspective, you don't gain profit if you go against the people. And in this relation, feedback is important, and conferences such as this one are important, because there we can hear from the people what we should or what we shouldn't do. So, you know, I know that my view is very optimistic, and I would be very happy to hear counter opinions. Maria laughed 3 times. So maybe, Maria, can you explain why you keep smiling, why you're smiling while you're hearing this? I'm very happy to hear this from the corporate environment, but at the same time, I don't think that there are demons in the management of these companies whose only objective is to have a villa at the Bahamas. But from the academic perspective, I am not so optimistic. The business model of these platforms does harm the societal aspects. We have data on it, we have evidence. Also, Facebook papers, this affair showed us that this is the case, that Facebook doesn't do much with this. It's not due to the fact that there are some demons in the management, but rather because they don't know what to do, because this process is very difficult. But now, I'm being the devil's advocate. If you look at surveys and researchers about disseminating disinformation in online, the notion of bubbles is used in this context. The surveys show us that the effect of Facebook is not very strong. However, the search results of Google and their impact is enormous. So I don't want to say that in Google there are people trying to enclose other people into information bubble, but the effect is there, at least from my point of view. I think, as you mentioned, the social and political impact of these platforms is enormous. Yes, that's true. But this also relates to what we have said. Internet cannot be turned off. So from my point of view as a researcher, it is hard to measure this impact, because we will never have a control group of people who have never used internet. So we cannot compare them with a group of people who were never influenced by internet. So it's very difficult to assess this. And if we look at children, if we look at negative impacts of internet on their mental health, what we see from the research is that it's due to a combination of what is going on social networks and what is the social background of the child. So it's very difficult to assess this. Yes, the digital world influences social relations. So it doesn't mean that if a child is happy at school and in family will get into bad situation only because they're active in the digital world. But you wanted to react on this, Dan. I don't want to be the only one who speaks with Maria. In principle, I agree. I don't know why I used the example of cars. I don't know about cars, but we know that diesel is harmful to the environment. So if I put the corporate hat, manager hat, you need to focus on fulfilling KPIs. And you know, these KPIs need to grow. When I was working at the Google and Maria came to me and told me, you know, you are in a way, you're on the way of creating many problems. And as a manager looking forward, I would change the KPIs. But what I mean by that, what we should do in talking with corporations, we should show them what is not useful, what could really bring big problems. What Maria's research shows us. This should be the leverage that could help. Also, there are some other policy decisions and voting with feet. But the corporate world is quite simple, so the feedback loop really helps.
I don't think corporations are necessarily evil or started by people who are trying to create evil, but they create a model whose externalities, which are social networks, search of information on the internet, creating a digital footprint, tracking your digital movements, adapting the information that you view to your habits. All these are externalities that no one considered at the start. I don't think anyone did. But once the business model works, it's very hard to change, as we've heard. There's money in the background. But Anishka, briefly. Why did you create Česko Digital? If I try to give you the simplest answer I can in just 2 sentences, I'd say the objective is that there are so many digital technologies in the world that we need to work with and live with, and the commercial sector typically has the means to hire experts who help companies utilize technology in a safe and proper manner. But public administration or the non-profit sector often do not have the money, do not have the experts, do not have either of those things, and can't work with the technology safely and properly. And Česko Digital is here to fill that need. I had a reason to ask you, because I know why you founded Česko Digital. I wasn't sure everyone knew. But this answer, I think, perfectly builds on what I wanted to say, because I was trying to segue you into what I want to talk about. That we have a greater inequality now in the distribution of the know-how, of the use of digital tools, which is why Česko Digital is here, to give the know-how to the parts of the country where otherwise it just wouldn't appear. And non-profits and local administration and those kinds of places. So you're trying to redistribute, basically. Because the one problem, the hidden menace of education, is that also because of technology, not just socioeconomical disparities, inequality is on the rise. That is true. And we're trying to do several things. And one of them is collaboration across sectors. It's not just redistribution, but perhaps more importantly, interconnection and collaboration, because most of the sectors deal with the same types of issues. And through synergies, we can continue faster and move forward faster. And if you look at our activities, then from this we generate more awareness, so that people know more about these hidden threats, so they know more about the resources that can be used to combat them. Because, as we've heard, the world is unavoidably changing, so we need to be better able to respond. And since you act as the bridge between the stakeholders, so you have the business sector and the others, do you feel a greater need for this interconnection and belonging to what is going on in the world? I think the need is there, but we can also see a positive impact. If you look at the activities that we do, where we connect different actors and we have very positive feedback, that means that we're trying to make it work everywhere. So that it's not just us, the only platform, but Daniel already mentioned the Google Education Group, which there's not just Google's know-how, but it's a platform that connects a lot of players. And you can see these activities all over the world, and we can see that it's working. Maria, in your research, do you see some new form of inequality or an extending, deepening inequality caused by digital technology, perhaps? Absolutely, yes. There is an academic concept for this, about 20 years old, the digital divide, which I think describes many things, but among others, this inequality between people who have access to technology and those who don't, and between different levels of use and their literacy in the use of these technologies. So I think it's good that you pointed this out, because it's important. But I don't know whether this threat is hidden. I wouldn't call it hidden necessarily, because I feel it's something we don't quite realize. It's very obvious, it's right in front of us, but we don't think about it too much. And I can see that In the discussion about the impact of technologies, we often talk about people who have a very privileged access to technologies, and that includes myself, for example, that includes the academia. Most of the impacts of the use of Instagram on teenage girls, for example, most of what we have comes from English-speaking countries, typically the USA, Canada, sometimes Australia, so you have bias there. These are people who speak English, who consume content in English. But content in Czech, content in other languages is completely different, and we know a lot less about that. So there are many different layers to this problem. And on the global level, for example, you have the knowledge from the US or the English-speaking world, which is then applied globally to the rest of the world, which undoubtedly is also happening to these platforms. Facebook does this, which realizes that it may have a problem in the English-speaking environment, but it has no idea how much of a trouble it's in, for example, in the Czech Republic. So that's one of the specific manifestations of this. And before the others respond, I want to note that on Slido you can find the hashtag FutureEdu22, where you can ask some of your questions about these hidden threats that technology development, the technology disruption bring to education, but not just education, because as you noticed, we talked in a broader context. It's also everywhere. I mean, education is clearly shaped by the world we live in, but it's not the only one. But let's talk about education in more detail, because after all, Daniel was at Google in charge of the educational communities. So why did you feel the need to do this? At what point did it become clear that in this quickly changing news environment, people can't find their bearings all that quickly, and you need to help? Well, basically, yes. This was a community project, really, like Česko Digital. And the core idea was that there's no expert. With all due respect to the experts, there is no single expert, no single corporation, no single product team that truly knows how to use the technology as best as possible. So we built these communities in the context of education through teachers. Because we noted that on every school you have one or two, let's call them progressive teachers. So you have the bell curve, the distribution of the early adopters, we call them, right? Early adopters who take the mobile technology and the app and want to use it in education, and they're all alone among the other teachers. And I know this is true from the Czech Republic. What we thought was a much bigger problem were the emerging markets regions, where the potential is enormous, because the technologies are fairly available, but the teachers have no idea what to do with them. So what we do is we took this one or two teachers, and we connected them at each school, and we connected them together. And it gained a tremendous energy, because they started exchanging information on how they use the technology, where are the limitations, where there are no limitations. And sometimes it's really revealing. And for me, for the entire team, this was extremely useful. It was a feedback loop where you had these people directly from the field who tell you what ultimately the technology can be good for. And going back to the context of the digital divide, which is very interesting for us and very important for us, we found out that there are many approaches where you come up with an idea how you teach through technology and it ends up not working. And you can't really tell in advance. So we had this wonderful program for Sub-Saharan Africa, which turned out to be completely dysfunctional because there's no internet connection anywhere. So you'd say, okay, there's a digital divide. At that moment, you can just stop doing things, and suddenly you have people who have access to our product and those who have not. But ultimately, it was the communities in the region who said, okay, you know what? So we'll take this digital content, we'll save it to these flash drives. The interactivity bits, we'll model that. And flash drives are cheap, so we can distribute it to all the Maasai villages. And we've bridged the divide with technology. So what I'm worried about the divide. Yes, I am, because in the social context, it's serious. After leaving Google, I did civil activism in some ways. And the difference between America and Kenya is like there's even greater difference between Praha and the Karlovy Vary region. Because getting digital technology there, I mean, they have phones, they all have phones, obviously, but the culture of using these things, that the teacher is not afraid of these things, we haven't heard this yet, but the respect for the teachers is very important, and respect for their fears, because look at this. You're a person who's faced with this onslaught of new paradigms. You've worked your entire life and suddenly things are different. It's legitimate to be afraid, to be worried, and to be defensive. And when I read these articles, or I'm at conferences, when they say, well, progress is unstoppable, we all have to do this, well, then you can't wonder that the teachers just go on the defensive and don't want to do it. And the digital divide is a real thing. And you need to work with communities, with feedback. You need to do fieldwork. That's probably the most important thing in the context of technology in education. Yes, and we talk about that in the first discussion. We all mentioned that achieving, I don't want to force teachers to do anything because I respect them, but how to achieve the situation where teachers are more willing to adapt and adopt new technologies and technology changes, and how to make the educational system more resilient so that it doesn't just repeat what it knows from the physical environment and do the same thing in the digital environment, because clearly it doesn't work. You clearly need some changes. So what's the highest demand, actually? Because you need to help. You're trying to help. You're trying to bring to this environment where the technology is not used, the technology in a sufficient manner. So what's the highest demand? What do they want the most? Because that, I think, tells you what's the deficit. Well, this is a double-edged sword because there is a demand, but the need may be completely different. And what we see quite often when people turn to us, various non-profits who have their ideas for projects that they could do to increase their impact on society, they want a solution that they can oversee themselves. And one of the greatest benefits of Česko Digital, I think, is that we help organizations define whether, when they come to us and say, help us do X, we ask them, is it really the best solution to increase your impact, to benefit the target group? People typically say, we need a website. That's very common. But in most cases, it turns out that they don't actually need a website. The target group needs something completely different. Or you take that problem and you divide it into several steps. And ultimately, they don't actually, in one case, they don't even have a digital solution at all. Because what they needed to do was to target the target group differently, and utilize the solutions that they had, but they just had to use them differently. So where we're most useful, I think, is that we expand the horizons of the public sphere, and what could the potential solution be? And we can go back to the study presented by Bakaláři at the start, where you could clearly see when teachers were evaluating the impact of technology and how technology will be useful, that it's limited by their experience and what their experience lets them see. In our case, it's similar. These solutions often far exceed the demand. And can anything of that be adopted to education? Because from what you tell me, it seems to me that often the digital tools have this aura of something that will save us as a magical panacea. we'll have a website, everything will be better, we'll better achieve our objectives, and then you talk to them and it turns out that it's often not related at all. Doesn't that show you that we don't actually understand the world that's changing so quickly around us? And perhaps it's so difficult to understand it because part of the survey among the teachers it was that we asked about various technologies, and you could tell that some of them were probably completely unknown to most of them. And that's probably those who knew more about these things than the average teacher. No, I think you're quite right. The world is developing so much faster than the education system can adapt. And there's one way, and I agree with what Daniel said, and that's through communities and sharing and inspiration. Because we too are in the Učíme Online project, which was there for COVID, and now it's going in other directions. But there we had great experience with sharing, with mutual sharing, where we had webinars with inspiring teachers. And not everyone has to understand this, as long as they're willing to learn from each other and share experience and be inspired by one another. That can help. We have questions. We have questions concerning technologies and their risks. What do you think is one of the main risks of technologies, ideally in education, that society should address? How specifically should society do that? A question from Brania Jakobovic. Should I start? I don't think I have a specific answer here, and perhaps the people who do this in practice will have one, but we often talk about media education and media literacy, and I think that this is a very practical thing that we should focus on, but not in the sense that we understand the media and learn what it says on one website and what it says on another website, and that some websites are more trustworthy than others. I mean, yes, obviously we need that. That's the basic thing. But media literacy should be expanded to all types of digital media. And even already at schools, we should start developing the literacy of using these tools and technologies. I don't know quite what to call it, but one specific thing I think about is that we know that what we see on the internet is being influenced by algorithms, but no one really knows what the algorithm is, what it does. The algorithm has become almost something out of mythology. This is a huge part of the world that we live in, and this should also be part of media literacy, which we have. And at the same time, I feel that because we don't have that, we contribute to so many of these threats which stem from a lack of understanding what is truly going on. Yes, that's absolutely true. People sometimes say information literacy, so we don't focus on media, because the media is traditionally understood as someone who produces information in a certain technological dimension. And that's undoubtedly true, and you can see the development over the last 20 years or so. If you look at how schools treated information technology 20 years ago and what they're trying to do now, there is definitely a shift, because people have found out that increasing information literacy by teaching students how to use Microsoft Word, that's not going to help. That's not digital adulthood, that's not digital citizenship. Daniel, what do you think, in your experience? What's the main threat? It's a very difficult question. I've spent the entire time thinking about what I would pick, but I'll tell you two things that you don't hear all that often, and which I see as significant. Because I worked for Google and I was a software engineer, but I also used to be an outdoor instructor, and I wrote a book about education in nature with experiences. I mean, there's no technology, that's your carabiner, that's all. And we heard in the morning that children lose contact with reality. I don't like that, because Fortnite is reality. But in Fortnite, you don't have two things. Two things that when I meet children or parents, and I have children at home, in the online social contact, you don't have two things that we had on those carabiners outdoors. One is real risk. Everything you experience in the metaverse, if something goes wrong, it just went wrong, who cares? And this doesn't give you the opportunity to experience true risk. I mean, if you don't tie your friend properly to that rope, that belay rope, he'll fall down and he'll die, and you'll have 30 more years of suffering. And then I take my son and put him on a bike, and we ride through a puddle. He doesn't want to go through that puddle because he doesn't know how deep it is. And this the online world can't teach you. It can't teach you to take risks. And what I would like to see is if we took what we call reality, if we managed to find a balance there. And I love it when schools do these adaptation courses where they go outside, and when you tell children to put their phones in a cabinet somewhere, no, don't do that. Put it in your pocket and shoot a story of you riding through the puddle. It's okay. It's part of reality. And the second thing is, and that's similar, I think, the non-virtualness of relationships. Because you saw this, if you have children during COVID, they did not meet at schools. They met on Minecraft servers and chats and all that. But it's all transitory, it's all virtual, it's all impermanent. Because when people talk about reality, you have this permanence of relationships, the responsibility. When you're building a friendship, it's not by liking each other's message in a chat window. But when the friend needs help, I come there and help them. And if he annoys me, I don't unfollow them. I say, okay, that wasn't nice, but we're still friends, okay? And I think that school, as an institution, has a huge opportunity to do this. It's a kalkakathea. We develop this together as a space. And I love this research from Baccalaureate, where you had teachers in the first 3 results who call themselves guides. And I love that, because they are curators, perhaps, of the experiences that the children can have. Now you can experience this, and now experience the puddle. That's interesting, certainly. This erosion caused by the fact that everything in the digital space can be turned off immediately. You can just leave. You can leave without feeling the direct responsibility in relationship to the other or some kind of group. That's very strong there. And it lets you avoid responsibility in general. That's very dangerous. Anushka, what do you think? I definitely agree with what both Maria and Daniel were saying. These are quite high up on my list here, a list of threats and risks. And because I don't want to repeat myself, I want to add one more thing, which is connecting the education system more to the real world, in the sense of, I saw Jana Frizilková here, and what they do is they bring more professionals to the education system who are not teachers, who are not from the education sphere, but who have experience with technology in everyday life, who have experience with other segments. They want to teach, they want to share their knowledge, so to get them into schools and let them do that and make it, the whole thing more practical, the training more practical, because it's training for real life. And we'll have to do that, because if we try to responsibly answer the question of Mr. Jakubowicz of how do we deal with that, how do we address that, all of the threats you've mentioned, all the things that we want from teachers, be it actual teachers or parents and other educators, what we want is something that they're probably not able to give us. Example, we talk about digital information literacy, but we know that there's a significant percentage of teachers who are who are quite capable of using unverified sources or even sources that are spreading untrue information. I don't want to use the popular word. And you can tell that there are so many people who should be able to educate and cannot even meet this basic premise. And this should be the basic premise of learning, to use verified information. Of course you need that if you want to teach. It's also dealing with the impact of technologies on life, finding some sort of balance, when teachers can't do it themselves quite often. Some of them are like completely hopeless, sorry for saying that, but some of them just can't face the pressure for whatever reason, psychosocial. There are so many reasons why they're unable to achieve this balance. So where do we look for a solution of this issue, of this quick need to adapt, which we're clearly not able to meet?
Mě napadá a zase asi je to jako odpověď.
Maybe my answer will be controversial, but I think we all need to calm down. And let me explain. Let's talk about parents. Sometimes you're the best parent when you do it intuitively. And I have worked with teachers quite often. We had a meeting over the COVID pandemics, and we didn't talk about how they should transform their teaching, how they should use documents, how they should give homework. It's a whole package. That's not what we talked about. What we talked about is the first step. What should be the first step? And the other aspects will come later. But we talked about the first steps, which steps should be taken so that we can feel comfortably in this situation. What I always say is that the best technologies are carrier pigeons. But I feel the great pressure from the side of the vendors. We've got digital whiteboards, we have this app, and we keep hearing that the children won't be able to learn math without Oculus Rift. Just a small anecdote, I'm very surprised to see the ads by Meta, where they say how the metaverse will be great. You know, metaverse will be here in 10 years' time, so it's mad to see ads like this now. You know, the teachers have a lot of things to do, and the same goes for the parents. But, you know, we should calm down. We should take one thing, be it iPhones, Android, tablets, whatever, just start using it, and the rest will come naturally. I don't know if this answer is good for you, but in my opinion, this is the most efficient way. I also saw by Meta where they show the great world of augmented reality, where you will be able to touch the molecule in this virtual reality. Can you see how ironic it is? They are advertising it. It's the same as Nestle, as if Nestle advertised a chocolate that they would launch in 10 years' time. But the corporations keep telling us, don't worry, you will like this chocolate. We don't have how it will look, how it will taste, but it will be good, it will be very tasty. So maybe, you know, this calms people down. We try to calm the society down. We tell them it will be great. Yeah, maybe this is one way of looking at it. And by the way, we touched upon another question from the audience. If we really can require this from the teachers, if it is realistic, whether this is possible to be fulfilled. Just to follow up on what Dan said about calming down, and it has a relation to this question. One of the biggest issues of EdTech and we saw it during our conversations with teachers, is that technologies are something that we don't understand, and we need to explain technologies to children, and children often understand technology even better than we do. And in my opinion, one of the steps would be to involve children in this explanation, to admit that we don't understand technology as much, and step away from the authority approach and tell or ask the children to explain technology to ourselves, to become partners of the children, of the students. And I know that in some schools they have plans of sending their pupils to other schools where they can help and assist in education. If we open to these new approaches, we could be able to fulfill this goal. I know that this is the industry vocational school in Smíchov. This school is very progressive in this aspect. The headmaster has had to leave. But there are some students who participate in these projects and become themselves teachers. And it is easier for the teacher to admit that they don't understand something. And it doesn't have to be at the high school, it could be in the elementary school. The teachers should admit that the students have better intuition in using technology, and they don't fear technology of messing something up. In the digital world, in the digital world, many things can be reverted. But teachers are often afraid of making mistakes because this would show that they are not fit for the job, and they fear that they would lose their authority. I have another question. From your research, do you have any insight about the impact of this disruptive development on authorities in our societies? It's not just the teachers who complain about the decrease of the authority of their profession. I think everyone could tell the same. They could have the same feeling. In every profession that used to have authority, but it's quite evident in teachers. Yes, I have never thought about this, but I think this could be the framework of the debate. As we construct authorities, what are authorities for us? And social networks have an immense impact on this. There is new types of authorities and new types of opinion leaders who define themselves by contrasting themselves to the knowledge society. Their authority stems from their experience, and they are not just institutions that don't have any link to real life. This is the case for doctors, media, politicians. Over the COVID, we saw that there was a high number of so-called authorities that criticized the doctors. I have never thought of using this in teachers, but this is quite an interesting question. But over the debate, I was thinking about one thing. I'm not an expert on education, but I've been thinking about this from the outside. It seems as if the teachers were or should be Superman or Superwoman, and it's not realistic to ask them to do this. I think these worries stems from us trying to find a superhero that could save us all. I think this is also linked to the lack of imagination. But lack of imagination sounds as a negative characteristic. We just don't have the imagination. And also this lack of imagination is relating to the fact that it's very difficult to see all the long-term impacts of technologies. We see that technology development is much faster than development in education and the societal development. One of the problems of sociological research is that it is much slower than the technology development requires us. You know, the peer review takes a long time. So I think this is one of the reasons. Maybe the human imagination doesn't have the opportunity to see all the aspects, to see across it. And from this stems our need to have superheroes that could save us. But one anecdotal thing, I reviewed a chapter of a book describing the teachers in Australia and the use of YouTube and TikTok. The reason being that they wanted to have more authentic way of communication with the students. And this study showed that there are benefits to this, that the students get used to it and they love their teachers. But on the other side, we have the teachers who are overwhelmed and who are stressed due to this. So I think this could be interesting in our debate. As John said, bez práce nejsou koláče. You need to work. So we have 4 last minutes of our panel debate. Are there any questions from the audience? Because there may be some questions that we haven't heard. You have 4 minutes to think of them. I would follow up on what Gonzalo Frasca said and link it to one question we have received. He said that games are built in a way so that they incentivize, motivate, and that game designers should have the same characteristics as teachers. Game designers should be able to motivate or incentivize children to go on in the game, and if the game is not able to deliver on this, it would not be successful. At the same time, he said that not everything needs to be fun. Games are a good tool, but they don't have to be fun to die. However, what I see here is that games could have some, could bring some risks. They could be meaningless. They could be fun, but they are not challenging. So maybe this could be transformed in something that could cultivate the society. So we've got the phenomenon of serious games. As Gonzalo showed us, this could be an application of its own way. So what's your opinion on this? In my opinion, fun is not the only motivation that could be worked, that could be built up on. We need to communicate what is the meaning, what is the purpose of activity, and if the children see it, this activity doesn't have to be fun. It could be in serious games, or it could be a different form of transferring information. So I agree, fun doesn't have to be the only element to catch children's attention. Did you use such tools as gamification at Google? Yes, we try to gamify a lot of things, but you know, it needs to come with measures. Some gamification can be very embarrassing and awkward. Some activities can be based only on collecting badges. But at the same time, you know, Google produces videos in pastel colors, fun videos, and this is a part of this. And you know, this is a way of calming down, because even the most serious topic could be presented in a fun way. At the same time, we have serious games with very serious topics. On the other hand, there's a huge number of games used in education, in city simulators or city building simulators. I teach at companies different aspects, for example, system thinking. And in this way, the children knows that in a city there needs to be some factories, but at the same time people need to buy things, so there need to be some commercial activity and roads, etc. So by doing this, the children knows more about economy than the children born in the 80s or 70s. And the same time goes to Minecraft. It's impressive to see what children create. Sometimes I pretend that I don't see what my child is doing at Minecraft, so that I don't have to stop him from doing it. Yes, it doesn't have to be just serious games. We can cultivate other aspects in other games that aren't focusing on this. And what about gamification from the anthropological point of view? I was thinking about this. It's quite a difficult concept from the academic point of view. What we see is that there are many different things that we do in everyday life, be it education, shopping, choosing our clothing, or communication. These activities take place on platforms created by algorithms, and this leads to the gamification of the whole life. This is another layer to this. But a conclusion that I can draw from this is that the interaction with technology, and this interaction can have an impact. I will gain points, badges. It could bring me popularity. This all is much more quantified than our life was when we were children. Children of today are used to this. This could be a threat, but at the same time it could be a great opportunity if we seize it correctly. But this, I came up with this now, so I don't have any data. Yeah, sometimes we don't have any solutions, so we don't have to be sorry if we don't bring up any ideas. We really need to kickstart our imagination and use it to the fullest, so that we could be able to imagine all the different scenarios and to get prepared for them. And this is how we could calm down, because we know what would come in the future. By saying this, we get to the end of this panel debate. I want to thank the participants, Marie, Daniel, and Aneška, and now I give the floor back to Daniel. Thank you for this very interesting panel. And I will just invite you for further parts of the program. We will talk about blockchain, we will talk about the vision towards 2030. And also you will hear about how technology will change the future of education in the next 5 years. Now we will have a short coffee break and see you back at 15:20.
Tak, dámy a pánové, poprosím vás opět.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so that we can continue. Before getting to the last panel of today's event, and the last speech on vision towards 2030 and how technologies will change the future of education, before all that, we will give you an opinion from abroad. We will talk about blockchain and all things blockchain. The next expert is global lead in World Bank, Robert Hawkins, who sent us a video. So enjoy.
Greetings. My name is Bob Hawkins. I'm the Global Lead for Technology and Innovation in Education at the World Bank. It's a pleasure to be with you here today, albeit virtually. I wish I could be there in Prague with you in person, and hopefully we will be able to meet each other live at some point. I'm excited to share with you a bit of the work that we're doing at the World Bank around how we think about the future and preparing our colleagues at the World Bank and our clients and ministries of education to prepare for that future as well. Most of what we do at the World Bank is supporting our clients and ministries of education to think about how to design and implement EdTech components in our education lending projects to improve teaching and learning in the classroom. But we also do what we call action research, which is thinking out 5-10 years in the future and implementing and evaluating pilots to test some frontier technologies. Today, I'm going to talk with you a bit about some of the work that we're doing around blockchain technology. Let me go ahead and share my screen with you as we start here. Hope you can see my screen. So what I'm going to talk about is blockchain for education and why it's relevant. Now, again, the problems that we see in education around the world are chronic and repetitive in the projects that we finance. For instance, unmotivated youth. Only 46%, for example, of young people in Latin America who start higher education graduate by the time they're 25 to 29 years old. Relevant skills. We are constantly asked by the private sector to support ministries to think about how education systems can develop the types of skills that are in demand, the critical thinking, collaboration, communication, for instance. We see the need and the desire of young people to connect their education to real-world challenges. For instance, this example of climate change. We see the need for more transparency in disbursement of funds through education systems. And finally, here at the World Bank, 75% of our projects involve what's called results-based financing. So we finance the outputs as opposed to the inputs. But for every dollar that we spend on provision of these services, we spend another 50 cents on verification of these results, so about 33%. So we're looking at ways in which technology might help us to reduce some of those costs. Yep. I'm going to share with you an action research project called Evoke. It's a project that we started 10 years ago in South Africa that looked at ways in which we can use technology to further engage young people in thinking about global grand challenges and learning about solutions to those grand challenges. Initially in South Africa, we focused on some of the behavior change of introducing storytelling, game mechanics, social networking into the process. And we've evolved in recent iterations to look at how project-based learning fosters skills development, and then how we can use a blockchain technology, which I'll talk more about just now. But just to give you a sense of the types of skills that we're developing, it's creativity, collaboration, empathy, problem solving. And you can see the challenges that we face around just defining what these skills are, determining how to integrate them into a curriculum, thinking about the assessment of these skills, which is very difficult when thinking about these hard to measure skills, and then finally the evaluation of what, at the end of the day, students have learned and what skills they have acquired. Now, when looking at blockchain technology, we wanted to facilitate the transparent and traceable incentive structures to students to develop these skills. And this was developed this project I'm going to talk about was developed in Colombia in the context of a conditional cash transfer program in which we were working with the government to determine ways in which to incentivize out-of-school youth to enroll in skill-building programs, stay in those programs, graduate, and develop relevant skills. So again, we developed this initiative as an open-source global public good that, again, focuses on transparency of disbursement of resources, improving efficiency in results-based financing, and we call maximizing finance for development, looking at ways in which to crowd in non-traditional funders. Now, just as a very high-level description of what are the properties of blockchain technology that most interested us. The first one is trust. Again, the blockchain being a distributed database that shares the same set of data across all of the computers, provides for the ability to provide digital content that is immutable, in the sense that it can't be changed and therefore more trustworthy and transparent. The second is this idea of uniqueness of digital content or digital assets, whether it's money in the case of a cryptocurrency or a certificate that a student has earned as a result of studying, or digital content that creatives have developed to support the learning process. The fact that any type of digital content can be made unique through the blockchain is a very interesting property to attribute a value to it through limiting the supply of that content. And then finally, programmability, that a digital asset can be more efficient in distributing ownership across a network if you're able to program it. So in the case of the conditional cash transfer program in Colombia, we built in if-then statements into what are called smart contracts. So if a student completes an assignment, then they will receive tokens of value to spend in the marketplace, which I'll describe in a minute here. Or if a teacher provides an assessment of a student, then he or she will receive tokens of value. So again, these if-then statements of the programmability of assets. Now, this is a very basic schematic of what we did in Colombia on this transfer of value. We took Colombian pesos, converted them into a token. The donor was then able to see a number of cohorts of students of around 150 each, of which they could then distribute their resources based on what cohort in which city they wanted to support. The students would then do work. They would finish the activities and do it with quality. So they would receive tokens based on the completion of activities and when that activity was given a grade of 80% or higher. And teachers could also receive tokens. Both teachers and students could then spend these tokens in a marketplace. In the case of Colombia, it was for cell phone minutes. And then all of this activity was completely transparent to the donor, whether it's the World Bank or the government of Colombia or an external donor that wants to support education. They could see exactly where every peso or every dollar was spent along the value chain, all the way down to the end user, as actions were taken, as smart contracts were executed, and every action was transparent on the blockchain with a timestamp indicating who the money came from and who it went to. Now, the results were very positive here on two fronts: one, student motivation and skills development, and the other, this transparency and trackability of funds. So again, the students completed 85% of the total content, which for an online course during COVID, I might add, was extremely high. The content, the digital content, which is in the form of a story, which I'll explain a bit in my next example, was rated very high in terms of the evaluation. And the project recognized student skills and awarded over 2,000 badges. Now, on the transparency front, the simple results-based rules of completion and completion with quality eliminated any of the outside verification of results that we normally pay for. The donors were able to see very transparently how their funds were spent. And we were able to kind of capture the possibility of how additional donors could come into this program through the ability to bring other donors, provide them with a dashboard, and allow them to fund any number of cohorts of students. Now, issues around legal and regulatory issues were extremely sensitive, particularly with our team here at the bank. We did this as a sandbox approach, in which we tried to not mitigate all of the risks, but recognize those risks and design around those risks. And again, what we found was that the existing legacy conditional cash transfer systems were very hard to change. Now, the second example I want to give is around digital content. Again, the idea of how we can think of blockchain technologies as facilitating the ability to transparently exchange value in an education system. So we gave one example of transferring value to students and teachers. In this case, it'll be around creatives in your country, developing creative content. And what we're doing now, this is actually a research project that's underway, is that we're empowering content creators with mechanisms to actually own their local content, to develop a transparent way to exchange that content with schools and end users, as well as with potential funders of that content, again, whether it's the World Bank, the Ministry of Education, or other actors in the education ecosystem. And then finally, to develop sustainable models. This is an example. We brought together 4 countries around the theme of migration. This was a story that was developed in Afghanistan around Afghan refugees. We had another in Colombia around both the Venezuelan migration issues as well as internal displacement. We also had a team in Honduras looking at the migration north, and a team here in Washington, D.C. that was working with adult migrants that had moved to the city for adult education. Now, what we wanted to leverage was this concept that is increasingly popular. It's very old, but it's gotten new life through blockchain technology, called generative art. So the idea of being able to program different layers of, in this case, an artwork. And we're taking this concept that's applied mainly to art and using it for digital content. So you can imagine these layers that are being exposed, not just having art, but having text and having learning activities built in as well. So as you build out a panel, you can have different layers of content that can be developed by different partners, and they can own their individual content, and collaboratively they can own what's put together in terms of these layers. Again, taking these ideas from the field of generative art. And these are just some examples of different layers that you could have. You could have art layers, you could have learning layers, you could have character layers, you could have music, you could have a podcast, audio. So the design space is extremely rich. This is the example of what we produced actually for the story here in DC. And you can see the different layers that have been developed. This was the initial sketch as a layer. This is kind of how it's evolved in terms of the final artwork with both the background and 2 character layers. You can see the text of the 2 characters, in this case, Bernard and Andre, with the text. You can see kind of the welcome to the educational piece, a voice of Andre that will be an audio layer, and then the actual learning objective, research the internet, blogs, articles, magazines related to the global grand challenges and related to the problem affecting your community. When doing research, remember to use reliable sources of information. So all of this together is one panel. What we're building out is 24 panels that tell a complete story. And you can think of that as a curriculum, and each of these panels as learning objectives within that curriculum. So just to conclude, we've learned a lot through the prior pilot in Colombia and this one on digital content, but we wanted to be able to bring other actors into the discussion and learn from others. We learned about challenges around the legal and regulatory environment, issues around how to ensure custody of private keys, of how to think about unique IDs, of which blockchains to use. So again, we brought together over 100 different individuals from organizations working on the implementation of blockchain in education, and ran a series of 6 seminars. The first one on blockchain in education, why is it relevant? The second one looking at how blockchain is facilitating new forms of organization through ecosystems and crypto networks. The third was on the most prevalent use case, which is around trust in verified learner credentials. The fourth was around how these credentials can be used as a currency in a skills economy. The fifth was the importance of assessment and measurement and giving value to these credentials. And then the final one was on token economics, of how you think about the supply and demand in an education system in this exchange of value. Again, whether it's providing value in the form of certificates or digital content or time for teachers. So all of this is on our website. You can go to the recordings if you're interested. And we've started the second phase of this community to now look at applied research, starting with the example that I gave you around digital content. We'll then look at organizational structures and come back to token economics. So again, I invite all of you to get in touch with myself and my colleague, John, who is also at the event with you. And we're happy to kind of share more with you and engage your city in some of the lessons that we've learned around the use of blockchain. So thanks again. I hope we get to see each other in real life at some point in the future. And again, I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you today. So thank you very much.
We also hope to see Robert in person and not just through a video message. But now let's come back to the Czech Republic and let's talk about Vision 2030. We've already talked about it at the same event last year with the Minister of Education, who was Robert Plaga then. And now I have Michal Šebek from the Czech University of Technology talking about the vision. The floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me here today. And I hope they won't regret it. I'm here to talk about how do we educate for the digital era and so on. The trouble is that I don't think we should. None of the organizers fainted, that's good. But it's not because I'm too old-fashioned, no, quite the opposite. That's not enough. Why should we educate for Industry 4.0 and not 6.0 or 10.0? I think that we should educate for the future. Because children, students will live mainly in the future. And what I just said is either completely trivial, and everyone knows that, or it's, wow, a profound, life-changing piece of knowledge, or it's a lie, and we should suppress it. So which do you think? Well, depending on the position of our society, it seems to be that the last is true. It's a lie, because what are the arguments concerning education? Some people say, well, back when I went to school, or I never needed this or that, and it was useless learning that, or, and that's not much better, companies today need X, Y, Z, we need more drivers. Yesterday it was miners. We really should be careful about that. We should not start listening to companies when we deal with education, because their specific needs. Don't they realize that education takes years? 10 or 20 years? Like, who cares that you don't have drivers today? If you change the curriculum, the first drivers you get are in 20 years, and there won't be any drivers in 20 years. And that's not a joke. It's not so long ago that mining was introduced as an education program with huge support from companies. And even before they finished studying, we closed all the mines. But the organizers, I think, meant it well when they invited me. Let's teach at least for 4.0. And not for Empress Maria Theresa from the 18th century. That's probably what they meant, okay? These are my grandchildren. Unless something unexpected happens, they will probably be alive in the year 2100. And I really want us to give them an education that will last for that long, to make them protected, future-proof them for whatever happens. We should keep that in mind at the very least. If we talk about whether we should teach them the Pythagoras theorem or whatever. Perhaps this wasn't as important in the past, but today it's extremely important. The future is not what it used to be. Everything is changing so quickly. We know nothing about the future. But we don't think that there will be a huge wave of digitalization and then for 100 years nothing. No one even considers that. It's going to look like this. Every 20 years we have another revolution of some kind, and everything will be completely overwritten once again. And if you're not able to reinvent yourself every single time, as Harari says, you'll be in trouble. And the others will be in trouble. Because you'll have people demonstrating in the streets. We can see it today. We wouldn't be in this state of social panic that we are if the people received a proper education back then. It's not easy to reinvent yourself. So the world of the future will be completely different than today. We have no idea what it's going to be like. So how are we supposed to educate our children for that? Well, surprisingly, I think this is quite enough. This is quite enough for a clever education program, because if we don't know what they need, so let's educate them in things that are always useful, and there are so many of those. And I have an hour-long lecture on this topic, so I'm not going to go into that, but here I have some slides from that. So thinking, making things, those are things worth developing. Flexibility, people forget about that. We've heard it today. Teachers don't want to change. And some people do want to change. And they keep buying new software versions of everything, and some don't even want a computer. Whatever this is not your natural characteristic, it's not a personality trait. It's a skill that you can develop. Maybe all you had to do was to tell the people at the start, you won't be a miner for your entire life. For a while, I'll be a miner, then I'll be something else entirely. And knowing this would have helped. Of course, creating the future is much easier than adapting to the future. If you create the future, others have to adapt. Understanding the world, that's clear. Understanding yourself, that's extremely important. Again, Harari, if you don't understand yourself, then artificial intelligence or bad-meaning people will wipe the floor with you. Again, if the demonstrators understood themselves, they wouldn't be caught by those fraudsters. I'm bad with this clicker thing. Anyway, to sum it up, technology impacts education in many ways, but most importantly, indirectly, because it changes the world around us. And this means that we have to change the targets of education and methods, because the objective of education has to be to make the children future-proof. But, thankfully, technologies can help a lot. The risks are associated with that, and we've talked about that. Here's a nice example of being afraid of technology. My eyesight is bad because I read too much. It's true, I shouldn't have read so much. But the greatest risk, and we haven't heard it in the previous panel, the greatest risk is that education will not change at all. Surprisingly, the Finnish Minister of Education knows that. I'm happy to have heard, but I sort of knew. But here no one knows what kind of trouble we're heading to. Because we're still teaching children in the same stupid old manner. Now about technology. Anyone understands all these buzzwords? Do you? Really? I'll try to say it in my own words. We've had this report presented. There are so many things, and everything that's in there is correct, but sometimes it's not the typical things. It's simple. Industry. Industry is very easy. The industrial revolutions are clearly delineated. You can tell which one is which. Each of them completely overthrew everything in industry. Perhaps not the last one, because Industry 4.0, that's not 3D printers and more robots and that kind of thing. That's true, yes, but that's not the defining feature. The defining feature is that this is digital manufacturing. That's what makes things different. Digital twin, that's the key concept there, a digital twin. I'll give you an example. You're invited to a party in the evening, it's the afternoon, you don't have the proper dress. You say, okay, I still have an hour to go, So you design a dress, you pick one on the internet, you pick the fabric. In the computer, you have the digital copy of your body, including how it moves. So you can put it on in a simulation, you find out it's looking pretty great, so you send it to the factory. In the factory, they add digital models of the materials it's supposed to be made from, and digital models of the machinery that they have, and from all of that you create a digital twin of the future product. It's just a model and the whole process behind it. And now the twin goes through the factory, there are no lines, nothing like that. Here they solder on a button, here it gets a zipper. Okay, I'm making fun of this, but in 1 hour you have the courier and there's your dress. This can do so many things. This can change so many things. Custom production at the price of mass production. A market for just one person. Every customer is a brand new customer. The factory needs to be next door. Ultimately, it will be in your home. You can't take a new dress, ship a new dress from China to here in 1 hour. That's not possible. And it becomes much more important to design things, because making things becomes easy. That's the trivial part of it. How much time do I have left? And what's Industry 2.0, 5.0? I have no idea. But I can tell you, suggest perhaps. Information have been digitalized for some time and it's causing all this chaos we have. So what if we now digitalize matter? Now we're trying to do things like that. We have matter that's made up of bits, which in these cases are these units of material, these building blocks that are all the same, and you reconfigure them to create a complicated product. The new material can have properties that no current material has. On the left, these are images from MIT. On the right, that's a robot, Zhuzhou, developed by our boys. It's made from these cubes, and it moves by changing the shapes of these cubes. And as they change the shape, it sort of flows around like an amoeba. So that's an example. Another example. I'm not good at this clicker thing. The second example is shaping a field. Okay, the video doesn't work. Imagine you have so many balls or cells and you want to arrange them with artificial insemination or whatever. And imagine you create this artificial landscape with hills and valleys, and you have the balls in there, and they will go, thanks to gravity, wherever you need them to be. So that's what we're trying to do. But we don't do, of course, change gravity, but we can do the other things. So we have magnets and electricity and acoustics and magnet hydrodynamics, contact glass manipulation, whatever. And you can arrange 100 balls however you need to. This could be quite useful in digital matter. And it could even build itself. You just program it, you throw the cubes on the floor, and they form themselves into a car. I'm exaggerating, but it's not impossible. Information revolution, we've heard that. And it's been here before. This is the second information revolution. The first one after Gutenberg. So we can learn from the mistakes, but it turns out we're unable to do that. Back then, the world became much more complicated for people. Then there was 100 years of wars. Immediately we started splitting into us and them, and there was a schism and widespread murder for 100 years. And then we had humanism and the Renaissance and Industrial Revolution, and we wouldn't have any of that without this. And let's hope that this revolution won't be quite as bloody and the transition won't take so long. And now the clicker doesn't work. Education. Okay, we can all agree that Education 1.0, that's Empress Maria Theresa, introduced mandatory school education in the Czech lands. And the second picture, that's last week. I just turned it a bit brown. So what happened? Education was just at school, the teacher was in charge of everything, who tells you things, tells the students things, and the students remember. One size fits all. Please raise your hand if you have 2 or more children. May I ask, discreetly, can you tell them apart? You don't have to label them 1 and 2. Every child is different. We all know that. But our educational system somehow doesn't. There's just one school leaving exam, one entrance exam. By the way, what happened this year with the entrance exams to secondary schools, that's criminal, honestly. So many talented children could not get to a secondary school, but okay, I'm not going to talk about that now. And the education that we're talking about, whatever number you put on it, I like 4.0 because, as I'll show you in a minute, it has a similar character as Industry 4.0. But I don't know what the 2 and 3 were in that case. No one knows. Oh, let's say the internet. Okay, Web 3.0, so internet through, so education 3.0, some say education 2.0, which would make sense. Okay, I found all of these. What makes it all similar to the product? Remember what I told you about the product. Children are in the center of things. Children are in charge of everything, like the digital twin in the factory. You communicate in all directions, children between themselves, that's extremely important. It's active, it's tailored. This is all similar to Industry 4.0. And what's also important, the customer is the child. Why should we listen to companies in education, or the state, or the army, or whoever? The child is your customer. You're giving the child the skills they will need for the future. Please take this clicking off my time, because that's loss of time. Virtual reality. I'm going to love virtual reality, but I think I want it to be more tactile, so I can disassemble a submarine or a running nuclear reactor. That would be fun. But this aspect of the social aspect is very important. We actually encountered this at university because during COVID, I mean, remote lectures, that's easy. I mean, that's pretty much what we've always done. Even lab exercises, we could do that. We came up with the idea of a home lab, lots of small experiments. Everyone ran their experiments at home, sent their videos to the teacher. But what we could not have was contact between students, which I'll create the pedagogy researchers, because now we physicists have to do this. One Nobel Prize laureate for physics started teaching physics and used hard data to show that the progress in university between a boring teacher and this kind of superstar and experiments at lectures, that's just a tiny difference. What makes a difference is discussion among students. They argue with each other. That's not how it is. That's how it is. That's what makes progress happen. Augmented reality, okay, I'm skip that. I've probably run out of time, but we've done that for one car maker. Gamification, well, that's a great thing, and I've heard that it's science fiction. Ladies and gentlemen, nope. Comenius came up with that so many hundreds of years ago, and it's still science fiction. We really deserve to be wiped out by aliens, honestly. We can't do it like this. And we're still talking about technologies that were originally invented for something else entirely, but can be also used in education. So where are all these pedagogical innovations? Psychology, sociology. Tell me of a revolutionary invention since Comenius. When we have that, we'll have education 5.0. Still doesn't work. Okay, of course, technology, will be using technology, but the technology is not the aim, it's not the end goal. And technical universities should know this, but they don't. Technical universities are so behind the times. So by the time the students graduate, everything they've learned is already outdated. That's how it is. Bob, I'm out of time, am I not? Okay, one more thing. Okay, two slides. Typical, our Czech technological university says, we teach the latest technology. No. We teach technologies that don't even exist yet. We teach you to invent them. Here's your proof. When you need to accredit a student program, you need to provide the profile of a graduate. This is where you define what the person can do, what you turn them into. A typical Czech school, and this is a specific one, says that the engineer graduate will be able to program in C++, use Laplace transformation, and create a knowledge base for the NPS32 expert system. I have no idea what that is. I wouldn't go to a school like that. What we have is, what we do is we raise engineers, and whatever they do, and they can do literally anything, they will approach it as an engineer. And that's very important. And if you don't think so, that's why I have this image on the bottom left. Now, very quickly, there are other important characteristics. The impact of graduates of the best university is not felt in their field and in their inventions, but in what their team does. They need to be versatile. They need to want to change the world. That's what I always say. If you want a good job and make serious money, go study somewhere else. If you want to change the world, come here. And we have so much data, with the exception of education, at least in the Czech Republic. I don't know almost any. Even, John, sorry, but even your study doesn't actually research true data. You're just looking at what others wrote about this. It could have been nonsense. I mean, no, you did a good job. Don't get me wrong. You did a good job, but I'm the STEM guy here, okay? Because, you know, this was written by the humanities people. Look at articles written by physicists or engineers. But okay, that's my small dig there. But education is here for the future. Sorry, John. That's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Děkujeme moc, to si budete muset večer na pivo.
Thank you very much. I think you will have to discuss it over beer in the evening. But please stay here because you will be part of the next panel. We have the last panel debate before getting to the final summary. Thank you, Michal. Thank you for the invitation for the next panel debate, of which he will be a member of. But apart from Michal, we have other guests. The next guest is Dana Petrová, Director of Česká spořitelna Foundation. Please come to the stage. Martin Orgoník, representing T-Mobile. Welcome. Then we have Luboš Malý from Red Button Edu. And last but not least, Sara Polak, AI archaeologist.
Dobrý den.
Dobrý den. Tak máme skutečně nabitý poslední panel.
So this last panel is full of guests. Thank you, Michael, for the great introduction and for recruiting new students to Czech Technical University. Maybe the audience is not the best one because they are all humanities guys. So I will let the guests respond to what Michael said. Did you like it? What do you think of it? I know it and I agree completely. I concur. I think the future orientation is not at the heart of our ideas. I think we don't look into the future. We need to have the skill to look what could bring us closer to the future. What about Luboš? Yes, I agree 100%. I just want to add a few things. Education, 1, 2, 3, 4. It has been already described. What you have described is education 3.0. And also there are definitions for education 4.0. If there is someone who thinks that the situation that we have now is okay, they will not be able to prepare for the future. But however, I want to say another thing. I have the impression that we will lose our humanity if we are able to plug a cable into our head and download what the others have learned and upload what we have learned. This is a vision of knowledge economy where people will be able to share their know-how. Did you see the few episodes of Black Mirror where they use this context? This could also be in Star Trek, in 7 of 9. You could see it in the past. I don't know if Star Trek should be an inspiration for us. It's just a fact. Martin, so we should plug cables provided by T-Mobile, I suppose. I always thought there were some small guys running in the cables, sharing or transferring the data. But I will follow up on the parallel that we heard, that now we have education 4.0, that we started with education 1.0. Many companies ask us for modernization and implementing Industry 4.0 and to help them modernize their manufacturing. And many people think that it's the same as ordering a new mobile phone. This will change the manufacturing process completely, the number of staff, capex, etc. The shift from factory 1.0 to factory 4.0 is enormous. And I suggest that it will be the case also with education 4.0, that this leap is so big that it cannot be done overnight. Yes, I don't think so. What about you, Sarah? I think you were great speaking about this. During COVID, I participated in many conferences on education. And at these conferences, people usually agree that it's necessary, then they have some refreshment, and then they go home. But you mentioned that now we have technology, but we need to know how to implement them. That's a completely different question. And another thing is children memorizing things. That's a completely different question. I also come from the humanities background. And now we mentioned the cables plugging into our heads. We don't have a lack of technology or information, but the problem is synthesis of this information. Children need to be able to compare data from different environments and to create their own image, not only based on the idea of school, but how the students themselves are able to synthesize. This is the basis for the future. We know that the future will be chaotic, and we will need to be able to navigate through this, and everyone will use different tools. So the liberty of which tools we choose and which information we draw upon, this will be essential. So what would you say to defend yourself, Mikhail? I don't want to apologize to all the humanities guys, but if you only could hear what my colleagues from Technical University think about art, you would be appalled. I think this only shows how harmful specialization in STEM or in humanities is, well, how harmful it is. So now we need specialized educators. I think we haven't gone through the shift that would be that would correspond the other developments that we have heard. You could use the Xenos parallel with Achilles and the tortoise. I think that it's the same case in education, that education goes slowly, and the real world is quite far from the education, and education is in completely different space-time. So my question is whether these two worlds are compatible. Yes, I think they are. And we are heading to a big mess. We are not preparing people for this. We are not training them. Let's look at the division in society in Finland and in the Czech Republic. We can see the difference in education, in its impact. But this inevitably leads to the fact that people are frustrated and they launch their own projects. But maybe this doesn't help decreasing inequalities. I would follow up on what you said about Finland. We had Ondřej Liška in our advisory board of our foundation, and once he said that the problem why we are unable to introduce the Finnish model in the Czech Republic is due to the fact that we don't have enough Finnish people in the Czech Republic. I think the main thing is the approach, how to give the change a chance. And in my opinion, we have given the chance to technology in different aspects of life. We buy things online, we meet other people online. However, in education, we are reticent, we don't trust in technology. Parents don't support this because they think the only valid model is the model they lived through when they were children. And we need to destroy these bias. What I think is that there was a change in IT. The life cycle decreased of software decreased from 10 to 5 years. However, when we learn a skill, the companies will need it in the future. Now what companies want are curious people, more bold people. But in 3 years' time, companies will look for more resilient people. So we need to know that the lifestyle of everything is shortening, and speak from the point of view from the companies. So this life cycle will shorten. What I had in my CV 5 years ago, in 5 years' time, no company will be interested in it. So I think this will force us to change our approach. In the Czech Republic, 80% of parents are happy with the current education system. But what makes me nervous is how should we change the education? Over the last 2 years, due to COVID and war, many behavioral patterns have changed. So maybe what we need to do now is not to invest in new content, but we need to connect each other, communicate, to give a pace to the education. I think the content is not problematic. The technology is not problematic. Maybe we should slow down, turn off Netflix, and talk with our children about what they learned. So this kindness is what is lacking here. I want to say that the life cycle of different areas, such as values that our society are based on, shouldn't be short. The life cycle of these values shouldn't be just 5 years. There are other aspects that deserve continuity, and we should promote these values, because otherwise the education institution would become obsolete. We need to transfer some basic values. This is the background of the Finnish model. They don't want to unify. They want to maintain the cohesion of society. The minister also talked about unpredictable events, black swans events. So sometimes we weren't able to predict them, but we need to be ready for these types of events. I worry that there were many people protesting against the government at Wenceslas Square with higher education, and they saw that there were some aspects that posed a threat to their life. And maybe this is just due to the lack of education in society. But I'm wondering whether how to connect it with technology. I'm very happy that you mentioned the demonstration in Wenceslas Square. I don't have many experience with Czech education system. I spent a long time in the UK. There, the education is closely linked to the social strata. You know, Oxford and Cambridge is a great incubator. You gain new contacts. Once you need it, you can call someone that you met at university and you can just ask them to help you. And I think this potential hasn't been seized fully in the Czech Republic. The more important is to have the title. The universities or education system doesn't help children to navigate in life. At our university, we have a new group, and we try to make it decentralized via blockchain. The people protesting at Wenceslas Square do something, and I don't, and I'm not surprised by that, because people don't trust scientists, because they think they are paid by institutions. You know, in Finland, you see that people are participating in lifelong learning, and the experts are independent on the formal education. And if you want to participate in science conference, you need to have 70 peer reviews. So the top science is hidden behind a barrier, and people don't have access to it, so they are skeptical towards this science. And the top science should be open to society, and it could show that trying to find truth belongs to everyone, and I don't feel this is the case now.
I'm happy that you said that, because at the start of the internet, there was the idea to decentralize knowledge, and it turns out that this wasn't such a great idea. Now we have every individual has an almost unlimited access to information, perhaps second-hand, but clearly what happens is that people fortify themselves in their democratic positions in these virtual echo chambers, which are closed only virtually. And this inability to use the technology for something better is clear. I don't know, do you have a solution at T-Mobile? No, the important thing is that digital literacy is not something that you learn at school, but it's something that you need to constantly live through and refresh and improve your entire life. We've talked about working with information. I can see it when I look at my parents, who started coding a disinformation website. What a horrible thing that the Ukrainians did. In '68, they told me, but where did you get that? Have you ever read that before? How come that someone who is educated and has achieved a lot in life treats information so uncritically? That's one thing, but we're still talking about adults, or almost adults. But we see this enormous increase in the availability of modern technology, and as what our business is built on, obviously. We are spreading the digital infrastructure everywhere we can. Every year we invest billions in that. And I'm trying to make sure there is no obstacle, that any household can connect, and perhaps children, but that's it becomes complicated. Is it right to enable children to take as much as they want from the digital space? It's like an all you can eat buffet. That's how the internet works, and maybe I've just mixed like living in the digital world and digital education, but you can't really separate the two. There's no clear boundary. And the teacher is not behind the child's back the entire time. You can't watch them the entire time what they're doing. We don't recommend any forms of stalking, that kind of thing. Parents should create some natural boundaries, like they should be able to set the limits of what the child does on the internet, but the rest should be a process of discussion, like guiding the child through the space from analog to digital to a modern digital student. But you need to work on that a lot. There are many aspects to this, and it has a mental aspect. What if something happens, something goes wrong? How can the parent tell? Just before I forget, you mentioned disinformation. I think this is very important. Also, when we talk about science, because there are different types of disinformation. You have just lies or a deepfake video of Zelensky. And we should talk to people about this. But then there are disinformations that are about interpretation, what you mentioned, the study. These are things that scientists wrote about data. It's their interpretation of data. And I can see that in grant policy. I'm an archaeologist, and I love the Roman Empire, but I'm not getting a grant for that, unless in the Roman Empire I look at gender. And yes, of course, it's important to look at the gender politics of the Roman Empire, but what I care about is the post system in the era of Octavianus. And I don't want to add gender to that to hack the system. And I see this on the internet. There's a piece of disinformation, and it's an opinion, and someone close Guardian or the Telegraph. These are politically leaning newspapers. And they just post the link and say, okay, a journalist wrote this in the Guardian, in the Telegraph. But there's no real critical thinking involved. And this is a grey zone of interpreting data. And people feel that they're being force-fed some truth from above, and they are against that. They immediately become defensive against critical thinking and data, because what can I do? The society is polarized, and whatever I do, I can't really do much about that. But we need to at least talk openly about that. Listen, yes, but before Lubos joins in, Slido, FutureEdu 22. Open it, submit your questions. This is the last panel debate. I'm sure you've had this question you've wanted to ask all day. Do it now, because you'll regret it until the end of your days if you don't. One thing about technology. Could you raise a hand if you have a Minecraft account? One person does. Overwatch? Okay. Have you watched a Twitch video last month? That's a problem. We're talking about children or students, but their world. You probably wouldn't let your child into the forest to pick up strawberries, you'd go with them. But if you can't guide them as teachers into those worlds, if you can't separate the degrees of grey, what's good and what's not, that's a problem. I spent a lot of time in virtual reality, and I've had 37 years to build my physical identity, and now I'm starting to build my digital identity. I need to find out what's correct behavior. I know you don't wear a hat to church, but in Minecraft you don't ask about age or gender. I didn't know that. And I ask, and it's a stupid thing to do. I watch Perseverance land on the Mars, and there's a virtual avatar throwing confetti in the air. He says, where are you from? And I say, Prague. And he says, Manila. How old are you? You can do that. There are different rules. I'm 35. I'm 12. Okay. Can I be here? Is this legal? Am I a pedophile? And you have these moments. I haven't experienced in 30-something years. And without this experience, you can't separate what is technology and what is not. In between, there are so many shades of grey. And this could fit a subject, this could fit an area, but if we're not able to spend our time there, we can't. I've been lobbying for this so long, that you have children in various stages when they're entering the world, and I want to know where they are, because this changes, and it changes very quickly. But this is probably beyond many people's grasp. They just can't do that. We can't remove the discrepancy by saying that's how it's supposed to be. I think what Marv said was nice. Not in part of the discussion, that They want to do education for parents. Combine those worlds together and find the places where they can be together. Yes, you can take a group trip. Let's go together to a virtual world or whatever, a tool of some kind. That sounds like something that we could do in 2030, actually. But I think this is very important. On the other hand, young children and young adults should have the responsibility for their education. You need to develop that. That's part of their future role. Because at this point, it's largely passive. I expect the teacher to teach me something. The school has a role to play. In the future, what we'll need is the role of the formal education will be diminishing. It won't be marginal, I don't want to say that. But the role of informal education will be stronger. And self-study, you need proactivity, responsibility for what you want to do in your life, what you want to know. And to interact with what's happening at school, and this is what I want to learn. This is important. And what you said, that teachers should be guides and parents should be guides. Yes, that's the new role for the teacher, but the teacher needs to have the opportunity to first come to terms with the role, because right now they're under pressure from all sides. I should learn this, I should learn that, and they still have the traditional role, what the system wants them to do. And we need to remove this burden from them, not just administration. There's a lot of paperwork that should be done by technology. We haven't talked about that, what technology can do in terms of administration, how it can help the schools. That's one thing. But there's also the content, and for the content you should utilize the technologies more and focus on the role of the teacher as a guide, a mentor, a coach. Michal, you wanted to say something? I want to say that we play our small part. We do courses of robotics for teachers of primary and secondary schools. So if you want to, it's a RoboSoutěž. Come and join us. What I hear is very interesting, yes. And just what you said. The metaverse is the cyber world and our world together, right? Because I say cyber world and normal world. So if metaverse is the cyber world, I'm against that because that's just a new name for the old thing, but whatever. These worlds are miraculously similar, that's no wonder, because they're made by people, and the cyber world is not that much dangerous. If you don't know the rules in our world, you won't survive. If I go outside and walk across the street when I have a red light, I'll die. A Native American so many years ago would not survive in Prague for an hour. I wouldn't survive there for 1 hour. Something would eat me. But asking about age. Look, I don't know if you know this, but in the normal world, what are the rules? Where can you ask a person's age? In which cultures can you do that? In which cultures can't you do that? That's not easy. For example, in India, it's considered proper manners. When you meet someone, you ask, how old are you? Because the older they are, the more respect they deserve. But ask a lady in the audience, you've just met her, and ask her what's her age, and she'll slap you. So that's similar. So we need digital culturology when we have digital archaeology, right? We need to map the differences. What's the etiquette in Minecraft and... Well, it's a new continent. We have Europe, we have Africa, and we have the metaverse. We need to learn to live there. That's it. Yes, in this case, being multidisciplinary is useful. I've had this project that we've just started, so we don't really know much, but we have a research group where we want to transform Plato's community to virtual reality and use it as a ethical training ground to find out how people behave in life or death situations. How a farmer behaves when a philosopher comes and says taxes should be raised, and whether they'll be killed or something. You can't do that in real life, but you can do this with digital twins. You can cut off their heads, it's easy enough. But in terms of education, what we put in the heads of our children and how they use it, that's what matters. How they behave in the social dimension, and the phenomenology of education, how they create relationships, how they percolate in the environment. And that's what I like at schools, because soft skills are still seen as a dirty world, but using this, being able to efficiently network, sell the idea, to establish, to create a project and stand behind your project even if your boss hates it, these are things that make society more efficient. And I hope that our training ground will help. Or perhaps we'll come up with something at least, but it's a few years off. Okay, I hope that by 2030 you'll have some real result. I also hope so. Well, listening to you, what I'm thinking is that technology, we primarily need to learn to live with technology, need to learn to live in the environment that is being redefined by technology. Because we heard of one interesting thing, which is just let the schools do their own thing, and let's help them with the technology by reducing the administrative burden, the burden that's not directly related to the primary role of the school, which is to teach how to live together and learn more about our world and explore the world. Should that perhaps be the ambitious goal? Because I can see that the ability to learn to use technology, I mean, this is, for those young people, often so much easier than we think. So shouldn't we just give up on the whole idea? What do you think? Well, no, but we should tell them that the technology that they're learning now will be obsolete, because everything will. And in 20 years, they'll have to learn quantum computers, and no one will care about the digital era. And in 40 years, it will be something else entirely. This ability to learn new things is different. This flexibility is different. That's not related to being digital or not. My mum has secondary school, and not a very good one. She's 91 years old. She has an iPad. And she plays games on it. It's solitaire. She can type an email. She sends text messages. She browses the internet. So, you know, these technologies are excellent for the elderly. They can't even go outside, but they can communicate with people. It's not something that old people shouldn't have. Yes, but I like the looking for the need, because we still feel the need to meet with other people. When we had horses, we met people in the radius of 10 kilometers. Then we had phones, so we could meet people from further away. Now we have planes, so wonderful, we can meet physically somewhere else entirely. And with the metaverse, there are no borders. The concept of borders that we used to have can be erased. Because emotionally, I don't know who ever tried this, but if you see an avatar of a person next to you, on the left, on the right, your brain is stupid. I mean, it immediately switches and thinks, okay, this is a person who has emotions. You have the social phobia when someone comes and stands 1 meter in front of you. When they do it in the metaverse, you look like a banana because you've picked a banana, and again, opposite you is a grasshopper, and yet the grasshopper comes up right to you and you want to take the step back. It's so stupid. The brain is so stupid, the hardware. We improve the software a bit, but we can't change the needs. We need to meet people, fall in love, to argue with people, and we can do this using technology. It's just slightly different. So I think the technology is a new tool to achieve the same basic needs and release the same chemicals in the brain that the Neanderthals had. Yes, but the lack of borders is there already. At this point, we don't have to respect borders, right? Geographical borders, but they still remain. I mean, look at something was reinvented that we thought wasn't there. I always talk about Hungary, but I have to talk about Hungary. Hungary today has a state authority which publishes an analysis which says that too much education of women prevents the development of competitiveness of the country. And this is a national authority releasing that kind of thing. And you think, where the hell are we? You've received that by email, right? Forward this. No, I'll share this with you. It's real. Because the boundaries are mental, are cultural, are value-based. And if you look at what's happening in Hungary, and if we say, not just is it built on disinformation, it's built on a poisonous ideology, but this ideology tends to synthesize so many other narratives. So it's not just immigration, but and homosexuals, obviously, but also women, because it drives out all these narratives, it brings them in, and the boundaries are still here. I mean, today, you can create a school without borders. You can create a school where you have children coming in every day. There's someone from Hong Kong and Manila and Prague and Rome and 20 other places in the world. You can do that. It exists, actually. You pay by Ethereum, and it's you can do it at home. So actually it exists already. You see, I don't have current information anyway. Okay, but this does not impact our lives as much as it could. It hasn't become a role model. But the opportunity has been here for years, so why is it not happening? Well, the rise of technology is important, because we're not here representing the average population, right? Because we have some awareness of where technology is, and there are people who come home and they have a 10 megabit line, or they have 2 mobile phones in a household of 5 people. So you need to see the curve of people adopting the technology. It's not really about development of technologies, but about the availability of technologies and these tools and apps and all that. I think in both directions, we as society should make sure this is available to everybody, that we don't have this digital gap, and that we don't have children in some regions who just can't afford digital means, because then they will fall behind so much faster. And how come Korea can do this? How come Korea can do this, that every child has a tablet? It's not a school bag and a pencil case and these notebooks of some kind. No, it's a tablet. And it can be done. I don't know how much money it ultimately saves, but it's a network. We have one of the best optical networks in the world, this country. Is it North or South Korea? Well, North Korea has slightly different tools for education. They chose a different technological path. But look at Finland, it has wonderful processes. But in technology, I worked at Teleco Group. We always mainly looked at Korea and city-states, Indonesia, Malaysia. This will changes your perspective, it really does. This is where you should look for information when it comes to the technology. They're not very good at working with the social aspects and that kind of thing, and social and psychological health. I mean, it's not black and white, but it can be done, clearly. Michael, I would really look towards Finland, because Asian countries are envious of Finland, because Finland achieves the same result with much less effort. The children in Finland don't kill themselves, they're not so stressed out. It can be done with much less pressure. Okay, but if you allow me, metaverse, fine. The metaverse, but this is the start of our expansion to space. Our children will live on Mars or somewhere else. Again, this is something that the digital community is not really thinking about. And maybe in 50 years' time, we'll have our avatars meeting here, and we'll be talking about the fact that no one wants to go into the metaverse because everyone has their own physical robot at home, which is tuned to their needs, it's the ideal partner, and they don't care about a metaverse. So there'll be the end of human reproduction. Well, no, I mean, look at Huxley. Read Huxley. They make people in jars. It's all made up. But you wanted to say something. No, I did, but later. No, go ahead and say it. Okay, I wanted to respond that Finland is more efficient. What I found fascinating about the study is that at the top it says no pain, no gain. And I see this as a huge stigma, that the structure of our lives, of our education, work, and so on, is industrial. It's 18th, 19th century. And we still have this idea that you need to work hard, you need to work very hard at school, and until you sweat, you're not learning. And if you look at all this automation, you see automation means laziness. You have more free time, or perhaps children go to school for 2 hours a day, and for the rest of their time they do whatever they want. Well, no, they need to spend 8 hours at school, otherwise something is wrong. You mentioned Ethereum. I talked to a couple of developers from this community, and they said, I gave up on school because Ethereum is more fun, and school is not ready for that, so he dropped university and started making money in the crypto community. And the fact that we live our life like this, a primary, secondary, tertiary school, then you work for 30 years, you get a gold watch, you retire, then you die, this is completely incompatible with the potential of the technology in terms of lifelong learning, in terms of flexibility of the market. And those two worlds don't meet. So that's another thing. Which reminds me, incidentally, that I see a danger here of this fragmentation of society, this discontinuity. Because I know people from this community that you mentioned, and they're really into not libertarianism, but anarcho-capitalism. The idea that we succeeded without any external help from society, so we don't need society, we don't need regulations, we don't need the state, and this is very dangerous. They think it's restricting their freedom, and I honestly think this is a warning sign. This is a red flag. This can lead to bad things, because if you feel you don't want to live this life, I found my own path and it's successful, so there's no legitimacy for the other type of life, which puts pressure on me and asks me for money. But by the way, every society requires some degree of solidarity. Without that, we can't go on, we can't live with one another, which we've heard before. But okay, Dana, in your portfolio of projects, you also have, well, you're outside public sources of finances, right? You're the largest institution, the Česká spořitelná Foundation, which deals with education, the largest actor that's not supported by public money. And you have projects that I know pretty well. Many of them focus on the education of teachers. So we do need some kind of continuity. So we can imagine a world without the traditional school buildings of the past. In fact, it even exists. But we do need that. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it, right? I'm sure we need it. We'll always need good teachers, and if the role is different than today, we'll need to prepare them for the role. That's why you have projects that deal with the training of teachers. We support organizations like Otevřeno, we've already heard about that today, Učitel naživo, that kind of thing. So the potential for changing things is there. But there's a lack of this sense of urgency. We're talking about systemic change. And these discussions, yes, it's important to discuss these things. Yes, it's important to participate, it's important to involve all the stakeholders and all of that. On the other hand, this holds us back in our ambition, because we agree on some kind of compromise, which is sort of acceptable for everybody, but then you lose the ambition. So this is happening a little too slowly for me. And what we've heard here in terms of internationalization and international experience, making practice mandatory, yes, I support that, because before I was in the foundation, I did international education for years. I was at the birth of the Erasmus program in the Czech Republic. It's still not enough. Of course, the situation of university is better now. We have Space Master, which is one of the first Erasmus Mundus programs. All that is great, but few people know that Erasmus has been here for 20 years for primary and secondary schools. How many projects were there? How many teachers went abroad? And sure, it left a mark on some of them, but not all of them. We have great teachers, we have great schools, but it's not the majority. So we've invested a lot over those 20 years, and it also always brings me to the idea, we're not utilizing the opportunities that we have. And now there's an opportunity, there's a technology, but for many years there has been international collaboration, but we're still locked down in this bubble and won't let the innovations in.
I have a question in a similar vein by Petr Soukeník. Magenta Experience Center offers education of relevant schools. Relevant topic, what is the reaction of schools? But I will add one more thing. What else do you want to do for the sake of education? What we want to do in Magenta Experience Center is to set an example. Teachers and students should be able to have a first-hand experience with technology. They should learn something, they should try new technology. So I should learn programming, print, something in in 3D, to set up a project. We also have workshops on security on the internet, both for the elderly and for younger people, for teachers as well. We cooperate with Nevypustduše initiative, focusing on mental health of students. So this project provides great inspiration. I really recommend it. You can find it in Arkady Pankrác Mall. So we focus on awareness and responsible use of technologies. And what about other education-oriented projects you have? Well, you got me now. So prepare for the next edition of FutureEdu. You have enough time. I'll just support what we heard. We had a debate with Tomáš Salomon recently. I liked the vision. We said, through our foundation, we are able to help schools with our projects, and then the education ends, and there is no other structure. The structure of education is linear. So then the education is provided by your company or by your family, and when you go into pension, it's quite difficult to receive further education. And what he said is that we want to take responsibility for this part of lives of our employees. And when we see how the inner ecosystem of education looks, our customers should ask this, or our employees should ask this, should call other companies to provide this. So I agree with this vision, and I am wondering, this is a vision. Let's look at how many companies have such an idea. What does this even mean? This means that employees in this company should go to Magenta Center themselves. 100 people from a bank tried on virtual reality goggles. This is the basis. And we explained what shift to virtual life means in real life. Another topic is not only 3D printing, but 3D printing brings also customization. And in this technology center, you can try on these trends, and then you can be a role model for teachers, and you can ask more relevant questions with the teacher-parents meetings, rather than asking whether our children were good or bad. We can ask them more relevant questions. This is what I like about Česká spořitelná Foundation. And what is surprising is that financial institutions who are in the forefront of these trends. What's their deal? We want the good for our society, but I think there's money hidden in it. I wanted to be optimistic for a while. Well, you know, it's good. It's a good thing, because we see that there's not enough pressure on change of education, or there is no courage to change. We can't expect the change to come from the bottom, from the grassroots. There's no issues with legitimacy of these changes. However, in a situation where 80% of parents are happy with what the schools look like, there can't be any politicians bold enough to propose any change. However, there can be few politicians who improve the system without this demand from the public. These could be some of the impetus that could lead to such change. And only after then we can accept the change in the form of lifelong learning of teachers. When we overcome the misunderstanding of those who are responsible for accreditation of such programs. But we must never underestimate the force of big companies. Because big companies create unsatisfied people who represent the public demand. So T-Mobile, Microsoft, Google, these are ecosystems have a huge impact on our opinion. I think this is a natural process. Instead of influencing the politicians so that they change the system, it's easier and better to stimulate the demand from the public. If parents want their children to be prepared for the life in a complex manner, it is more useful to go through this way. We are not the only ones who try to talk about the changes in education. There are many voices who say something different, and they have a huge influence on parents' opinions. And they say completely different things than we do now at this conference. But you know, we are getting back to information chaos. Because in this chaos, what is important is who we are surrounded by. I worry that the Union of Industry used to be one of these voices up until recently. They are against everything new. Now it's starting to change. Let's hope this change won't stop. But it takes a long time to change the paradigm that is deeply rooted in our society. Let's look at the questions, because we are nearing the end. There's one beautiful question for all of you. Which education strategy for the next 10 years do you offer, do you propose? You have the time to express your ideas. Sarah, thank you. Yeah, I will offer a solution. This is one of the fragments of the whole puzzle. We talked about money and people. And what we saw in the crisis is that the private sector is the most flexible under crisis. And what would really help is that if the private sector sends a message onto the market, also in HR, that you don't need traditional CV. You don't need to tick all the boxes. Of course, if you don't know how to make a surgery on brains, you can't be a neurosurgeon. But you know, there is a lot of processes that are useless. Sorry. People can be more generalist. They can do work in a more general manner, not just to spend 8 hours at work doing useless work. And if we see this change, if we see some more gamification in this process, the education will shift from the social capital, that means that we want to force our children to be a doctor or a lawyer, because they would gain enough money. However, gamification changes all this, that if your kid becomes a doctor or a lawyer now, in 20 years they will not have enough money to eat. So the society is the institution, or the private sector, which can reflect on this. So my wishes, my eyes are on you. But before going further, I want to go back to social capital, which reproduces quite well in some systems. I think the situation in the UK is very similar to ours. Don't you have any guidelines on how to redistribute the technologies? It would be interesting to see a redistribution of these capital towards new ideas. Maybe blockchain could be one of the solutions. It works on the darknet. You know, the notion of kudos or social capital. It works perfectly. However, people see a darknet as a place for child pornography, arms, and drugs. Of course, people are anonymous there, but their exchange is based on social capital. If someone doesn't respect rules of the darknet, they are marginalized, they are ostracized. Blockchain is a great project. You have a blog on Ethereum. You receive badges for participating in events. So your education is gamified in this project. This is an approach used by Boy Scouts. As I said, I was an archaeologist and my family was enlightened, so they let me study this. So maybe we should let children do what they like. So maybe we could trace anything or gamify this on blockchain. That's what I like. Bob Hawkins talked about the experiments that are going on not only at your faculty. Maybe you could connect him and talk about what you could do in cooperation with the World Bank. Coming back to respecting rules, I think it's the case also in the mafia or in the mob. If you don't fulfill your obligations, you lose a part of your body. Martin, what's your strategy for the next 10 years? And you can stay with your center. As far as Magenta Experience Center is concerned, we want to raise awareness and increase the number of students and teachers who come to the center, and we want to leverage this for intercultural and intersocial exchange. These projects are very often based on structure where we have one expert and the others should learn from it. But our environment promotes interactivity. And for the society as a whole, our vision is to avoid unsatisfied basic needs. What I mean by that is that there should be zero households that don't have any money to provide their children with tools needed for digital education. And we want to eradicate digital digital illiteracy. We want to eradicate it. I think T-Mobile is not motivated, and I understand that it would be very difficult to build this infrastructure in Karlovy Vary region. But maybe you could cooperate with partners and to help in the Karlovy Vary region in this aspect. You can, or someone else could create such a center and you can cooperate with them. We created this center in a way, and we draw inspiration from people from technology, IT, architecture sector, or other plants, sectors, biology sectors. So we partnered up with them in order to create a specific place. We can replicate this. We don't want to build copies of Magenta Center, but we want to restart this process. Yes, I didn't think of the Karlovy Vary region, but it is one of the regions that are most disadvantaged from the structural point of view. So you have one more year to think about this. Luboš, how about you? We talked about vision. We were supposed to talk about the vision, but Mrs. Kunčarova's vision touched upon a strategy. I would divide the strategy into 3 points. What would help us is sustainability. As the climate changes, we will need new skills. So we will need more AC repairmen. So we will have a unique opportunity to try on new things. And we need to go deeper. We need to use technology in a faster and more effective way. So in virtual reality, we should be able to use and try hands-on different parts, different components. Also, people from the game industry could help us. If they had some experience in game studios, they will tell you that these people will get to decision positions and they will be able to go deep. And then there is another part, it's the people who are generalists and the strategy for them is easy, they should go wide. What I mean by that is to go across cultures and the whole world. They should be able to synthesize the data from different perspectives and they could use different technology, virtual technology. They should meet in different metaverses. So these are the 3 points. It's a unique opportunity to redefine education systems through emergent aspects such as climate change. Then we will need specialization in hard skills and we will need also the transversal skills. So we have all what we need. And we will need also 5G network wherever we need it. And then we have everything we need. We've got Erasmus programs. We need to send more people on Erasmus. We have the technology. We have the tools for the next 10 years. We have all the tools needed. But as you said, Anna, we are unable to leverage these tools. We have the scissors, we have the screwdriver, but still we are thinking on how to cut this, on how to screw this. What about you, Dana? In our foundation, we believe in change. We will go on working on the projects that we find meaningful, that can bring some change to our society. So we will try to modernize the whole education environment. But at the same time, we see that we need to focus on the competence and on the skills. This will be our new topic. What are the skills for the 21st century? And what concrete steps we can take? The review of the education curriculum, then implementation in schools, how the teachers will understand it and take this on. Michael, closing remarks from you. Last word. I have 2 tips for the companies. First, have you ever considered paying the construction of a new school in the Karlovy Vary region, for example, and to pay the teachers to work in this school? You know, it could be an example of good practice. You know, you are able to attract people there. I don't know how much it would cost. But you know, this could be a good example to see whether the best teachers are able to deal with the worst children. The second idea, your big companies, the politicians will listen to you. You should lobby with them. The faculties are very reticent in changing the university law. And you all have the opportunity to put pressure on politicians. We have elections. And you know, I'm so desperate that I am also a candidate in these elections. But the politicians don't see the demand. Politicians don't have any vision because nobody asks them for a vision. I have drawn up a vision, but what I receive as comments is that just forget about what Prague will look like in 50 years' time. I need a new bench near my house. You know, politicians will listen to you. Stop paying their campaigns. Or maybe you can provide education on new benches. Sarah Luboš, Martin Dana, and Michal, thank you very much for being with us.
No a na Michaela naváže Michael, protože se blíží.
And we have Michael to bring us to the conclusion where we evaluate the whole thing. Well, we'll do this together. Actually, you will do it. But I want to thank the members of the panel for this wonderful discussion, which is interesting both in content and form. Thank you for this entertaining discussion. Before I say goodbye, I want to thank the organizers, which is Opera, the Prague Innovation Institute, the National Pedagogy Institute, and Aspen Institute. So 3 institutes. The main partners were Prague, T-Mobile, and the Česká spořitelná Foundation. The partners Lenovo, Czech Prague British International School, bakaláři, Smíchovská střední, průmyslová škola a gymnázium, the main media partner, Hospodářské noviny, media partners, řízení školy and press noviny. Conference was organized in collaboration with Učitel naživo, Edu Změna, Česko Digital, Red Button Edu, and Global Teacher Prize. And now it's up to Bob to give us a summary. I'm sure he's full of bursting with impressions from all the panels, all the keynote speeches, but 2 or 3 key learnings, headlines, newspaper headlines. What do you have? What's the conclusion of today? I'll start with the last thing we've heard. We have everything. That was nicely said. We have all the tools. We don't know how to use them. We have a digital infrastructure, which is enough. I'm sure it could be improved. We have the resources to remove inequality. We have the resources to develop education very quickly, where all of us here in this room want to have it, but we don't use these tools, these resources, and that's the main problem. So we need to learn to use resources. We need to find the confidence, the determination to use them. That's important. I also want to point out what Lee Anderson said. Investment in education is expensive. Of course it is. Look at the budget of education. It's the second largest chapter in the budget of the Czech Republic. But ignorance is so much more expensive, and this can be seen in so many parameters that you can measure. Look at the countries that have clearly more developed education system. They are almost always more satisfied and have a stronger democracy. That's also very important. And finally, I want to come back to the very first international panel when we talked about, and in the next panels as well, we talked about the need for confidence, trust, optimism. And it's not just trust in the teachers and that they're able to change. We need to share the optimism with the young generation, which is what I want to call for here. If surveys tell us that the current adult generation doesn't think that the future will be better, well, we can't expect that in an atmosphere like this, the future, the upcoming generation will hope for a better world. This belief, this faith in the future is so much important. If you look at all the doom and gloom around us, if you look at all the richness of technology, what you need is faith, the hope for the future, the hope that we will prosper, that we can profit in various senses of the word, and that is important. Because once we lose that, there is no future. There is no future, and you can't expect any meaningful vision. And do we have something we want from the next year of this conference? Let's say 1 year from now, when we meet here again, what can we do so we'll be satisfied? I actually was thinking about this. I do hope there will be a next year. This is not just up to us, it's also up to whether we'll able to find such a broad spectrum of partners, because it really is great that we've been able to join forces like this. That's one thing. The first important factor, whether we manage to keep that, and I hope we can. And if we have another conference, we should or could perhaps direct it more towards the kind of provocation that Michael did here, because that's exactly what he said. The most important thing is that you need a creative conflict, which is not about arguing with the other person, but to stimulate the imagination. Maria said this, I think, that our imagination is not enough. Maria Hermanova, the digital anthropologist. And if it's not enough, if our imagination is not enough, we need to stimulate it. We need to give it the impulse to move forward. And that's important. That's an important factor. Another important factor is to come with specific projects, such as Marv's school, and other projects that could help, could provide inspiration on how to develop education, how to develop it further, while also being in touch with the representatives of the institutions whose job it is, and to tell them, look, here it is. Here are your good practice examples. So what have you done? What have you done to systemize and replicate these good practice examples? So again, let's put this together, create an amalgamation where we say specific things to people who can spread it throughout the system. Thank you very much for the summary, Bob. Thank you very much on behalf of the organizers. I want to thank Eva Šálková, who was in charge of the whole thing. I thank every one of you for listening, including those who were watching us online. And those of us watching us online, well, I feel sorry for you, because those people who are here will now have a glass of wine and a small refreshment. So perhaps next time come in person to enjoy that as well. It's been an honor. Thank you very much for coming. And our thanks to Michal Rozsypal for being the host today. Thank you.